Good afternoon, friends. We will be continuing yesterday's lecture. Yesterday we did orbits. We did various rockets by ISRO. So orbits related, we had attempted 10 questions. Today, the first thing that we'll start doing is we would start attempting questions for the rocket section that we have studied. Okay, so let us start with question number. I think question number 12. Yes, we'll start with question number 12. Give me the answer. Question number 12 का क्या आंसर होगा? I don't see any answers yet. There are no attempts yet. Why? Question number 12, A, B, A. Okay, different answers are coming. Which of the following are not true about PSLV? One is definitely not true. It is India's first generation satellite launch vehicle. It is third generation, right? One is wrong. It is the first Indian launch vehicle to be equipped with liquid stage. That is true. इससे पहले SLV and ASLV did not have any liquid stage. The 2 is true. It is used for launching satellites in low Earth orbit as well as in geostationary transfer orbit. This is also true. है ना? तो 2 and 3 are correct, but इसमें पूछा है not true कौन सा है? तो answer would be A. 12th answer would be A. It is India's first generation satellite launch vehicle. This is wrong. The answer would be A. Okay, most of you are answering it B. That is wrong. Many of you have also answered it A. That's correct. Okay, let's go to question number 13. Question number 13 was a question that was asked in Prelims 2018. Okay, with reference to India's satellite launch vehicle, consider the following statements. PSLV के बारे में, PSLV launch the satellite useful for Earth resource monitoring, whereas GSLV are designed mainly to launch communication satellites. Satellites launched by PSLV appear to remain permanently fixed in the same position in the sky. GSLV Mark III is 4-stage launch vehicle with the first and third stage using solid rocket motors and the second and fourth stage using liquid rocket engines. So 13th, give me an answer for 13th. When you look at the first statement, PSLV launched the satellite useful for Earth resource monitoring, whereas GSLV are designed mainly to launch communication satellite. At general level, this is true. PSLV is for polar satellite launch vehicle, जहाँ पे हमारे Earth observation satellite or remote sensing satellites जाते हैं. PSLV also launches communication satellite, but even then, this aspect is correct. GSLV are designed mainly to launch communication satellite. This is also true. GSLV was primarily designed for launching geosynchronous satellites in geosynchronous orbit. So one is correct. Satellites launched by PSLV appear to remain permanently fixed. This is not true. Only when PSLV is launching satellite in GTO, which goes to geostationary orbit, then it's permanently fixed. So 2 is wrong. 3. GSLV Mark III is 4. This is wrong. GSLV Mark III is 3-stage. Solid, liquid, and cryogenic. So this is also wrong. So what is correct? One only, I guess. This is only one is correct. The answer is A. Arrange the following PSLV versions in terms of their capabilities in ascending order. PSLVs in ascending order. Ascending मतलब कम से ज़्यादा, increasing order. Okay. Arrange the following PSLV versions in terms of their capabilities in ascending order. 14th ka. Give me answer. C. Okay. देखो सबसे again, why you people are saying C? PSLV core alone 1100 kg का capability वाला. It's only PSLV's core engine. PSLV DL with 2 engines. PSLV G with 6 engines. And PSLV XL with 6 एक्स्ट्रा लार्ज इंजन। तो यही असेंडिंग ऑर्डर हुआ ना, राइट? पीएसएलवी कोर अलोन, पीएसएलवी डीएल, पीएसएलवी क्यूएल, पीएसएलवी जी, पीएसएलवी एक्सएल, नाम में ही दिया हुआ है सारा आंसर। यू ओनली हैड टू नो पीएसएलवी कोर अलोन एंड पीएसएलवी जी, राइट? So what would be the answer here? A. Answer would be A. 14th answer would be A. Yes. Let's go to question number 15. Consider the following statements about PSLV engines. Give me answer for question number 15. PSLV has a 4-stage engine. That's correct. It has an expandable. That's also correct. Third stage of PSLV is cryogenic. No. PSLV doesn't have. So 1 and 2 answer would be A. 15th answer would be A. Let's go to 16th. Match the following satellites with the launch vehicle with which they were launched. Okay, now this topic we haven't studied yet. We haven't looked at satellites yet. अभी तक हमने orbits देखा है and we have talked about rockets. But still, let's assume that you haven't studied those things. But still, by the basic knowledge that you have, try to attempt this question. Like you remember we have studied GSLV Mark III. GSLV Mark III के दो developmental launches थे, GSAT 19 and GSAT 29. So we have studied that GSAT 29 was launched by GSLV Mark III D2, developmental launch 2. तो 2 का आंसर D है. ये तो we definitely know. By this only you would have been able to solve this question. Here यहाँ पे 2 में D सिर्फ इसमें है. Fine. Let's go to question number 17. क्वेश्चन नंबर 17 अगेन जीएसएलवी मार्क 3 पे क्वेश्चन है. People are saying C. The first experimental flight of GSLV Mark III took GSAT 19 to geostationary transfer orbit. That's wrong. Experimental flight was only first stage वाला. It did not take any experiment. जब कर रहे हैं तब तो हम फ्लाइट्स को सैटेलाइट लेके नहीं जाते ना. In developmental flights we start taking satellite. In GSLV Mark III D1 GSAT 19 went. In GSLV Mark III D2 GSAT 29 went. And in GSLV Mark III M1 जब हमने कमर्शियल फ्लाइट शुरू किया चंद्रयान went. तो 1 is wrong. 2 is correct. GSLV Mark III is planned to be used in India's Gaganyaan mission. That is correct. Answer would be B. Okay. बहुत सारे लोगों ने सही बताया है, but a lot of you have marked it wrong. Answer would be B here. Let's go to question number 18. Consider the following statements about cryogenic engines. Okay, started getting answers. A एक आंसर आया है. Cryogenic engine provide higher specific impulse when compared to solid fuel engine. Yes, that's true. That was one key reason why we preferred cryogenic engine in the upper stage. PSLV, GSLV and sounding rockets all use a cryogenic engine. No, only GSLV is using a cryogenic engine. PSLV or sounding rockets don't have it. Correct पूछा है. Answer should be A. 18th answer should be A. Let's go to question number 19. Question number 19. Air breathing propulsion experiment. देखो, we studied air breathing propulsion experiment yesterday. we said that Rohini series of satellite is used for experiment purposes. There we said that one experiment that was done recently was take a rocket and try to ensure that it is taking oxygen from outside rather than taking oxidizing agent along with it, so that the weight of oxidizing agent could be reduced. We will be breathing we'll be breathing oxygen from outside. This is feasible for lower stages where most of the fuel and most of the oxidizing agent is used, and this happens. We studied this yesterday. So the question is about that air breathing propulsion experiment. So first, to develop rocket, consider the following statements about air breathing propulsion experiment to develop rockets which will not need to carry oxidizing agent. Is it true? देखो, only in the first stage we will not need to carry oxidizing agent, but upper stages में तो we would need to carry oxidizing agents ना? Only in the lower stage we can breathe air from the, for the first 50, 60, 70 kilometers we can breathe air from the, or we can breathe oxygen from the atmosphere. In the upper stages, when the rocket is at a height of 300 kilometers, there's no oxygen outside. For that, you'll have to carry oxidizing agent. So cryogenic upper stage mein you'll still need liquid oxygen to be carried. So one is wrong. Carefully note this, only for lower stages this air breathing would happen. Second, recently air breathing propulsion experiment was carried using RH560, a rocket of PSLV series. This is also wrong. This is a rocket of Rohini series. Okay, so here answer would be D. Both are wrong. Which of the following is not true about semi-cryogenic engine? 4 fighters पूछ रहे हैं सर आप वैक्सीन वगैरह भी पढ़ाओगे क्या साइंस में? Yes. Why would I not teach them? Space के बाद we are moving to biotechnology. Biotechnology के बाद we'll study health. In health, we'll talk about all vaccine related things, all the diseases related things. All those things would be covered there. Okay, 20. Which of the following is not true about semi-cryogenic engine? क्या दे रहे हैं आंसर लोग? नॉट ट्रू पूछा है. ओके, ए बी डी. नो. Semi-cryogenic engine. Semi-cryogenic engine has been conceived to replace the cryogenic stage of GSLV Mark III. No. We had seen that semi-cryogenic engine is not giving us better specific impulse. Cryogenic engine is only having better specific impulse. तो cryogenic stage को replace नहीं करेगा semi-cryogenic engine. Semi-cryogenic engine is being planned for the lower stages. Second stage को replace करेगा. JSLV Mark III का next जो advanced versions आएंगे in future, their second stage would be replaced by semi-cryogenic engine. So A is wrong. और यही पूछा है what is not correct? Everything else is correct. It will offer lower specific impulse than cryogenic engine. Yes, because its specific impulse is lower, that's why it's not going in the upper stage. In upper stage we have cryogenic engine. It offers better thrust to weight ratio. Yes, अगर इसका thrust अच्छा नहीं होता तो हम lower stages पे भी cryogenic यूज कर लेते. It has better thrust to weight ratio when compared to cryogenic engine. So B and C are correct. A is wrong. Answer में not correct पूछा था. Answer would be A. Okay. 20 का answer would be A. Let's go to 21. What will be the advantages? What will be the advantage होना चाहिए था यहाँ पे if India successfully develops a reusable launch vehicle? If we are able to develop a reusable launch vehicle, what would be the advantage? 21 B. Yes, yes. Most of you are marking it B. Fine. देखो, India will be able to launch bigger satellites. नहीं. Engine reusable है. It doesn't means engine would become more powerful. Right? One is wrong. ISRO's commercial arm will become more competitive. Yes. ISRO would be able to launch satellites at much lower cost if the same engine can be used again and again. I gave you an example yesterday. If from Delhi you are traveling to Noida by a cab and that cab can be used only once, then it would be very expensive. It's because the same cab can be used again and again. Our cost of travel is on the lower side. Same would happen here. ISRO would become more competitive in terms of launching satellites. Cost of satellite launch will go up, not necessarily. Time of satellite launch will go up, not necessarily. Okay, consider the following statements about radioisotope thermogenerator used in space sector. Come to question number 22. Thermonuclear generator. Okay, I've started getting answers. A. RTG use an array of thermocouples to convert heat released due to radioactivity into electricity. Yes. What were thermocouples? Thermocouples were devices जहां पे अगर दो साइड में टेम्परेचर डिफरेंस होता है तो एक वोल्टेज जनरेट होता है. Along thermocouples, if there is temperature difference on two sides, voltage would be generated that could be used for generating electricity. Right? So one, this is what is being done. वहां पे we will not have steam to rotate the turbine. We'll use thermocouple mechanism to generate electricity. India is a pioneer in RTG technology. That's bullshit. India is trying to develop this technology. Some countries are already using this technology. So India is not a pioneer. One would be the answer. Okay, A would be the answer. Fine. Let's go to 23. Yeah, did we study this yesterday? RTG wala thing, did we study it yesterday? Let's go to question number 23. Which of the following best describe a thermocouple? अभी तक एक भी आंसर नहीं आया 23 का. Why? C. I started getting answers. C, C, A, C, 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 C. Okay, most of you are saying C. Yes, I think C is the correct answer. Which of the following best describe a thermocouple? It's an electric device consisting of two dissimilar electric conductors forming an electric junction. And here, in the presence of different temperature on both the ends, voltage is created. What is this? It's an electrical component that allows the flow of current in only one direction. ये किसका definition होता? This is a diode. A is the definition for a diode. It's a semiconductor. ये अभी हम पढ़ेंगे. When we'll come to computer, IT and electronics section, there we'll study about, in electronics, we will study about what diode is, what transistor is, those basic semiconductor related things we would be doing. So do not worry, for those of you who do not understand what A, B and D are, we would study all those things when we come to the electronics section in the current affairs part. Okay, so it's an electrical component that allows the flow of current in only one direction. This is diode. It's a semiconductor device used to amplify or switch electric signals and power. ये क्या होता है? A semiconductor device that is used to amplify or switch electric signals and power. Transistor. Transistor is used to switch electric signal or amplify electric signal. So this is definition for diode. This is definition for transistor. This is the definition for thermocouple, and it's an electrical component that implements electrical resistance in a circuit element? Resistor. Normal जो resistor होता है अपने class 10th में, you must have done some experiment where you had resistors. So resistors provide electrical resistance in a circuit. So here this is resistor, this is thermocouple, this is transistor, and this is diode. Fine. So answer here would be C. 24 का answer C. Sir, please explain RTG and thermocouple again. Okay, I'll not go through the whole thing again, but I'll summarize it briefly in. देखो, in a general nuclear power plant, what happens? In a general nuclear power plant, we will study about nuclear power plants in detail when we come to nuclear energy section. Abhi we are on space. But here, let's say uranium splits into barium and krypton and produces some heat, some energy. This energy is used to heat the water. Water becomes steam. That steam is used to rotate the turbine, and thus electricity is produced. So heat first converts water into steam, and then steam is used to rotate the turbine. But in a spacecraft, we will not be able to do this complicated process. So in a spacecraft, a different mechanism is used to convert this energy, this heat, into electricity. There we use what is called thermocouple. So thermocouple क्या है? Thermocouple is a device, for now understand in this way, where if one side has higher temperature and the other side has lower temperature, there would be a voltage difference which will be created. And this is what we want. Voltage difference होने पे electricity, electrons move होते हैं एक तरफ से दूसरी तरफ. So thermocouple is one such device which is used in RTGs. तो यहाँ पे radioactivity से heat would be produced. So one side would be heated, temperature would be higher on one side, other side would be cooler, temperature difference has been created, and along thermocouple, if you create a temperature difference, then a voltage would also be generated, which can be used for generating electricity. I hope it's clear now. Okay, any other doubts, guys? Okay, I'll move on to the next question. The Indian National Satellite System. Now we are coming to satellites. So first we will study satellites, and then we will come to solving, come to the solution of these questions. Okay, so let's go for our notes. Yesterday we had completed orbits, we had completed rockets. Today we'll deal with satellites, and because of yesterday's class, you would see Keegan Patrao is asking, sir, can you explain thrust and impulse again? And then Apurva is asking scramjet and ramjet once again. Beta, let's do all these things at the end of the class, towards the end of the class. Agar shuru mein bahut sara time if I spend on doing the older topics, then some students may get pissed off. Okay, so let's do all these things towards the end of the class. Now let's go for this satellites. Let's talk about satellites. So one thing that you all know, what are satellites? What is a satellite? The moon is satellite of Earth, right? So how do you define a satellite? It's a smaller space-based object moving in a orbit around a larger object. The moon is a smaller space-based object moving in an orbit around a larger object around Earth. And this movement is because of the force of gravity. Yesterday we had understood how gravity ensures that a smaller body will keep revolving. If the initial speed of the smaller body was at least under root gm by r, then it would revolve. If it's more than under root gm by r, it will revolve in an elliptical orbit. And that's why we see that most of the objects in universe are revolving in elliptical orbits, because it's not possible that शुरू में speed exactly √gm/r रहा. Right, √gm/r is one specific speed. Okay. Hello friends, I'm really sorry. There was an electricity issue in our area, and because of that, the classes got disconnected. I'm hoping that it won't happen again till the end of the class today. Okay, so let's start the session. We were dealing with we were talking about satellites. So let me quickly review what are the things that we have done so far. Yesterday, we dealt with various kind of orbits and rockets. Today, initially we dealt with some questions on rockets. Questions related to orbits were done yesterday only. And now we are starting with satellites. So we were before this power outage thing, we were talking about satellites, what satellites are. And I was saying that satellite is a small body revolving around a larger body because of the force of gravity between them. This small body would be called satellite. For example, in case of Earth, Moon is a natural satellite that we have. ऐसे ही Jupiter has around 80 satellites, Saturn has around 70-80 satellites. So all these are satellites. Now, artificial satellites that we launch, say Moon to hai hamara natural satellite, but around Earth we keep launching a lot of satellites, can broadly be divided into 4 or 5 different categories. Usme primarily the 2 categories are communication satellites and Earth observation satellites. So we'll first deal with these communication satellites and Earth observation satellites, and then we will talk about other types of satellites, like satellites used for satellite navigation, satellites used to study other objects, and so on. Those are not actually those satellites are not fitting in the definition of communication or Earth observation satellite. But first, let's start with communication satellites. And communication satellite, let's first understand the need of a communication satellite. See, Earth has a curved surface, right? If Earth was plane like this, we perhaps would not have needed a satellite. A tower here could have sent a message to a tower here, and this message could have been hundreds or thousands of kilometers away. It would not have been a problem for us. It would not have been a challenge for us. Okay, it is the curvature of Earth that becomes an issue. What curvature? This curvature of the Earth. Now, यहाँ पे आप कितना भी बड़ा टावर बना लो, because this tower will not be in the line of sight with this part of the Earth, you will not be able to communicate directly with it. You would need something like a reflector, which will take your signal and reflect the signal to this part, or will take a signal from here and will reflect it to this part. Communication satellites are basically these reflectors. We send our signal to the satellite. Satellite sends that signal to other part of the Earth. At very basic level, these are reflectors. We give them the ability to store the signal, to remove noises from the signal, to amplify the signal before sending it back. Satellites communication satellites would do all those things, but at very, very basic level, when you see a satellite, you should feel like a reflector hi to hai. Our signal would go there, it will transmit that signal to some other place, because of the Earth's curvature, we cannot do this transmission ourselves. Okay, so I hope all of you have understood what satellites are. अच्छा, डाउट्स नहीं, कुछ और ही चल रहा है चैट पे. गाइस, थोड़ा सा प्लीज ट्राई टू इंश्योर दैट ऑन द यूट्यूब चैट ओनली डाउट्स रिलेटेड थिंग्स आर गोइंग ऑन. अच्छा, सब मेरा रिव्यू मांग रहे हैं. अरे भाई, 2 वीडियोस देख के रिव्यू ले लो ना. व्हाई डू आई टेक YouTube? Like whenever I start a batch, I always start with a YouTube class. That will help you understand what kind of a teacher I am. पर तारीफ ही कर रहे हो तो कर लो. So did you understand communication satellite? What would be the purpose of communication satellite? Now, come here. They're basically space mirrors. जो कि radio, TV, internet data, they will bounce it back. Now, they, यहाँ पे भी this highlighted portion you will see, they will do what? They overcome the problem of sending radio waves which travel in straight lines around our curved planets. Radio waves, electromagnetic waves, otherwise would have traveled in the straight line. Now, they're commonly put in geostationary orbit. Did we study it yesterday? Why satellites would be commonly put in geostationary orbit? Do you understand? Do you understand the meaning of geostationary orbit? The satellite would appear stationary to us. Now, why would communication satellite be put in geostationary orbit? Let's say we want communication between 2 points. That point can also point towards the satellite. This point can also point towards the satellite. So sending signal and receiving signal becomes easy. You do not have to track the satellite when the satellite is stationary. So in geostationary orbit, satellite would appear stationary with respect to Earth, and that's why most of the communication satellites go in geostationary orbit. Fine. Second, communication satellite can also move in highly elliptical orbit. Now let's understand why are we saying that communication satellite can also move in highly elliptical orbit. Yesterday we studied a concept, Earth, और एक highly elliptical orbit बना देते हैं, something like this. I'm sorry. This is a highly elliptical orbit. Now, when you're near Earth, what happens? You travel very fast. But when you're far away from Earth, you travel slowly. We studied this yesterday. Velocity is under root gm by r. As r increases, as radius this increases, as this increases, you would be moving very slowly. So in a highly elliptical orbit, what happens? A satellite would spend a lot of time on this side, but as it comes near Earth, it will speed up. ये part ये जल्दी से cross कर लेगा, and it will spend most of the time on this side. So here also, this satellite would mostly spend time on one side, unlike low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit में जो satellites जाते हैं, what would happen? Within 90 minutes or 1 hour, they will complete a circle. So they will spend half of the time on this side, half of the time on this side. But these satellites can spend most of their time on this side. So 2 satellites at one go can ensure that you can always communicate with the satellite. So highly elliptical orbits can also be used for communication purposes. उसमें 2 satellites आप डाल देंगे, it will ensure that at least one satellite is always available. Okay, in fact, if you remember, satellites even in low Earth orbit are used for communication. Which communication? Satellite phone communication. जो हमारे armed forces phones use करते हैं, satellite communication use करते हैं, they are using satellites in low Earth orbit. Why do they not use satellites in geostationary orbit? जो हमारे defense forces phones use करते हैं. The reason is, see, low Earth orbit is only 500 kilometers away. Geostationary orbit is 36,000 kilometers away. Now, this is not to the scale. आप देखोगे, if 500 is this, 36,000 is 72 times more. This is not to the scale. In reality, it would have been something like this. Earth, 500 kilometers above Earth, and 36,000 kilometers above Earth. So sending a signal to this satellite from the devices which people in armed forces can carry, move around easily, is easier than sending a signal to that satellite. So generally, satellite phones work on this principle. In September, before iPhone 13 was getting launched, there was a rumor which came that iPhone 13 would be having capability of communicating with the satellite. It will have the satellite communication capability. Aaya kya baad mein? Does iPhone 13 has that? No. Because you need a powerful device to communicate. Abhi our phones communicate to what? To the nearby tower, which is 5 kilometers away, 10 kilometers away. Sometimes when you go to a remote area where tower is not there in 50 kilometers area, you do not get signal. Our phones are not powerful enough to communicate with satellites which are 500 kilometers away. And that's why armed forces, may people carry bigger devices for this communication. And these devices would get much bigger and would not remain mobile if the satellites are in geostationary orbit. So some communication satellites are also placed in low Earth orbit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The communication satellites generally go in geostationary orbit. They may go in highly elliptical orbit, and they may also be there in low Earth orbit. Now, are you getting the picture ki what is a communication satellite? What is it? Is a reflector. Ab wo kahan dal sakte? That is what we have studied. Omkar is asking, sir, how signal is captured by that specific satellite only? We'll come to that. Abhi hum baat karte hain na, transponders ki baat karte hain, L band, C band, S band, un sab ki baat karenge. We'll come to ek karke chalenge yaar. ऐसे सर क्लास का ड्यूरेशन 4 hours ही रहेगा? नहीं, देखो, इनिशियली वी आर टेकिंग अ बिट लॉन्गर क्लासेस. द रीजन बीइंग वी वर नॉट एबल टू टेक क्लास फॉर द लास्ट 1 week बिकॉज ऑफ माय कोविड थिंग, है ना. तो इनिशियली वी आर टेकिंग क्लासेस ऑफ 4-5 hours. इवेंचुअली वी विल शिफ्ट टू 3 hours वाला क्लासेस, 2.5 hours to 3 hours वाला क्लासेस. आई वांट टू कॉम्पनसेट फॉर द 1 week लॉस, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई एम टेकिंग लॉन्गर क्लासेस. Renu is asking, but sir, geostationary satellite move in a circular orbit. Geostationary satellite move in a circular orbit, that's true, but जिनको communication करना है ना उनसे, for them geostationary satellite is stationary. See, let's say this is the satellite and my tummy is the equator, and it is definitely moving in a circular orbit, but it's taking 23 hours to complete, 23 hours 56 minutes 4 seconds to complete one revolution, and I am also taking 23 hours 56 minutes to complete one revolution. Earth is also taking 23 hours 56 minutes to complete one revolution. So देखो, for any point on Earth, is this satellite stationary? Yes. जाओ नॉर्थ पोल पे जाओ. नॉर्थ पोल से तो चलो सैटेलाइट दिखेगा नहीं, थोड़ा सा नीचे आ जाते हैं. गो टू रशिया. चलो रशिया मेरे दिल में लगा लेते हैं. Russia, when it is looking at this satellite, it will always see this satellite here above Sri Lanka. Even after 6 hours, when the satellite has moved 90 degrees, Earth would have also moved 90 degrees. For Russia, it will again be at the same point. So it is stationary. Renu, I think you did not attend yesterday's class. That's why the doubt. Okay. I hope you've understood this aspect now. Now, there are two types of satellites, communication satellites. One is passive, other is active. Passive satellites are those satellites which are just acting as reflector. For example, moon can be a satellite. Do you know? Moon can be a communication satellite. Up moon pe koi signal bhejo, moon will reflect that signal. A mirror, you launch a mirror in space, that can act as a passive. It is not doing anything other than reflecting the signal. Those satellites are passive satellites. But most of the satellites that we send to space, most of the communication satellites that we send to space, हम बस mirror तो भेजते नहीं, right? most of the communication satellite that we send receive the satellite, stores it, processes it. Oh, sorry, receives the signal, stores it, processes it. Noise वॉइस ऐड हो गया होगा, उसको रिमूव करेंगे. It may also amplify. The signal level may have reduced by the time it reached the satellite. In the path of its travel, it may have reduced. So it may amplify the satellite, amplify the signal, and then send it back. So these satellites would be considered active satellites. They're doing a lot of other things also. The passive, active. Fine. Now, let's talk about communication satellites of India or communication satellites of ISRO. So far, I hope you have clear understanding of what communication satellites are. You also understand why most of the communication satellites go in geostationary orbit. They may also go in geosynchronous orbit or elliptical orbit or low Earth orbit. They may go there, but we prefer that it goes in geostationary orbit. Fine. ये I hope इसमें सबको सारी चीजें समझ में आई. Now let's look at the factual part, the satellites of India, communication satellites of India. So first we had the INSAT series of the satellite. So you will see that in 1983, INSAT 1B was launched, which was one of the first communication satellites of India. So this INSAT series of satellite mein we have 20 operational satellites, INSAT 3A, 3C, 4A, 4B, 4CR. INSAT series के नाम के बाद हम we came with GSAT series, GSAT 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 17, 6, 8, 29, 11. I have highlighted 11 because it is the largest communication satellite that has been placed by India. इसका weight 5800 kgs है. Its weight is 5800 kg. It is largest and the most complicated satellite launched by India yet. Now, ये ISRO का satellite है, but does ISRO has a rocket which can launch this satellite? ISRO का largest rocket कौन सा है? GSLV Mark 3. What is its capacity to GTO? Its capacity to GTO is 4000 kg, but this is 5800 kg. It was launched with the help of European Space Agency Ariane 5 rocket. Then 7A, GSAT 7A, it is mostly serving Air Force. GSAT 31, it was launched in February 2019. Now, देखो, INSAT series of satellite, GSAT series of satellite, and now we have started naming our satellites as communication satellites as CMS. CMS 01, CMS 02, CMS 03. ये जो satellites अब जाएंगे, 01 has already gone, and other satellites which will be going, other communication satellites that would be going, they would be named as CMS. The way we have started naming our remote sensing or Earth observation satellites as EOS. In the same way, we have started naming our communication satellites as CMS. So our communication satellites include INSATs, GSATs. GSAT ने INSAT series के satellites को replace करना शुरू किया था, and now GSATs would be replaced by CMS series of satellites. Fine. So communication satellites of India. Now, what would communication satellites do? Communication satellites, communication, TV communication, phone communication, data internet communication, all those things are done by them. Telecommunication, television, broadcasting, satellite news gathering, societal application, weather forecasting, disaster warning, all these things are done by them. The communication satellites are used here. Now, INSAT system have more than 200 transponders. What does it mean? What are transponders? So basically, satellite with the most important device है ना, it is these transponders. What are transponders? Transponders are electronic equipments which receives the signal and responds to them. Now you will see that transponders are called C-band transponder, S-band transponders, KU band transponders. Ka band transponders, and so on. These are basically, what are these C band, S band, Ku band, Ka band? What are these things? इसको समझिए. देखो, satellite communication takes place through electromagnetic waves, but electromagnetic waves में which band? Now, electromagnetic waves can be divided like visible light एक होता है जो हम देख सकते हैं, the color which our eyes can observe, which our eyes can give identify them with different colors. Electromagnetic waves of higher energy includes ultraviolet, X-rays, gamma rays, right? Visible light के नीचे ये होता है, visible light के ऊपर energy band में ये आता है. Below this we have infrared, microwaves, radio waves. तो अगर आप इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक स्पेक्ट्रम को खोलेंगे, it would become like this. We have visible light, we have infrared, we have microwaves, we have radio waves, we have ultraviolet, X-rays, gamma rays, and so on. Right? Now, we do not use these for communication. Why? They're dangerous. They're high energy. They may cause cancer. They may burn things. Like, we do not use those for communication. We use these for communication. For example, infrared communication. Where do you use infrared communication? Have you seen your remotes? Remotes use infrared emitting diodes. जैसे LED होता है ना, light emitting diodes. वैसे in front of remotes you will see there's a diode there, but the diode does not emit light as such. It emits infrared signals, which tells your air conditioner, which tells your TV. The signal is in the infrared form. Infrared waves are not visible to you. Radio waves. Have you seen FM, AM, वो वाले communication जो radio के communication होते हैं? They use radio waves. Most of the satellite communications take place through microwaves. तो अगर आप microwaves का bandwidth देखोगे, like let's say from this frequency to this frequency, or from this wavelength to this wavelength, we have microwaves. These microwaves are further divided into C band, S band, and so on, different bands. And we create these transponders for specific bands. As frequency increases, transponders become more complicated. So इसे हम बहुत detail, we will study this issue. We'll study the topic of electromagnetic spectrum in a lot of details. Like I have gone through physics book of class 11 and 12 to add some more dimensions to this, because I've seen that UPSC is asking more fundamental questions. You do not have to study physics of class 11 or 12. उसमें से जो relevant portion है, I will do it and in a very simple language explain to you. Okay, so we'll study this topic in more detail, but of the electromagnetic spectrum, the microwave portion, which is used for satellite communication, can further be divided into different bands: C band, L band, Ka band, Ku band, and so on. Transponders are specialized for particular bands. This is a C band transponder. This is a L band transponder. This is a S band transponder. जो newer satellites which are going, the more advanced satellites which are going, they are going with Ku band transponders, Ka band transponders. उनका frequency ज़्यादा होता है, bandwidth ज़्यादा होता है. They can transfer and receive more signals. They can process more signals. Fine. Did you understand the meaning of transponders? Transponders are electronic devices which receive and respond. Responders. Transmitters, receivers, responders. उनसे word बना है transponder. So our communication satellites carry these transponders, and those transponders may be in different bands of microwaves. Microwave is one of the band of electromagnetic spectrum. That microwave can further be divided into different bands. We will study this separately in a lot of detail, but broadly you should get an idea right now. Okay, now recent examples of communication satellites of India. Okay, there are questions, sir, can you also explain how does mobile communication work? भाई जब मोबाइल कम्युनिकेशन के बारे में पढ़ेंगे तो मोबाइल कम्युनिकेशन करेंगे ना. we are studying satellites. सर एनवायरनमेंट कब स्टार्ट होगा? यार अभी तो प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट हुआ है. See, first we are doing science and technology, then we'll do economy, and then we'll move on to environment. This is the order. For those of you who are watching this as their first class, please don't do that. Watch yesterday's class. Yesterday we had taken a class and uploaded it on YouTube. It would be this class is in continuation of yesterday's class. So you may not understand a lot of things here because you haven't watched yesterday's class. So please go through yesterday's class before starting this. Okay, जाने से पहले सब लाइक करके जाना. यहाँ भी अच्छा पढ़ा रहा हूं मैं. चलिए, let's go to recent communication satellites, recent launches that has taken place related to communication satellite. तो आप देखेंगे CMS-01. I told you, no, INSAT series, GSAT series, and now CMS series, communication satellite 01. CMS-01 was the 42nd communication satellite. It will be providing services in, you see, extended C band. Extended C band matlab C band, extended C band, one of the bands of microwave spectrum. Now, it was launched in December 2020 with the help of PSLV C50, and here you'll see it has gone to geostationary orbit and it is considered replacement of GSAT 12. ये सारा आइडियाज आपको वैसे ही समझ में आ रहा है कॉमन सेंस से? Like, I do not have to explain anything specific here. Okay, sir, ये paid है या free है? यार demo classes free है, but the program, the Target Prelims Current Affairs program, is a paid program. Here you'll have around 75 classes covering your current affairs section for preliminary examination. Now come back to this CMS-01. Do you need to study anything for it? कोई doubt है यहाँ पे? It's a communication satellite. सबसे पहले it will act as reflector. It has a transponder which receives and responds. That transponder is extended C-band transponder. It has been launched in geostationary orbit. You understand the reason why it would be launched in geostationary orbit, right? It went with PSLV C50. So PSLV, you know everything about PSLV rocket, and it will be replacing GSAT 12. So you know, INSAT, GSAT series are communication satellite series. CMS-01 is replacing one of those older satellites. Any doubts? Fine. Now, एक और पुराना सैटेलाइट है GSAT 30. पुराना इन द सेंस नॉट इन न्यूज इन लास्ट 1 year. अगर हम लास्ट 2 years का करंट अफेयर्स कवर करने जाएं तो GSAT 30 was one of the satellite that was launched. Now, GSAT 30 has gone to geostationary orbit, has C-band and Ku-band transponders. Normal communication के लिए यूज हो रहा है. It is serving as replacement for INSAT 4A satellite, INSAT series of communication satellites, and it weighed 3357 kg. So why am I covering this particular satellite? I'm covering this particular satellite because देखो इसका weight was only 3357 kg. So we have GSLV Mark 3 for launching this satellite. GSLV Mark 3 can launch satellite weighing up to 4000 kgs. But still, what did we use? What did we use? We used Ariane 5 rocket of European Space Agency. We took help of European Space Agency. You'll ask why, sir, why the hell did we do that? Why did we pay them the money when we had GSLV? We did that because we already had a contract with them, a previous contract, that we would make you launch these many satellites in this much money. And because we had that previous contract, why waste our own rocket? हमें जब उनको उतने पैसे देने ही हैं, तो we took their help. So GSAT 30, in spite of being less than 4000 kg, was launched by Ariane 5 2 years back. Fine. Now, we'll go to Earth observation satellites. Before that, I'll take doubts related to communication satellites. Is CMS advanced version of GSAT? Do not put a generalized statement. Is CMS-01 an advanced version of GSAT 12? Yes. But is CMS-01 an advanced version of GSAT 11, जो कि one of the largest satellite that India has launched? No. CMS's next generation of satellites, some of them may be not as powerful as the best of the GSATs. In the same way, सारे GSATs were not more powerful than the best of the INSATs. Fine. सर PSLV to GSO, हाँ PSLV जा सकता है ना geostation. देखो GTO में जाएगा, GTO से satellite itself will go to geostationary orbit. What happens to decommissioned satellites? Nothing happens. They keep, the satellites which are decommissioned, they keep rotating in the orbit there. They become useless thing for us, and they keep rotating in the orbit there, and they are creating lots of problems. We'll talk about those debris related issues in coming sections. Why there are different types of bands? Arey, different types of band, dekho. If bands were not there, then first of all the devices that you would have created, they could never have become specialized. वो किसी भी बैंड से कम्युनिकेट करने के लिए बने होते, जो कि सही नहीं रहता. When you like when you are studying a subject, you need like specialized attention. एक हिस्ट्री टीचर आके हिस्ट्री पढ़ाता है, एक ज्योग्राफी टीचर आके ज्योग्राफी पढ़ाता है, एक करंट अफेयर्स टीचर आके करंट अफेयर्स पढ़ाता है. In the same way, rather than a transponder taking care of the whole band, एक ट्रांसपॉन्डर स्पेसिफिक बैंड पे स्पेशलाइज रहेगा, तो ज्यादा अच्छे से उस ट्रांसपॉन्डर को हम स्ट्रक्चर कर सकते हैं, उसको बना सकते हैं. Sir, can you please elaborate more on the application part of these communication satellites? See, all the communication that happens through satellite, TV wala communication, for example, when you are watching matches, cricket matches, how are those cricket matches reaching your TV? They are reaching through some communication satellite. आपको याद होगा कुछ सालों पहले तक, when we had this antenna wala system, you will go at the top of on the roof of your house और फिर से rotate कर रहे होते थे. I do not know, like whether you people have done it, or are you all that cable TV वाला generation आ गया है आपका? I'm not sure, but your antenna was directly getting signal from satellites. The communication satellite was being used for that purpose. तो जो भी communication हो रहा है, वो communication satellite से हो रहा है. Why GSAT? एक बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन जल्दी पूछ रहे हो. And Mohan, why are you pasting the same thing thrice? भाई बाकी ऊपर के कमेंट्स ऊपर चले जाते हैं. Please don't do that. GSAT in GTO and CMS in GSO. No. GSAT will also eventually go to GSO. Rocket takes GSAT to geostationary transfer orbit, and after that the satellite itself moves in that orbit, is maneuvered to geostationary orbit. What is specific about extended C? Nothing. It will have the capability to communicate in C band as well as C band के beyond जो पास में जो bands है वो. Nothing else. Why GSAT is replacing CMS? Is being replaced by CMS? सैटेलाइट का एक लाइफ होता है, उसकी लाइफ खत्म हो गई, 10 साल पुराने हो गए. नाउ दे आर नॉट एबल टू फंक्शन इफेक्टिवली, तो वी आर कमिंग अप विद न्यू सैटेलाइट्स. नाउ वी कुड हैव नेम्ड देम GSAT ओनली. वी कुड हैव स्टार्टेड GSAT 51, GSAT 52, बट टेक्नोलॉजिकल चेंजेस हैव टेकन प्लेस. दीज आर न्यू टाइप्स ऑफ सैटेलाइट्स. गिविंग देम न्यू नेम्स वुड हैव बीन बेटर. सर मैक्सिमम वेट ऑफ PSLV रॉकेट इज 185. देखो वेट ऑफ रॉकेट तो बहुत ज्यादा होता है. The maximum carrying capacity of PSLV to geostationary transfer orbit is 1600 kgs. To SSPO is 1800 kgs. Ritesh, please watch yesterday's class. You will get these things. Sir, are satellites launch vehicle divided on the basis of weight they can carry, or they can be other basis for their classification? There can be other basis for their classification, but generally how strong a satellite is becomes important. तो एक satellite how strong a vehicle is becomes important. आप 10,000 किलो कैरी कर सकते हो, आप 5,000 किलो कैरी कर सकते हो, आप 2,000 किलो कैरी कर सकते हो. इस बेसिस पे क्लासिफिकेशन हो जाता है. because for bigger things you will need better engines and all those stuff, तो वो different categories में आ जाएंगे. Simply ऐसे सोचो ना कि there are different types of cars, but cars are categorized into one category on the basis of their carrying capacity. फिर बस आएंगे, फिर ट्रेन्स आएंगे, right? तो within cars there can be differentiation. There can be Swift, there can be Venue, there can be Mercedes, there can be BMW, and but car, bus, इस तरह का क्लासिफिकेशन होता है ना, ऐसे रॉकेट्स में भी क्लासिफिकेशन है. एंड वेट कैरिंग कैपेसिटी कैन बी वन ऑफ द मेजर वे ऑफ क्लासिफाइंग. Sir, a satellite launch vehicle divided only on the basis. Sir, what is cellular backhaul technology? Sir, what makes them next generations if they are not best, what compared to its predecessor? देखो, best will also CMS-01 का जितना वेट है, उस वेट में पुराने सैटेलाइट उतना इफेक्टिवली काम नहीं करते थे. And that's why they are better than the previous generation. But previous generation में एक बड़ा व्हीकल भी हमने भेजा था, बड़ा सैटेलाइट भी भेजा था, which has much higher capacity, which has much better quality of transponders, because they could carry a lot of weight. Sir, UPPCL AE का एग्जाम कब तक हो सकता है? I'm sorry, Mohan, I do not know anything about UPPCL AE exam. Mohan, you are spamming my chat with this. I'll remove you. Remove. Hide user. Okay. Bhuj, I'm not able to pronounce this name, but इनका question है, these classes cover from which month to which month current affairs? See, it's not month to month current affairs. Anything that is relevant for 2022, we will cover it. So from June 2021 to May 2022, we will cover everything, but even the previous stuff you just saw. June 2020 में GSAT 30 launch हुआ था. We have done it because I felt that that was relevant for the examination. So last 1 year का current affairs will do exhaustively. Even the older ones, which I feel is relevant for your preparation, we would do it. Okay, then big fan from Kerala following since Shubhra Ranjan learned Hindi. अब हिंदी भी समझ में आती है. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry you had to study Hindi you had to learn Hindi for my classes. Manu Babu is writing, sir, stick to English. Okay, Manu, I'll try doing this. Okay, done. Let's go to Earth observation satellites. Now, what are Earth observation satellites? In very simple ways, in very simple terms, Earth observation satellites are cameras placed in space. Earth satellite, which has a camera, it's taking pictures. It is observing Earth. Through these pictures, it's able to determine where we have water, where we have forest. Through these pictures, you'll be able to plan your cities, plan your road construction. When these pictures, now these pictures need not be only in the visible light. There can be infrared images. There can be other forms of images which can help you identify where there are mines available, in which part of the ocean there are more fish available. All these resource management could be done. Disaster management, disaster ka pehle knowledge dena. For example, when there's a tsunami which is starting somewhere, a satellite would be able to see it earlier. When there is a cyclone, movement of cyclone, you must have seen satellite pictures of movement of cyclones. So Earth observation satellites, just think of this. By looking from the space, am I getting some advantage? If you are getting some advantage, Earth observation satellite will do that for you. In city planning, would I be able to get some advantage? Yes. If you get images from the top. In resource identification, yes. In resource management, yes. Earth observation satellite does this for you. EOS does this for you. Fine. So the way you understood communication satellites as reflectors in space who are reflecting signal from one part to another, Earth observation satellites are cameras in space. Now cameras, please do not observing devices from space. Earth observation satellites are observing devices from space. They will observe and then they'll send that information to you. So here also some communication mechanism would be available. It would not be like they cannot communicate. But their primary purpose is observing Earth. They would not have a lot of bandwidth for receiving and sending. Their primary purpose is not that. Their primary purpose is observing and then sending that signal to Earth. Okay. Now, what are the purposes for which it is used? Environmental monitoring, meteorology, map making, city planning, disaster preparedness, disaster warning. All those kind of things could be given by Earth observation satellites. Okay, let's go to Earth observation satellites of India. So starting with IRS-1A, तो initially जो हमने नाम दिया था, INSAT था ना, communication satellite के लिए, यहाँ Indian remote sensing satellite, IRS-1A. This was the name that we were using initially. Then IRS series के बाद we have a number of other satellites, ResourceSat, CartoSat, CartoSat 3, ReSat. ReSats were launched recently. These were radar imaging satellites. The way radar works, how does radar work? Radar uses radio signals. It sends signals, gets it back, and processes to understand at what speed something is moving. Radar works in that manner. In the same way, radar imaging satellites also work in that manner. So there were some radar imaging satellites, OceanSat, Megatropics, Saral, ScatSat. These are different communication satellites that India had launched. Isme the latest ones are Earth observation satellite 01, 02. 03 failed recently. जो अपन ने GSLV F10 का launch किया था ना, there we were planning to launch EOS 03, but GSLV did not, the rocket did not work, so it was not able to launch the satellite. Okay. Now let's go to, there are some Earth observation satellites which are also there in geostationary orbit. Please note this. All Earth observation satellites are not in low Earth orbit. Most of them are in low Earth orbit. You will see that all these satellites are in sun synchronous orbit, sun synchronous polar orbit, and thus in low Earth orbit. But there are some Earth observation satellites in geostationary orbit, जिसमें INSAT 3D, INSAT 3DR, Kalpana, INSAT 3A, and then EOS 03 was also planned. It was not able to be installed there, but it was planned. Fine. Now, what would they carry? These satellites would have instruments which are necessary, which will help them to provide necessary data in a diversified spatial, spectral, and temporal resolution to cater to different user requirements. So what I'm trying to say, basically we are saying that they will, अभी तक जिसे हम camera बोलते आ रहे थे, they'll be carrying those devices which will be able to give them space-wise diversified pictures, images in different spectrum, visible light, infrared, हर spectrum में images दे पाए, and temporal resolution. दिन में भी अच्छी image दे पाए, रात में भी अच्छी image दे पाए, those temporal resolutions. So they will carry devices which will help them take these images, and they can be used for various purposes. They can be used for agriculture management, they can be used for water resources, they can be used for urban planning, for rural development, for mineral prospecting, for environment, for forestry, for ocean resources, for disaster management. They can be used for all these purposes. Okay, some recent Earth observation satellites of India. So देखो EOS 01 Earth observation satellite EOS-01 was launched recently by PSLV in November 2020. ये कहां पे गया है EOS-01? In sun synchronous polar orbit or in low Earth orbit? It has gone to low Earth orbit and would be used for agriculture, forestry, disaster management and so on. EOS-02 ये अभी अप्रैल 2022 में लॉन्च होगा, बिफोर योर प्रिलिमिनरी एग्जामिनेशन. तो करंट अफेयर्स में पुराना नहीं, नया फ्यूचर का भी बता रहे हैं. EOS-02. Now here you see this will be the first developmental flight of SSLV. Did we studied small satellite launch vehicle yesterday, SSLV yesterday? That SSLV first developmental flight, not experimental flight, please note. Developmental flight में we start launching things. For example, GSLV Mark 3 का developmental flight जब हमने launch किया, तो we launched GSAT 19 and then GSAT 29. In the same way, SSLV's first developmental flight will carry EOS-02. By this, you will also understand that this EOS-02 would not weigh more than 500 kgs. Right? Because SSLV, small satellite launch vehicle, is something that we are developing for lower weight category. Fine. Dekho, now I'm not getting into details of SSPO because we know that it has gone to SSPO. I'm not getting into detail of what SSLV is. We have already studied it. Now I'm not getting into detail of why low Earth orbit, because we have already studied it. Yesterday's basic was very important to quickly cover today's factual things. Fine. Now it will be launched in SSPO, sun synchronous polar orbit. EOS-03 ये वो वाला सैटेलाइट था जो अगस्त 2021 में GSLV F10 was supposed to launch, but GSLV F10 failed, so this satellite could not be launched, could not be put into orbit. EOS-04 यहाँ पे you have to make a correction. By mistake I added this aspect here. This has to be removed. Okay, only the first part. In 2022 EOS-04 would be launched by PSLV. Just इतना याद रखो, Earth Observation Satellite 04 in this year, in 2022, would be launched by PSLV. Okay, this was information about EOS-02, which I by mistake I have added here. So please remove it from here. EOS-03 में was it GSLV Mark 3? Yes, it was GSLV Mark 3 ना. GSLV F10 oh, नहीं, GSLV Mark 2. Yes, it was GSLV Mark 2. GSLV F10 was GSLV Mark 2's failed mission. No, we studied it yesterday. Now there are some a bit. December 2019 में we launched RESAT 2B R1. उससे पहले we launched Cartosat. So Cartosat is something that I want to study in a bit more detail. But RESAT is what? RESAT is an Earth observation satellite. It is radar imaging satellite. So it works on the principle of radars. While you know, radars use microwaves to understand what is happening at a faraway place. Visible light cannot penetrate cloud and all, but radar would be able to penetrate. Radar imaging would be able to take pictures, would be able to take images even in that situation. So RESAT is an Earth observation satellite which India had launched in 2019. But usse pehle Cartosat 3 was a satellite that India launched in 2019, and it's a bit important because it is the best Earth observation satellite, or I should say Earth observation satellite with best resolution that India has sent so far. First of all, understand the name Cartosat. Cartography is map making. Carto, map se related ho gaya. So you can understand that this is a satellite which is going to observe Earth. Map making purpose ke liye hai. तो इससे पहले we had Cartosat 1 series and Cartosat 2 series of satellites. Now we have Cartosat 3 series, which are third generation high resolution imaging satellites. These are third generation high resolution imaging satellites, which is the best imaging satellite launched by India so far. India में launch किया तो ISRO ने launch किया है. It is the best imaging satellite launched by India. Now it offers a ground resolution of 25 centimeter. What is meant by ground resolution of 25 centimeter? Up to 25 centimeter की चीजों को, object को ये observe कर सकता है. If ground resolution is 20 centimeter, 10 centimeter, 5 centimeter, 1 centimeter, it means if the ground resolution is reducing, it means your quality of images improving. You are able to see more, you are able to see better details. Abhi, if you go to Google Maps and go to your area, you'll be perhaps able to identify your house. But छत पे क्या क्या रखा है, you'll not be able to identify that because the resolution of that camera is lesser. This Cartosat 2 has a resolution of 25 centimeter, which is the best which is available in commercial satellites. There are some military satellites which give much better resolution. For example, you will see 10 centimeters तक military grade satellites resolution दे सकते हैं, but इसमें in this area Cartosat is the best. Now, radar falls in which frequency of electromagnetic spectrum? या देख लीजिएगा radar imaging satellite which frequency does it use? I'm not very sure. Sir, do we need to remember the names of these satellites? You will not need to. आप 2-3 बार पढ़ेंगे ना, आपके जहन में बस जाएंगी ये satellites. That's why I'm trying to make it as systematic as possible. It's not like name of संगम लिटरेचर बुक्स, नारी नाय कुरुंतु कोई एन कुरुनूरु पटीरु पट्टू, जो याद करना पड़ेगा. These are like logical. EO, Earth Observation Satellite 01, Earth Observation Satellite 02, Earth Observation Satellite 03, Cartosat 3. These are simple, right? So इसमें this is not something that you will forget. Okay, now coming back to Cartosat, the best imaging satellite that India has launched. Its resolution can be as good as 25 centimeter. It means an object which is of length, whose dimension is of 25 centimeter, we will be able to see it, it will be able to differentiate it, identify it. If resolution was, let's say, 500 centimeter, तो वो घरों को identify कर पाता, this is one घर, this is second घर, and so on. But if resolution is smaller, it will be able to identify smaller objects. Now, where would it be used? It's an Earth observation satellite. Earth observation का जहां जहां use है वहां वहां होगा. You'll see it will be used for infrastructure development, urban planning, coastal land use, disaster management, and so on. It will also have military use. In fact, Cartosat 2, which had a worse resolution, Cartosat 3 is an advanced thing. Cartosat 2 was used in surgical strike across LOC in 2016 and on Manipur-Myanmar border in 2015, and therefore, and its resolution was 65 centimeters. So it is expected that Cartosat 3, which has a much better resolution, would be used for military purpose also. Fine. तो अब देखो, someone was asking, sir, हम कितना पुराना current affairs करेंगे? देखो, Cartosat is one of the best resolution satellite that India has launched, Cartosat 3, though it was launched in 2019. It's a 3-year-old thing, but still it is the best resolution satellite that India has launched. So we have studied it because I feel that this is important, this is relevant. So I have not done all the launches that took place in 2019, but I felt though it's old, it's important. So let the responsibility of kitna purana tak padhna hai be mine. Let me decide it. Let me work on it. आपको जो दिया जा रहा है ना, आप वो अच्छे से पढ़िए. Let that be your responsibility. Now let's come back to this hyperspectral imaging satellite. Now look at the name. Hyperspectral imaging satellite. You know, earlier we used to have black and white cameras. Then we have colored cameras. For colored cameras, maybe we have cameras with 5 megapixel, 10 megapixel, 20 megapixel, and so on. All these things are there, no? Our camera quality is improving and all. What basically is happening is these cameras are able to differentiate between colors in a more effective way. जो black and white TVs होते थे, black and white cameras होते थे, were they able to differentiate between different colors very effectively? No. They gave roughly a black and white image. Newer cameras, it is able to give you more detailed differences. Perhaps जब हम black and white movies बना रहे थे, when I was wearing this shirt may have appeared dark color वाला. ये ब्लू कलर है, इस पे व्हाइट व्हाइट से कुछ लाइंस है, ये सब नहीं दिख पाता. बट more advanced cameras will give you that. In fact, a camera quality can be decided by the fact that how much is it able to differentiate between spectrum of different wavelength. For example, let's say एक लाइट है 560 नैनोमीटर पे, 560 नैनोमीटर के वेवलेंथ पे, एक लाइट है 561 नैनोमीटर के वेवलेंथ पे, एक लाइट है 562 नैनोमीटर के वेवलेंथ पे. ये सब to our eyes would roughly appear to be a single color, but if we have a device which can differentiate even between these spectrum, even the red color will be able to differentiate more effectively. That will be a better quality of camera. So hyperspectral imaging satellites are new versions of satellites which are able to, जो spectrum होता है ना अपना, red, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, इनका उसका, उसमें they can do more differentiation when compared to previous satellites. Therefore, these satellites are hyperspectral imaging satellites, and it is expected that in future, in coming times, the satellites that we would be launching would be hyperspectral imaging satellites. These would be like, now their name would be EOS-01, EOS-02, EOS-03, EOS-04, and so on. But they would be able to have better resolution. They would be able to have better differentiation in different kinds of colors and all. These are hyperspectral imaging satellite. In 2019, इंडिया ने प्लान किया था ये सैटेलाइट, एक सैटेलाइट लॉन्च किया था, हाइसिस सैटेलाइट, एंड by learning from this, in future we would launch more, better and advanced type of satellites which will be able to do this differentiation. In fact, this satellite was delayed a bit because there's a key component called optical imaging detector chip. This optical imaging detector chip is the heart of this system. We do not have to get into the details. सोचो 3 साल पुरानी चीज है. Just knowing what hyperspectral imaging satellite is good enough. But the heart of this hyperspectral imaging satellite was this detector chip, and this detector chip is something जिसको बनाने में थोड़ा सा टाइम लगा था. Okay, so what would be the advantage? Advantage वही देखो, if you have an Earth observation satellite which is better, which is able to give you better pictures, what would happen? It will improve the quality of monitoring and thus give us better details about environment, atmospheric activity, crops, military surveillance, and so on. Okay, for example, HISIS will do the job of mine mapping minus the risk. It will be able to map a mine in a more effective manner, remove the risk, because अब अगर आप ग्राउंड लेवल पे जाके माइन को मैप करते हो तो उसके साथ एसोसिएटेड रिस्क आते हैं. इट विल लुक एट अर्थ इन अ होल न्यू वे, दैट इट वुड डिटेक्ट टायर ट्रैक्स on a muddy road and on snow, differentiate between healthy crop from dead ones, because it will be able to see the color difference that effectively, spot various minerals at once, and locate water streams beneath a thick canopy of trees also. It will be able to do all these things. Okay, now, so this was the second type of satellite. We have done 2 types of satellite, communication satellites and Earth observation satellites. Now we are coming to third types of satellite, but before this, communication satellites and Earth observation satellites. Clear hai? Koi doubt nahi, koi concern nahi. Let's come to Earth observation satellites. Today our class would be a bit fast when compared to yesterday's, because today we do not have those many concepts to understand, which we did yesterday. Okay, let's come to satellite navigation. Sorry. Just give me 1 minute, guys. Satellite navigation. Let's talk about satellite navigation. You use GPS. GPS is an example of satellite navigation. Okay, so first, let's understand how satellite navigation functions. First of all, let's talk about what is satellite navigation. बहुत सारे news है. We'll come to this news, but first let's understand what is satellite navigation. What is meant by the term satellite navigation? यहाँ दिया नहीं है, but I'll explain this to you. Satellite navigation होता क्या है ये समझते हैं. Satellite navigation in very simple terms is your radio receiver, मतलब एक signal receiver, your signal receiver getting information from satellite to get to know your location on Earth, the current local time on Earth, and your speed. This is satellite navigation. I'll again add the three components. In defining satellite navigation, what I'm saying, there's a radio receiver. In your phone, there's a GPS chip, which is receiving signal from the satellites. See, your phone cannot send signal to satellites. It's not powerful enough. But your phone can receive signals from satellite. Because receive करने के लिए क्या करना होता है? आपको यहाँ बैठ के सुनता रहना पड़ता है. जब सिग्नल आए उसे सुन लो. But send करने के लिए you'll have to send a very powerful signal. So your phone cannot send a signal to a satellite, but your phone can receive a signal from satellite. Your GPS chip is the radio receiver which receives signal from satellite to get to know your location, precise time, and speed. लोकेशन पता है तो एक लोकेशन पे इस टाइम पे थे, दूसरे लोकेशन पे इस टाइम पे हो तो स्पीड तो निकल ही गया. So what is satellite navigation? Do we understand here what satellite navigation is? Sure. Meaning of satellite navigation is properly understood by all of you. Okay. Now, how do satellite navigation function? Let's talk about that. We'll understand a principle called principle of trilateration. Okay. Like, how do GPS tell ki you are located here? Like right now, if I switch on the phone of my GPS of my phone, the GPS would be able to tell me that you are located at Level Up IS in Old Rajendra Nagar. It will be able to tell me. There are two components here. One is the map, which may be Google Map. Google Map has this information which says that at itna degree east latitude, at itna degree longitude, Level Up IS is located. A map tells you that at itna degree this place, at itna degree longitude, at itna degree latitude, this location is there. That map is telling us. But I am located at this point on Earth, at itna degree latitude, itna degree longitude. That is told by GPS. Now, how does GPS know it? To understand how GPS knows it, first let's understand how do we measure our position. Agar ek one-dimensional world hota, on this line, if I ask you where you are located, let's say you are located here. If I'll ask you where you are located, tell me the point where you are located. You will see if you would need, if someone tells you, if someone says that from my point, let's say this is point 1, you are located at a distance y1. Then what will you do? You will draw a circle. You will draw a circle jiska radius y1 hai, and you would say that you are located in a one-dimensional world. You would need your distance from one particular point to identify where you are located. In a one-dimensional world, you will need your distance. Actually, you can be located at 2 points because there may be 2 points which are at a distance y, right? But point 2 say, if I tell you you are located at distance z, so you will end up getting this point. Okay, thoda confusion ho gaya. Let me again explain this again. I'm sorry. How do you know? Suppose the world was one dimensional. You can only be found on this particular line. How will you know where you are located? If I tell you from a point P1, from a point S1, let me call this point S1, you are located at a distance D. So you will draw a circle of radius D, and you will say कि मैं यहाँ या यहाँ कहीं located होऊंगा. In one dimensional world, there are only 2 points which are at a distance D from this place, this S1, right? If I tell you you are at a distance D2, let's say this distance was D1, you are at a distance D2 from another point S2. You would get to know your exact location. Let's say from point S2, you are at a distance D2, you'll draw another circle and you would exactly know you are located here. So, एक one dimensional world में, if you have two satellites, if you have 2 points from which you know your distance, you can identify where you are located. In the same way, in two-dimensional world, let's say two-dimensional world है, इस plane पे आप कहाँ पे located हो? To know where you are located on this plane, let me not draw it. Let's say ये जो board है, this is the world, and to know where you are exactly located, you will need to know your distance from 3 different points. Let's say point 1 is S1. You are located at D1 distance from S1. So you will be located somewhere on this circle whose radius is D1. But these are infinite number of points. You do not know your exact location. If from point S2 you are located at distance D2. If from point S2 you are located at distance D2, you will draw another circle whose radius is D2. This kind of circle. So from point S1 you are located at distance D1. From point S2 you are located at distance D2. You end up having 2 points which are satisfying both the conditions. You may be located at either of these 2 points. Right? Did you understand it? If you know your distance from another point S3, that you are located at a distance D3 from this point. Let's say you are located at a distance D3 from this point. So let me draw a circle whose radius is D3. Now you're left with only 1 point, which is at a distance D1 from S1, distance D2 from S2, and distance D3 from S3. So in a two-dimensional world, if you know your distance from 3 different points, you can, ये आपने class 9 में किया भी होगा. Class 9 में, this point is at distance this much, this point is distance this much, this point is this much. You used to identify that point. Okay, ऐसे ही in a 3-dimensional. Now Earth is a 3-dimensional thing. Earth is not 2-dimensional plane. Earth is 3-dimensional. In a 3-dimensional world, if you have to know your exact position, you will need to know your distance from 4 different points. So basically what I'm trying to say is, in a 3-dimensional, this was 2-dimensional world में you understood? 3 points से आपको अपना distance पता होना चाहिए. This is the principle of trilateration. In the same way, if on Earth, now do not consider this as a circle, consider this as a sphere. If on Earth, where you are located, you want to know from 4 different satellites, you should be able to, your chip should receive signal. Your GPS chip will receive signal from these 4 satellites. You'll say distance D1, I'm here, distance D1, I'm here, distance D2, I'm here, distance D3, I'm here, distance D4. your GPS chip will calculate D1 यहाँ से, D2 यहाँ से, D3 यहाँ से, D4 यहाँ से. Where on Earth am I located? I'm located at itna degree east, itna degree north. At this point on Earth, I'm located. If you know your position from 4 different, in fact, अगर 3 different satellites से भी आपको information मिलती है ना, तो GPS chip would get to know 2 points. जैसे 2-dimensional world में, if you had only 2 satellites, then you ended up getting 2 points. In the same way, if in 3-dimensional world, if you have information only from 3 satellites, you will get to have 2 points. जहां पे आप locate हो सकते हो. Even that is enough because one of the points may be located somewhere in the interior of Earth. तो GPS chip में reject that point and say कि जो ऊपर वाला part है वहीं पे आप locate हो. Okay, but in worst case, you need 4 satellites telling you, giving you information. Your GPS chip will calculate where you are located on Earth, and with the help of some map, Google Map, Bing Map, or all the different types of map available, it will be able to tell you the name of the place also. This is the principle of trilateration, which is used by various satellite navigation system, various sat-nav system. Okay, fine. Did you get it? Now, this is what do we need to provide GPS kind of service, global positioning system kind of service. GPS can provide service to you in any place on Earth. Wherever you go on Earth, if you have a GPS chip, GPS receiver, it can give you the information. What information can it give you? It can give you the information about where you are located. Where exactly you are located. GPS chip can give you that information. Fine. But for that, what you need is that at every point on Earth, you should be able to get signal from at least 4 satellites. अगर आप पोल पे सिग्नल फ्रॉम 4 सैटेलाइट नहीं ले पा रहे हो, you will not be able to identify your location. So what has been done by GPS is, NASA ने जब GPS develop किया, what they have done is they have created this kind of system. They have Earth, they have Earth के around at a distance of 20,200 kilometers. What is this 20,200 kilometers? Medium Earth orbit, जहां पे satellite takes 12 hours to complete one revolution. It has an orbit where they have placed 4 satellites. Where they have placed 4 satellites. फिर ऐसा ही थोड़े एंगल पे एक और सर्कल है. Look at this. They have 6 such orbits where in each of the orbits they have 4 satellites. This was one orbit at a height of 20,200 kilometers. There can be another orbit at a height of 20,200 kilometers. Just think of this orbit. 20,200 kilometer के height पे circular orbit. So they have 6 such orbits. They have 6 such orbits, and in each of those orbits, they have at least 4 functional satellites. Total 24 satellites. Actually, the real number of satellites are higher, but at least 24 satellites are there, which ensures that no matter where you are on Earth, you'll be able to see 4 satellites at least. So no matter where you are, you'll be able to get your positional information. And these satellites also carry an atomic clock, which gives you precise timing also. Okay, fine. What did you understand how GPS? The principle of trilateration you understood? For that, you need 4 satellites to give you information. GPS system has ensured that no matter where you are located on Earth, you would be able to have information about 4 satellites. you will be able to get information from 4 satellites. Okay, now चाइना ने भी अपना जो सैटेलाइट नेविगेशन सिस्टम है वो कंप्लीट कर लिया है. इवन चाइना कैन नाउ प्रोवाइड ग्लोबल सैटेलाइट नेविगेशन सिस्टम थ्रू देयर बाइडू सिस्टम. दे कंप्लीटेड दिस इन 2020. तो चाइना का बाइडू started in 2 decades ago. Initially it was providing coverage in 2000. It was providing coverage only in China. जैसे हमारा इंडियन रीजनल नेविगेशन सैटेलाइट सिस्टम है, इट इज प्रोवाइडिंग लोकेशनल सर्विसेज ओनली इन इंडिया एंड 1500 किलोमीटर अराउंड इंडिया. इन द सेम वे बाइडू वाज इनिशियली प्रोवाइडिंग सर्विसेज ओनली इन चाइना. देन बाइडू का सेकंड जनरेशन 2012 में स्टार्ट हुआ, where it started providing services in Asia Pacific. They increased number of satellites so that now of ज़्यादा area में they could ensure that at least 4 satellites are visible from any point on Earth. Then third generation of Baidu, the deployment started in 2015 and it started providing navigation services in 2018. And finally in 2020 the system has been completed and it can now provide global services. So now this has become third global service provider. GPS by NASA, USA, GLONASS by Russia, and Baidu by China. Europe का Galileo है, it is trying to follow. Very soon it would also become a global service provider. So once you understand the concept, every point you should ensure that at any point on Earth, at least 4 of your satellites are visible and they are able to send signals. You will be able to provide positioning services. Okay, what kind of satellite constellation does China have? 24 satellites are there in medium Earth orbit at a height of 21,500 km. Not 20,000 वो जो US वाला है, but वही पास में. At this height, they have 24 satellites and thus ensuring GPS kind of coverage. But they also have some satellites in geosynchronous orbit. And because of this satellites in geosynchronous orbit, they're able to do what? They're able to send and receive some messages also. You would see satellites in geosynchronous orbit allow Baidu to provide short messaging services through which 120 character messages can be sent to other Baidu receivers. So यहाँ पे भी actually mobile phones are not able to send the messages, but mobile phones would be able to receive messages, which are using Baidu chips. They'll be able to receive messages. What is the idea? Idea is this: if you are, let's say, in the ocean, there you will not be able to get phone signals, but you'll be able to get GPS signal, which will tell you where you are located. What if we can also send a message that in your area, cyclone is coming, go back? Only this much small message. It would enhance the quality of locational services. Baidu, through its satellites in geosynchronous orbit, is able to do that. Fine. We have understood GPS. We have understood Baidu. Let's come to IRNSS, or Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, or which is also called Navic. In 2016, when the last of this satellite was launched, so ये Navic में 7 satellites हैं. The first satellite started getting launched in 2012-13, or 2016 तक we had launched all the 7 satellites. So it was called IRNSS earlier. फिर जब 7वां सैटेलाइट लॉन्च हो गया, मोदी जी गए थे, उन्होंने नाम बदल दिया, उन्होंने नाम नाविक रख दिया, navigation using Indian constellation. So now it's called navigation using Indian constellation, and it is focused on what? It is focused on providing locational services, satellite navigation services in India and 1500 kilometers around India. And that's why Indian regional navigation, so India के region में, it is able to provide satellite navigation services, IRNSS. Okay, now you would ask, sir, why do we need Navic services when we have GPS? That was the question even Indians had, like, why do we need Navic when we have GPS, which is freely available to everyone? We needed Navic because of strategic reasons. In emergency situations, GPS may not be made available to us. For example, during Kargil war, our defense forces have this doubt that GPS services may have been affected, because in 1999, when Kargil war took place, this country, Pakistan, had very close relations with USA, and we did not have that closer bond. So for strategic reasons, it's important that we should have our own, we should have our own services, our own locational services. Fine. That's why we need Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, IRNSS. Now, what do we need to provide service anywhere in India? What would we need? We would need that हमेशा 4 satellites visible हो. So how have we achieved this? Let's understand that. We have launched 7 satellites. 4 of them are in geosynchronous orbit. अब आपको याद होगा, if you remember from yesterday's class, geosynchronous orbit roughly make a shape of 8. When we look at it from a point on Earth, it will roughly make a shape of 8. Why am I not able to draw? Yeah, this is that 8 shape. This is that 8 shape. So 4 satellites have been launched in geosynchronous orbit, 2 in this orbit, 2 in this orbit. 3 satellites have been launched in geostationary. Geostationary will always be above equator. These are the 7 satellites that have been launched. Now, are these 7 satellites almost every time visible from India? Yes, India और उसके surrounding से these satellites are, देखो, geostationary. We can, if you stand here and look upwards, आंखों से नहीं दिखेगा, but above equator you have one geostationary satellite. Which one? This one, जो इंडिया के नीचे है. If you go on that side and if you go on this side, you'll be able to find this and this. On this side, on the eastern side, you'll be able to see this above equator. On western side, you'll be see that above equator. And then these ones, which roughly is forming a shape of 8. So through this constellation of satellites, IRNSS के जो 7 satellites है, through this constellation of satellites, we have ensured that from India and its neighborhood, at least 4 satellites are always visible of this system, which can send signal. And the Navic का जो chip होगा, जैसे GPS का chip होता है, वैसे Navic का एक chip होगा, receiver होगा. It will be able to receive that signal and will be able to tell where you are located on Earth. Where you are located on Earth. Fine. So this is what has been done in Navic. Navic में there are 2 kinds of services which are available. एक तो standard positioning service which would be available to all the civilians, but there are some restricted services which will be encrypted services which would only be available to defense forces. Then Navic also has the capability of broadcasting short messages. हमने देखा Baidu में, Baidu through its geosynchronous satellites was able to broadcast short messages. Navic also has the capability of broadcasting these short messages. In December 2021, you'll see that ISRO signed an MOU with Oppo. Oppo India, वो phone वाली company. So ISRO signed an MOU with Oppo to exchange technical information of Navic messaging services, so that in Oppo phone they could develop the use of that messaging service. Purpose क्या है? It will be able to broadcast safety of life alerts in areas where poor or no communication is available, particularly in ocean. Our fishermen, they go to ocean and cyclone is coming. Through this messaging service, they could be informed. This is understood by all of you, properly understood by all of you. Now, components of IRNSS we have already done. These are the different international global positioning systems. We have USA ka global positioning system, we have Russia's GLONASS, we have Europe's Galileo, we have China's Beidou, we have Japan's quasi-zenith satellite system. Okay, application देखेंगे आप. What are the applications of Navic? All those applications which are those of GPS could be of Navic. It could be used for navigation. It can be terrestrial navigation, aerial navigation or marine navigation. It could be used for disaster management. The cyclone के बारे में आप inform कर रहे हो. That is disaster management. vehicle tracking and fleet management. GPS से आप अपना vehicle track कर, the new cars are coming up with the GPS system through which you can track your vehicle wherever you are. Okay, that's why like nowadays drivers cannot cheat you. 20 years back when GPS was not used, you would send your driver for some work somewhere. The driver will take some passengers and will roam around, will earn some money. That cannot happen now. So integration with mobile phones, precise timing, all these satellites which have gone, they've gone with an atomic clock, and they help you in determining precise timing. Mapping and geodetic capture, terrestrial navigation for hikers and travelers, visual and voice navigation for drivers. All these things are possible due to GPS and thus due to Navic also. Fine. Where is Navic being used presently? So Navic is used in civilian sector, including transport, map application, timekeeping. Major mobile chipset manufacturers, be it Qualcomm, MediaTek, Broadcom, they're already supporting Navic across various chipset platforms. But we can do a lot, like there are various phones which have enabled Navic on their system. Redmi Note 9, Realme 6, OnePlus Nord, they have the जैसे GPS वाला चिप है, इनके पास Navic वाले चिप्स भी हैं जो ये यूज कर रहे हैं. Now, how can we promote the use of IRNSS further? Most of the phones are still using GPS. How can we promote use of IRNSS more? One, by making the Navic chip affordable. Two, by spreading awareness. You know, Navic is positional accuracy of Navic is better than 20 meter and timing is better than 50 nanoseconds. This is very good. This is way better than GPS, but still most of us are using GPS. Most of the systems are using GPS. We can make it compulsory for phones being used in India. We can start using Navic on government apps at least compulsorily, and higher educational institutions can also promote the use of Navic in their labs and among students. These are certain things which we can do to promote the use of Navic. Okay, so this was another example of a satellite which is of satellite system which is used for some other. Abhi tak we had seen satellites which are used for communication, earth observation. Now we looked at satellites which are used for navigation, sat nav system, satellite navigation system. Okay, let me take doubts before we move ahead to Aditya L1. Is D1, D2, D3 assumptions to reach exact position? नहीं यार, देखो D1, D2, D3 are exact distance. Satellite से आपका distance क्या है? वो exact distance है. They are not assumptions. Is range of IRNS increase or not? IRNS's का range can increase when we'll add more satellites. Basically, what is the idea? Idea is you should be able to provide signals from 4 different satellites. तो जितने ज्यादा satellites आप डालोगे उतने ज्यादा area of the earth can be covered. Okay. Is there any permission needed to go beyond 1500 kilometers? No, there's no permission needed. You need more satellites. Launch kar do. You'll be able to provide. Like GPS did not take permission. They launched their satellite. They did not take permission. Baidu did not take permission. They launched their satellite. Space में आप satellite launch कर सकते. India have launched only 7 satellites and it's covering limited area. Navic enabled chip bearing phones. Yes, that's what we said. No, there are some phones. Navic enabled mobile phones which include Redmi Note 9, Realme 6, OnePlus Nord. Chinese phones ही हैं. हम ज़्यादातर हमारे यहाँ Chinese phones ही use हो रहे हैं. But they're all Navic enabled. Let's go to another satellite, a satellite which is used to study sun. Balbir is asking, sir, is sun synchronous going to be considered medium earth orbit? Sun synchronous polar orbit to low earth. देखो, the height of sun synchronous orbit was 500-600 kilometers. It is less than 2000 kilometers. So if the height of an orbit is less than 2000 kilometers, it is low earth orbit. ओके 2000 किलोमीटर से 35,786 किलोमीटर इज मीडियम अर्थ ऑर्बिट. सर विल वी स्टडी कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम्स इन टारगेट प्रीलिम्स? देखो कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम्स में ना क्वेश्चंस नहीं आए हैं एग्जाम में. मैं आपको कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम पढ़ा सकता हूँ. फॉर्चुनेटली माय ग्रेजुएशन वाज इन कंप्यूटर साइंस एंड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, तो उन चीजों को मैं पढ़ा सकता हूं, बट वो रेलेवेंट नहीं रहेंगे. जो एग्जाम के लिए रेलेवेंट है ना, आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू टीच यू द बेस्ट पॉसिबल साइंस, आई एम ट्राइंग टू टीच यू द बेस्ट पॉसिबल साइंस फॉर एग्जाम्स. डिफरेंस है. if I was asked to teach you about satellites, मैं satellites पे ही दिन भर बिता देता आपको सारे कॉन्सेप्ट समझाने के लिए. तो communication system is not relevant here. What are the international laws governing space sector? आ रहे ना, next booklet, first topic. International space governance is the first topic. When we come to international efforts ना, we will talk about all those things. This is the national efforts. आप देखोगे everything that we are studying is about what India has done. Because we were studying IRNSS, तो हमने GPS Baidu पढ़ लिया. Next booklet would be about international things, foreign countries and international efforts. And first topic that we'll do would be this. Sir, can we use Navic-enabled phones in other countries? Yes, we can use Navic-enabled phones in other countries which are located within 1500 kilometers from India. Because Navic satellite का range अभी उतने ही है. I mean, can geosynchronous be considered middle earth or no. Geosynchronous orbit ही एक नया orbit type हो गया. Geosynchronous से पहले we have medium earth orbit. Geosynchronous के बाद we have high earth orbit. Geosynchronous orbit is geosynchronous orbit. It is not medium earth or it's not high earth. Sir, what is the idea behind specific 6 orbital planes? It just, in 6 orbital planes, you are able to cover Earth thoroughly. That's it. You could have made it 7, you could have made it 8, you could have made it 10. But 6 were good enough. Even lesser would have been good enough. Kuch extra insurance le liya. Okay, I hope all your doubts are done. Like, for people who are part of this current affairs program, Target Prelims current affairs program, next class से जो भी हम portal से लेंगे, I'll get my earphones and we'll be able to speak to each other. Okay, ये chat based doubts मुझे खुद पसंद नहीं है. I want to speak to you people. Like I want to listen to your doubts. तो next class से हम वो करते हैं. और the YouTube thing, whenever you have to go on YouTube, YouTube does not provide the facility of talking directly. So we have to go by the chat mechanism. Okay, let's go to the next topic, the topic of a satellite that we are launching to study sun. So now, will we put it in Earth observation satellite? No, it's not observing Earth. Will we put it in communication satellite? No, it's not being used for communication purpose. Will we put it in sat-nav system? No, it's not being used for that. It is for some other purpose. Right? That's why we are studying it separately. So far, we have studied 3 types of satellites. Now, come to 4th satellite. Satellites being used for navigation. Oh, sorry, studying Earth. So, usme Aditya is something that we had planned. Now that plan has been dropped. The Aditya has been replaced by Aditya L1. So before we go into what Aditya was and what Aditya L1 is, let's first understand what Lagrangian points are. एक बच्चा पूछ रहा है, सर may you please tell why sun synchronous orbit always is polar? देखो यार, if you have to be in sync with sun, if you are, let's say, going like this, if you are not pole to pole, if you are going like this, let's say this is the scenario. Now in this case, you are in low Earth orbit. After some time, you will be at this position. You will not be in sync with sun. Sun is not moving that fast. But when you are going from north to south, in the next orbit, you have moved 1 degree. You are in sync with sun. In next 1 day, you have moved 1 degree. You are in sync with sun. Here, just सोचो ना, अगर आप इक्वेटर पे मूव कर रहे हो, can you be in sync with sun? No, unless sun is also moving, unless Earth is also completing 1 round in 2 hours, you cannot be in sync with sun, right? But here you can be in sync with sun. A pole to pole, you can be in sync with sun. Do we have next class free? नहीं यार, साइंस के 2 ही क्लास फ्री थे. अब जब हम इकोनॉमी पे आएंगे, first 2 classes of economy would be available free for demo purposes. In the same way, first few classes of environment would be made available free for demo purposes. Not all of it. Not all of first class of polity, first class of governance, first class of map. All those things would be available free, but not all of it. मेरे यहाँ like 700-800 बच्चे जिन्होंने एडमिशन ले रखा है, वो मारेंगे मुझे अगर मैं सब YouTube पे फ्री में दूंगा तो. Okay, let's go to. हाँ, तो we were talking आदित्य L1 पे जाना है, but before that let's understand what Lagrangian points are. What are Lagrangian points? Because आदित्य L1 में that is Lagrangian point 1. So what are Lagrangian points? Let's understand that. And here you would again see the need of yesterday's basic class. Let's understand that. Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth पे रुकते हैं. Which one would be the fastest? Mercury, Venus, Earth में सबसे तेज कौन सा चल रहा है? Which one is the fastest? Mercury, जो सबसे पास है. Velocity is under root gm by r. G is the gravitational constant, m is the mass of sun. एक सैटेलाइट, सन के लिए सारे सैटेलाइट्स हो गए ना उसके. तो वेलोसिटी सबसे ज्यादा किसकी होगी? रेडियस सबसे कम इसका है, वेलोसिटी सबसे ज्यादा इसकी होगी. एंड डिस्टेंस दैट इट हैज टू कवर इज आल्सो लोअर. 2 pi r here is lower. Mercury, Venus, Earth, right? What if, so let's remove this, remove all this thing. Let me draw another orbit. Achha, let me first draw this orbit completely. Here we have Earth. Fine. Now let me draw another orbit. Suppose Earth is not there. एक इसके we are creating another orbit. और यहाँ पे we have another satellite. Earth was a satellite. So will this satellite, how much time is Earth taking to complete one revolution? 365 days. 365 days, 6 hours, something like this. How much time will this take? Less than 365 days? For sure. It will take less than 365 days if Earth is not there. Forget about Earth for now. If पास इससे कम वाले ऑर्बिट में, छोटे ऑर्बिट में एक ऑब्जेक्ट को डाल देंगे, will it take less time? It will take less time. Sure. Any doubts? No. What if we place an object in this orbit? Will it take more time? If Earth was taking 365 days, in this orbit, it was taking 365 days. Here it will be slower and its distance that has to be covered is higher. It will take more time. Sure? No. It was because gravity here is higher, gravity here is lower. Gravitational pull of sun is higher here, would have been higher here. Mercury के केस में gravitational pull of sun was more. Got it? Now, but consider this. एक situation समझो. We have here Earth. Here we have Earth. Earth है. Earth के होने से क्या हो रहा है? Sun is pulling it in this direction, but Earth is pulling it in this direction. Earth is reducing the overall gravity that Sun is able to apply. the resultant gravitational force here is lesser than what would have been there if Earth was not there. Did you get it? The resultant gravitational force here is lesser than what would have been there if Earth was not there. Okay, so here it was taking less than 24 hours, but there would be a point somewhere here where it will take 24 hours. If Earth was not there, then इस orbit पे sorry 24 hours 365 days, I'm sorry, to complete one revolution. Here it's taking, if Earth was not there, this would have taken less than 365 days. यहाँ पे it would have taken 365 days. यहाँ पे it would have taken more than 365 days to complete one revolution. Yesterday we studied this. As you move away, your speed reduces, distance that you have to cover increases, the time that you will have to take would be more. Okay, but because Earth is there, Earth is reducing the gravitational force of Sun is pulling it in this direction, Earth is pulling it in this direction. So because resultant gravitation force is lesser, rather than taking 350 days or 340 days, lesser than 365 days, on this line there would be a point where if Earth is there, on this line, let me draw a smaller Earth. On this line, there would be a point where an object takes 365 days. Exactly the same time as Earth would take. I'll again explain it to you. इस वाले orbit पे any object would have taken 365 days. इस वाले orbit पे any object, because no mass of the satellite does not matter. Under root g m by r. G is the gravitational constant, m is the mass of Sun, and r is the radius. Radius is same. So on this orbit, any satellite would have taken 365 days. On this orbit, any satellite would have taken less than 365 days. But because Earth is pulling it in the other direction, it is reducing the overall gravitational force in this direction. There would be a point here where rather than taking, like, because of Earth, let's say, without Earth, यहाँ पे हमें मान लीजिए 300 दिन लगते हैं to complete one revolution. But in presence of Earth, will that time increase? Sun ka gravity is on this side, Earth ka gravity, will that time increase? Without Earth, let's say it would have taken 300 days. Here it's taking 365 days. Here it would have taken 300 days. But because of the presence of Earth, this time would increase. Let's say this time is 320 here. Ab thoda aur idhar jaoge, this time let's say is 330. There would be a point where it will take exactly 365 days. There would be a point somewhere on this line where it would take exactly 365 days. This point is Lagrangian point 1. If you put a satellite in this orbit, it will also take 365 days to complete one revolution of Earth. What is the meaning of this? It means this, that when Earth would reach here, this satellite would reach here. It will always be in this straight line. When Earth would reach here, this satellite would reach here. It will be in this straight line. When Earth would reach here, the satellite would be here. It will be in this straight line. When Earth would reach here, the satellite would be here. It will be in this straight line. When drawing itni gandi hai na. When Earth would reach here, this satellite would be here. It would be in this straight line. This is Lagrangian point 1. So what is a Lagrangian point? In a two-body system, Sun-Earth system, Lagrangian point is a point which remains stable with respect to Earth and Sun. Lagrangian point is a point which remains stable with respect to Earth and Sun. Did you get it? What is Lagrangian point? This is Lagrangian point 1. Similarly, now come to this side. If Earth was not there, if Earth was not there on this side, it would have taken more than 365 days. Let's say it was taking 400 days. But Earth is also there and Earth is also pulling it in this direction. Gravitational force increases. So there would be a point on that side which will take exactly, or there would be an orbit on this side, a point on this side, jahan pe if you'll put a satellite, it will take exactly 365 days. Aise, without Earth, this yahan pe it would have taken more than 365 days. But because Earth is now pulling in the same direction as Sun, the gravitational force has increased. It will move faster than what it would have moved otherwise. So the point where it takes exactly 365 days will be Lagrangian point 2. So in a two-body system, Sun, Earth system, Lagrangian points are those points where if you place an object, they would remain stable with respect to these two bodies. With respect to these two bodies, they would not move. So it will always remain behind Earth. It will always remain in front of Earth. Sun और Earth के बीच में, Earth की ही orbit पे. This is the orbit on which Earth is moving. If Earth के opposite side उसी के orbit पे एक और object डाल दो, will it also take 365 days? If Earth is taking 365 days, the other object will also take 365 days. वो same orbit पे ही हो गया. This is Lagrangian point 3. Okay, let me redraw all these things. Sun, Earth, L1, L2 और अर्थ की ही ऑर्बिट पे, on the orbit of Earth. We have L3, L1, L2, L3. ऐसे दो और पॉइंट्स होते हैं at 60 degree angles, L4 and L5. L1, L2, L4, L5, L3. L1, L2, L4, L5 का हमारा यूज होगा in our studies in next 2-3 classes on science and technology. We will regularly use these things. मतलब क्या है इन पॉइंट्स का? These are Lagrangian points where if you will place an object, it would remain stable with respect to Earth and Sun. When Earth would reach here, that object would also be here in front of between Earth and Sun. If you will place an object here, it will always remain behind Earth. Sunlight will never reach there. L4, L5 वो हमेशा वहीं रहेंगे. जब अर्थ यहां पहुंच जाएगा, L4 यहां 60 डिग्री पे रहेगा. If you place some objects there, it would remain there. L3 will always be on the diametrically opposite side. These are Lagrangian points. तो साइंटिस्ट ने जिसके बारे में पहली बार बताया था, that guy was called Lagrangian. So let's first understand Lagrangian points before we come to Aditya L1. These are positioned in an orbital configuration of two large bodies. These are positions in an orbital configuration of two large bodies where a small object affected only by gravity can maintain a stable position relative to two large bodies. तो एक नया small object L1 पे with respect to Earth and Sun will maintain stable position. L2 पे it will maintain stable position. L3 पे it will maintain stable position. L4, L5 पे it will maintain stable position with respect to these two bodies. It would be moving. L1, L2 would be moving, but with respect to these two bodies, it will always be located in the same position. Okay, यहाँ पे will L3, L4 and L5 will be on the same orbit of Earth? Yes. L5 is on the same orbit. L3 and L4 जो 60 degrees पे हैं, they are also on the same orbit. जो अर्थ के orbit पे ही रहेंगे. Sir, how would it be stable with respect to Earth? No, it's not stable with respect to Earth. It is stable with respect to Sun and Earth. सन के तो अराउंड वो मूव ही कर रहा है, अर्थ के अराउंड भी वो सन के अराउंड मूव कर रहा है, तो अर्थ के रेस्पेक्ट में भी वो चल ही रहा है. बट when you will look at sun and earth, and if you place something here, if earth would have moved here, this other object would have also moved here. So with respect to sun and earth, वो बीच में है वहां पे. The other object will always remain behind earth. With respect to sun, it will never go in front of sun. With respect to sun and earth, it remains stable. विजय सिंह is asking sir class कब तक होगी? यार ये अच्छा नहीं लगता मुझे. पढ़ो ना, जब तक है जा. है ना? अब पता है, अब ना बेस्ट पार्ट है, अब मेरा खुद का इंस्टीट्यूट है, तो मुझे कोई भगाने वाला नहीं है कि तो आपकी क्लास का टाइमिंग खत्म हो गया. तो पढ़ते रहो यार, क्लास कब तक होगी इससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है. जब तक आज का बुकलेट खत्म नहीं करते, आज क्लास लेते रहेंगे. ठीक है, डू नॉट वरी. अभी इसके बाद ना बस दिस इज द लास्ट लॉजिकल थिंग और कॉन्सेप्चुअल थिंग दैट वी आर स्टडीइंग. एवरीथिंग इज फैक्चुअल. फटाफट करेंगे. इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड दीज थिंग्स बिकॉज सी वी विल यूज इट हेयर आदित्य L1 में. अभी जेम्स वेब स्पेस टेलीस्कोप पढ़ना है इंटरनेशनल एफर्ट में. नासा में जब आप आओगे ना, वी विल स्टडी जेम्स वेब स्पेस टेलीस्कोप. जेम्स वेब स्पेस टेलीस्कोप इज पुट एट L2. So you have to understand L2. We have understood L2 today. So tomorrow when we will study James Webb Space Telescope, you will be like chill. फिर नासा जुपिटर के ना कुछ वो है. जुपिटर ने एक नासा ने एक रिसेंटली मिशन लॉन्च किया लूसी, which is going to जुपिटर्स क्या जुपिटर प्लैनेट के यहाँ पे और यहाँ पे एस्टेरॉइड्स हैं. एस्टेरॉइड वैसे मार्स और जुपिटर के बीच में होते हैं, but some asteroids have moved to L3, L4 and L5 of Jupiter. So Lucy mission is one of mission which is going to these asteroids. तो वहां पे भी ये concept use होगा. Then L2 का concept would also be used in when we will study moon mission of China. So this concept would be used again and again. Chang'e 4 पढ़ेंगे, वहां पे ये use होगा. नहीं, L4 and L5 has to be at 60-degree angle, not at any angle. If any big object comes in L1, then no sunlight to Earth. Yes, no sunlight to Earth. कोई बड़ा ऑब्जेक्ट वहां आ गया तो सनलाइट नहीं मिल पाएगी. Sir, in L2 point, would Mars gravitational pull affect it or Earth? यार L2 ना, L2 is closer to Earth. It's further away from Mars. तो Mars का इतना ज्यादा gravitational effect नहीं आ रहा. It is Earth's resultant gravitational effect. Okay. How L4 and L5 are at the same point with respect to Sun? Again, देखो L4 and L5 are not at the same point with respect to Sun. With respect to Earth and Sun. With respect to Earth and Sun, they are at the same point. They will be at 60-degree angle. They will be at 60-degree angle. With respect to Sun, nahi. With respect to Earth and Sun, if you place an orbit here, they would be at the same position with respect to these two bodies. So when Sun, Earth has moved here, when let's say Earth has come here, an object placed at L4, where would it be? यहाँ से 60 डिग्री पे L4 वाला ऑब्जेक्ट यहाँ होगा. तो with respect to Sun and Earth, they are at the same position. Not with respect to Sun or with respect to Earth. They are stable. Their position is stable with respect to Sun and Earth together. समझ में आ रही है बात? पक्का? आज तो इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया भी आने वाला था ना 4:30. आ गया? अरे वाह, आज जाके इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया पढ़ना शुरू करना है आपको. विद इन 1 or 2 days इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया और बजट, मैं आज से सब कुछ जीवन में बंद करके इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया, मैंने इनसे बोल दिया था मुझे प्रिंट करा के मिल जाना चाहिए, बाहर निकलूंगा तो इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया मिलेगा. कल बजट आएगा, मैं 2-3 दिन वही करूंगा शिद्दत से. आपको बेस्ट पॉसिबल इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया बजट के नोट्स कंसाइज मैनर में बना के देंगे और हम उसे डिस्कस करेंगे. We'll study our economy after science and technology, but economic survey of India and budget I want to finish as soon as possible, so that what I worry most is my students end up reading some useless things. जैसे जब तक मैं स्पेस नहीं पढ़ा रहा था ना, मुझे टेंशन था बच्चे इधर उधर से कुछ रैंडम चीजें नहीं पढ़ रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो टाइम वेस्ट करते हैं. अपना स्टैटिक पोर्शन कवर करो, अपना ऑब्स्टेकल कवर करो, लेट करंट अफेयर्स बी माय रिस्पांसिबिलिटी। दैट्स व्हाई मैं प्रायोरिटी पे ये चीजें करूंगा। अगले 1-2 दिन आपके मैं फोन नहीं उठा रहा हूं, ऐसा हो सकता हो। कुछ लोग बोलेंगे सर मेरे तो आप कभी नहीं उठाते। नहीं मतलब जब आप जो टाइम है कॉल करने का उस टाइम पे भी नहीं उठा पा रहा होऊंगा, बिकॉज आई विल बी डूइंग दिस। ओके, लेट्स कम बैक टू दिस। Sir, there can be many L points. No, there would only be L4, L5. Sir, that will be satisfied for any angle, right? Not just 60. No. It will only be satisfied for 60. Please understand this. देखो, यहाँ पे if you place something ना, it will not remain stable because अर्थ का और सन का ग्रेविटी वो एक दूसरे को exactly cancel नहीं कर रहा है. What we want is at 60-degree angle, when you will do some mathematical calculation, you'll realize that जो फालतू का gravitational force आ रहा था ना, वो cancel होके resultant उतना ही हो रहा है. ओके, जैसे अर्थ को जितना ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स यहां से मिल रहा होगा, अंडर रूट GM/R वाला जो फंडा था ना, वो रिजल्टेंट सेम वहां पे होता है. सर व्हेन यू विल प्रोवाइड असाइनमेंट्स? आज की क्लास के बाद भाई. देखो ऑफिशियली योर नेक्स्ट करंट अफेयर्स क्लास वुड बी नेक्स्ट वीक, फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे, है ना. तो आज की क्लास के बाद आई विल प्रोवाइड यू असाइनमेंट कि कौन से बुकलेट्स कवर करने हैं और स्टैटिक मटेरियल में क्या क्या पढ़ना है. सर कभी कभी मैसेज का रिप्लाई कर दिया करो प्लीज. अक्षय गुप्ता. हाँ अक्षय पक्का भाई. एक तो अपना नाम वाम बता दिया करो. फाइन. ये बीच में ऐसे रैंडम सवाल क्यों पूछने लगते हैं? लेट्स कम बैक टू दिस. डिड यू ऑल अंडरस्टैंड लैग्रैंजियन पॉइंट्स? पक्का अच्छे से. नाउ कम टू idea of Aditya and Aditya L1, why Aditya was scrapped and why Aditya L1 is something that we are planning. देखो, come back to this. Sun, Earth, we want to launch a satellite to study sun. सूरज भगवान है, उनको भी पढ़ लेते हैं थोड़ा, अंदर कितनी गर्मी है, बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स अबाउट सूरज. वी वांट टू लॉन्च अ सैटेलाइट. इफ वी लॉन्च्ड अ सैटेलाइट अराउंड अर्थ, व्हाट वुड हैपन? हाफ ऑफ द टाइम इट विल बी अवे फ्रॉम सन. हाफ ऑफ द टाइम तो जैसे लो अर्थ ऑर्बिट, half of the time it would be on that side of earth, it will not be in front of sun. Is it true? Geostationary orbit किसी भी ऑर्बिट में डाल दो, half of the time it will be away from sun. अर्थ के शैडो में होगा. It will not be able to study sun that effectively. So what if we put this satellite at L1? Will it always be between Earth and Sun? अर्थ घूम रहा है, L1 पे अपना सैटेलाइट भी घूम रहा है. It is always between Earth and Sun. It is always in front of Sun. It is always able to observe Sun. सोचो, जब अर्थ यहां है, हमारा सैटेलाइट यहां है, तब भी वो सन को देख रहा है, यहां भी सन को देख रहा है. Will it be able to better study sun? Aditya L1 is this. A satellite that we are planning to launch at Lagrangian point 1 to a satellite that we are planning to launch at Lagrangian point 1 to ensure that we will be able to study sun effectively. अब बहुत सारी चीजें हैं यहाँ पे. There are lots of things here which we'll see that what this satellite would do and all. We'll talk about it. But idea of Aditya L1. Why did we not? Earlier our plan was to go for Aditya. Aditya was supposed to revolve around sun, around Earth. अब आदित्य बोला तुमने मेरा नाम तो सूरज पे रख दिया. आदित्य is one of the पर्यायवाचीज for सूरज, right? सूरज, दिनकर, सूर्य, आदित्य, ये सारे आर द सिनोनिम्स फॉर सूरज. आदित्य बोला तुम मेरे चारों तरफ घूमते हो, मैं तुम्हारी चारों तरफ नहीं घूमूंगा. तो हमने आदित्य को आदित्य L1 पे प्लान किया है. गो टू आदित्य L1 एंड स्टडी सन इफेक्टिवली. ऑलवेज रिमेन इन फ्रंट ऑफ सन. इन द नेक्स्ट क्लास we will talk about James Webb Space Telescope that will be placed at L2. because we wanted to remain away from sun. कि भैया कोई गर्मी लो ही मत तुम सूरज से, because it's a telescope which is looking at the universe and looking at infrared signals from them. अगर सन से एक्सपोज होता, सन का खुद ही बहुत सारा गर्मी आती, इंफ्रारेड होता, वो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करता. That's why James Webb Space Telescope is kept here. It is kept here. Okay, we'll talk about James Webb Telescope as such. Sir, is Goldilocks zone possible at Lagrange? यार Goldilocks zone is something else. तुम कहाँ का कहाँ क्या मिक्स कर रहे हो? Okay, sir, how many revisions of static will be completed as per your assignments? At least 3. At least 3 revisions we would ensure of your static would be completed. Okay, we'll ये सारी चीजें ना आखिरी में पूछो यार. अभी when the class is going on, please ask doubts related to the class. All your doubts, write it somewhere. In the end, I'll not shut down the class. I'll keep the class open for 10-minute session. जो मन हो उसमें पूछ लेना. Sir, do we need to buy economic survey and budget? No, you do not need to. मैं आपको मटेरियल दूंगा, उसका प्रिंट करा लेना. वो छोटा होगा, कम काम का होगा. Sir, your enthusiasm is contagious. भाई आजकल कंटेजियस चीजों से दूर रहो. मेरे को अभी कोविड हो गया था. चलिए, कहाँ थे हम? आदित्य L1 understood? Okay. Let's look at this. This is understood. Aditya 1 mission was conceived. It was never done as a 400 kg class satellite carrying one payload, the visible emission light coronagraph VELC, and was planned to be launched at 800 km low Earth orbit. But we did not do that. We planned Aditya L1 as satellite placed in the halo orbit around Lagrangian point 1. अच्छा, by the way, एक और interesting चीज, I am sorry I missed it. This point L1 and L2, these points L1 and L2, this point and this point, not the satellite, these points behave as if there is mass kept there. वहां पे कोई mass नहीं है, but they behave as if there is mass kept there, and the satellite can actually revolve around these points. A satellite can actually revolve around these points. ये क्या था? अरे, a satellite can revolve around these points. इसे हम halo orbits बोलते हैं. Now, you may be like, sir, खाली empty space में के अराउंड कैसे revolve करवा रहे हो आप? You have this doubt? Lagrangian point 2, Lagrangian point, Lagrangian point 1, 2, these are empty place. उसके अराउंड किसी चीज को कैसे revolve होता है? I'll not like, actually it's possible to explain that, but again for that I would need to teach space for 1 year. So we'll not get into that. Just understand that here orbiting is possible, here orbiting is possible. So the satellite that we would launch at Lagrangian point 1 will basically be orbiting this and would also be orbiting sun. As this point, it will be orbiting around Lagrangian point. And as L1 moves, when Earth reaches here, L1 would reach here, so it will keep revolving L1. Okay, are these hypothetical points? No, these are not hypothetical points. What is the difference between L1 and SSPO? भाई कुछ भी पूछ लोगे. रुको. SSPO is something else यार. मतलब आदित्य, इस सवाल का दर्द तुम तब समझोगे जब तुम अपने बच्चों को कुछ सिखा रहे होगे और तुम्हारा बच्चा ऐसे चलते चलते रैंडमली कुछ भी पूछ लेगा. पापा, what is the difference between horse and cake? The father would be like, अबे ऐसे SSPO is something else, L1 is altogether something else. SSPO is an orbit around sun or orbit around Earth, which is low Earth orbit. That's something else. This is something else. Okay, let's come back to what were we doing. Aditya L1 a satellite placed in the halo orbit around Lagrangian point 1 of the Sun Earth system. It has the major advantage of continuously viewing the sun without any occultation and eclipse. ये तो आपको समझ में आ गया? It will have that advantage. Therefore, Aditya 1 mission has now been revised to Aditya L1 mission and will be inserted into a halo orbit around the L1, which is 1.5 million kilometers from Earth. The satellite carries additional 6 payloads with enhanced scientific scope and objectives. Halo orbit के बारे में, like L1, L2 and L3 के around this halo orbit is possible. L4, L5 के around halo orbits are not possible. Only around L1, L2 and L3 halo orbits are possible. In the 3-body problem of orbital mechanics, although the Lagrangian point is just a point in empty space, its peculiar characteristic is that it can be orbited. The Lagrangian points could be orbited. This is one of the peculiar feature. Okay, now scientific objectives. ये तो वही सारी चीजें हैं कि what will this Aditya L1 do? तो studying solar corona. देखो solar corona. अब कोरोना सुन के डर लगता है. तो sun in next class would be on international efforts, where what NASA is doing, what are the international governance norms in space and all. उसके बाद में we'll take a small class on astronomy. It may be part of next class only with international effort only. In astronomy, we will study sun, and we will see that sun has 3 layers: conductive zone, advective zone, core, and then sun's atmosphere. Earth का atmosphere है ना? Earth's atmosphere is divided into stratosphere, troposphere, stratosphere, and so on. In the same way, sun's atmosphere is also divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is corona. Okay, so studying a solar corona, achieving the fundamental understanding of the physical process that heats the solar corona, accelerating solar wind and producing coronal mass ejection. Thus, the enhanced Aditya L1 project will enable a comprehensive understanding of the dynamic process of sun and address some of the outstanding problems in solar physics. So basically, sun के physics को समझने के लिए Aditya L1 will be very helpful. I've given you some details. So Lagrangian points you have understood. Let's go to the next. यहाँ पे Lagrangian points have been Sun Earth system का, more precisely it has been provided L1, L2, L3, L4 and L5, but it is not to the scale. Please understand that this L1 and L2 are very near to Earth, 1.5 million kilometers, but वहां पे वो बहुत दूर है. अर्थ और सन के बीच में डिस्टेंस बहुत ज्यादा होता है when compared to this. Okay. Now these are small projects we would do very quickly. These are not big difficult things. We'll do it very quickly. If L1 is a single point, will there be competition among countries to put place their own satellite at L1? No. देखो अर्थ है, अर्थ के अराउंड कितनी सैटेलाइट्स हो, सेम ऑर्बिट में कितने सारे सैटेलाइट्स हो सकते हैं. In the same way, L1 or area around L1, a lot of satellites could be. It's not a small point. A lot of satellites could be put there. Next class will be on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yes, next science and technology class. Next class on target prelims current affairs would be on Friday, Saturday, Sunday 11:30 वाले time पे. But meanwhile, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday में ना I am trying to take some classes on economic survey of India and budget. मैं अभी से जैसे मैं बोल रहा हूँ इस क्लास के बाद I'll sit with economic survey of India. पूरा कल तक उसे, कल सुबह तक उसे पढ़ लेंगे, फिर कल बजट आएगा, बजट स्पीच सुनेंगे, बजट डाउनलोड करेंगे, उसके सारे डायमेंशंस को पढ़ के I'll make precise notes for you so that शॉर्ट तरीके से हम जल्दी से एक्सप्लेन कर ले. तो I'll take some time for that also in between. तो वो YouTube, but बाकी next class on Friday, Saturday, Sunday on science and technology would not be on YouTube. People will have to join the program. Sir, I have already completed space and other topics in SR class taught by you. So do I have to watch the conceptual part of first 2 lectures all over again? No, you can ignore it. Conceptual part वाला portion ignore कर सकते हो, but my suggestion generally is, even if you have watched these lectures earlier and understand everything, run the video at the speed of 2. and go through it once again. उससे क्या होगा ना, I do not teach current affairs अलग से. Current affairs मैंने वहीं पे घुसा घुसा के पढ़ाया है, उन्हीं पार्ट्स में मिक्स कर करके पढ़ाया है. While teaching GSLV का current affairs पढ़ाया. While teaching PSLV का current affairs पढ़ाया. Right? So it's very difficult to differentiate between these two things. Okay, now let's come to Project Netra. I need water. Project Netra. What is Project Netra? Netra का मतलब क्या होता है? What is meant by Netra? Eyes, आंखें. Project Netra is an initiative by India where it will track a number of telescopes, radars would be placed on Earth to track our satellites and to identify if it's going to hit something. Debris, जैसे पुराने सैटेलाइट टूट गए हैं, वो उसी ऑर्बिट में घूम रहे हैं. You understand? अगर सैटेलाइट टूट भी जाता है, size of the matter does not matter. If it is in that orbit and it's moving at that particular speed, it will keep revolving in that orbit. Right? So our satellite has to be tracked कि वो किसी से टकराने वाला तो नहीं है, कोई चीज उसे हिट तो करने वाली नहीं है. For that purpose, ISRO is developing this Project Netra. Got the idea? Overall idea? We'll look at the details, but overall idea is important. Netra is an early warning system in space to detect debris. It will also provide warning against missile and space attack. Someone is launching a missile to destroy our satellite. Even that it would be able to track. It will consist of observation facilities, connected radars, telescopes, data processing units. You will see there are plans to include high precision long range telescope in Leh. A multi-object tracking radar at Sriharikota has been planned. Telescope at Pon Modi and Mount Abu have also been planned. Idea is any object of up to 10 centimeter of length in the range of 3,400 kilometers around our satellite should be able to be identified. Okay. This project is estimated to cost 400 crores and it will provide space situation awareness to us. Initially, it will be launched for low Earth orbit satellite which is in low Earth orbit, but in long term, Netra would also look at geostationary satellites and would be able to track geostationary satellites as well. Okay, now, through Netra, India will thus have capability of tracking satellites from Earth. So what happens right now? Right now, do we not have any system? We do not have any national system, but we take help of NORAD. India depends on NORAD, North American Aerospace Defense Command, and others available in the public domain. NORAD is an initiative of USA and Canada and shares a selective debris data with many countries. India also gets debris related data from NORAD right now, and it's able to maneuver its satellites accordingly. Okay, इसका कुछ military significance भी है. SSA through Netra will also have a military quotient to it. It will add a new dimension in country's overall security. Why? When missile is attacking our satellite, we'll be ready. We'll be able to detect it earlier. Fine. Now, Netra simple था, easy था, कुछ बड़ा challenge नहीं है. ऐसे Bhuvan. Before getting into Bhuvan 3.0, Bhuvan was basically Bhu. Do you understand what is Bhu? Dharti. Bhu is Dharti. Am I right? Is there no one from Hindi medium? सब अंग्रेज हैं. भू का मतलब धरती होता है. तो Bhuvan basically was a portal where satellite images of different parts of the country was made available. Idea is ISRO satellite images Bhuvan portal पे provide करता है. Idea is if I have to plan development for a village, I should be able to look at its satellite image and thus plan accordingly. Bhuvan is a portal. Bhuvan is not a satellite. Bhuvan is a web portal where this information is available. So Bhuvan 2.0 came, Bhuvan 3.0. So Bhuvan 3.0 is the third version of web portal by ISRO for better planning and monitoring of government projects. It is a web geo portal and is an easy to use geo portal developed for database visualization, data analytics, generation of automatic reports, model based products, services for benefit of gram panchayats. Though this for the first time thematic database on 1:1000 scale for the entire country is available with integrated high resolution satellite data for planning. This project will last at least 2 years and ISRO will collaborate with gram panchayats for this purpose. Okay, now let's talk about Mission Shakti, anti-satellite missile that India had developed. So देखो, right now, as per international laws, in the next class, when we are talking about international efforts, in the next class we will talk about international laws which are there. So right now international law says that आप space में ना weapon of mass destruction नहीं रख सकते. So we cannot place a weapon in the space. That is, we cannot place a weapon on our satellite. तो सैटेलाइट से आप बम गिरा रहे हो, सैटेलाइट से आप न्यूक्लियर बॉम्ब गिरा रहे हो किसी कंट्री पे, those things are not allowed. But there are no laws regarding your ability to destroy a satellite, developing a missile to attack a satellite. So there were three countries, USA, USSR, China, which had this capability that they can destroy our satellite. वो satellites में bomb नहीं रख रहे, but they could destroy our satellite. They could launch a missile from here, which will go and hit CMS-01. Or Earth Observation Satellite 01. If Earth Observation Satellite 01 is hit, we may get negatively impacted. So India has also developed that capability. Under Mission Shakti, DRDO, in collaboration with ISRO, tested its missile, which can be used to destroy a satellite. So we have developed the capability of launching a missile which can destroy a satellite. Please note carefully what is this. It's not कि आप satellite से bomb गिरा रहे हो, you are using satellite as a weapon. Satellite is revolving around Earth. From Earth, you're launching a missile to destroy a satellite. So this test used a technique called kinetic kill technique. What is kinetic kill technique? उसमें जो satellite, now see, low Earth orbit में satellite, at what speed does satellite move? Look at your notes, 25,000 km per hour. So when you are going at 100 km per hour and when you hit a rock, what would be the condition of your car? When you are going at 200 km per hour and you hit a rock, imagine the condition of your car. When you are going at 300 km per hour and you hit a rock, you will not be there to imagine the condition. Now when you are going at 25,000 km per hour, just imagine करो किस स्पीड पे सैटेलाइट चलता है. In low Earth orbit, it's moving at 25,000 km per hour. You place something in front of it, वो टकराएगा, destroy हो जाएगा. It will hit and get destroyed. This is kinetic kill. उसका ही kinetic energy यूज किया आपने इसे kill करने के लिए. This method was used by DRDO and ISRO to destroy the satellite. This method was used by DRDO and ISRO to destroy the satellite. This is called Mission Shakti. Under this mission, we have developed an anti-satellite weapon, ASAT. Clarity? Any doubts? So now see, this is an old thing. This is something that happened, I think, in 19. I think it happened in 2019. हम 3 साल बाद भी इसे पढ़ रहे हैं. 2021, 22. हाँ, because it is relevant. I'm not doing everything of 2019 because not everything may be relevant. But this is an achievement by India. आपसे पूछा जा सकता है, you will not say it was not in news in last 1 year, so I will not know it. You're not allowed to do that. Okay. Bhu, Dhara, Dhara, Bhumi, all the Paryayavachis for Earth. तो What is ASAT weapon? Did you understand? March 2019 में DRDO ISRO did it. What happened in the test? Kinetic kill. Will the test create space debris? This is the next question. तो जो हमारा the satellite that we has launched for this testing, that was launched in a very low Earth orbit, around 300 मीटर के आसपास. So after it got destroyed, a lot of fragments were created. Those fragments would all fall in the atmosphere and will get melted and will get destroyed. Debris would not be created. Whereas when China tested something like this in 2008, and it may have created millions of debris. पर हमने क्या किया? हमने टेस्ट जो lower side पे किया, while putting satellite on the low Earth orbit, lower side of low Earth orbit. एक aspect ये भी था कि it's easier to destroy satellite there. So it helped us in our first test, but it also reduced the amount of debris that would be promoted, that would be created. As per ISRO, no debris would get created here. Significance: India has joined club of 4 nations: US, Russia, China, and India, having the capability of anti-satellite mission. I'm sorry, what happened? Arey yaar. So India has joined these 4 countries. It shows that India has the strategic capability of space warfare, and it will act as a deterrent and protect India's space assets. If someone tries to destroy India's space asset, China का लेके India के space asset पे missile launch करता है, India would say रुक जा बेटा. We also have that capability. So it would act as deterrent. Okay. Did we violate any international treaty? So there are no treaties governing the use of ASAT. Anti-satellite missiles के related कोई treaty अभी तक नहीं है. So we have not violated any international treaty. Okay, let's talk about human spaceflight program. Human spaceflight program, let me just briefly explain you first before we quickly go through it. See, so far what we have done, we have launched satellite. Low Earth orbit mein we have launched a lot of satellites which revolve around Earth. You understand those concepts now. PSLV, engines, satellite. It will leave satellite there at a particular speed, and this satellite will keep revolving. But so far, we have not been able to send human beings to space. Indians have gone to space. Rakesh Sharma went to space. He went to moon. Right? But ISRO has not been able to send humans to space. So Gaganyaan project is a project in which we wanted to send Indians to space by 2022. अब वो plan थोड़ा सा delay हो गया because of COVID-19 and all. But recently it was in news as ISRO's chairperson said that before 15th August 2022, we will send at least the unmanned version. I'll explain you the whole thing. Okay, so initially when India's space program was starting, who's the father of India's space program? Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. He insisted that India does not go for manned mission, कि चांद पे humans को भेज रहे and all, because India के जो resources हैं, अगर आप space program में use कर रहे हो, it should be utilized for purposes which would benefit India directly then and there. In fact, he was right. Even NASA gave up moon missions. Apollo missions NASA ने भी बंद कर दिए थे because it was so expensive. But with advancements, with changes in socio-economic conditions, with advancement in science and technology, since 2000, early 2000, ISRO started planning for manned mission. 2008 में कुछ पैसे भी allocate करे गए थे for this purpose. It was finally in 2018 when during the Independence Day speech on 15th of August, Prime Minister Modi announced that India would by 2022 send humans to space. And in that year only, in December, 10,000 crore rupees were allocated for the project, and Gaganyaan mission got its wheels, or you can say it got its wings. Gaganyaan mission started going. What is the idea? What are we going to do in Gaganyaan? In Gaganyaan, we'll send 3 missions. Gaganyaan mission के अंदर 3 submission. In the first and second submissions, we would send only unmanned mission with some robots. Human beings की जगह वहां पे एक robot बैठा होगा, व्योम मित्र. We developed a robot called व्योम मित्र, which would measure the temperature, pressure, air quality. Like हम सीधे human beings को डाल के भेज देंगे और कुछ गड़बड़ हो गई तो बेचारे वो human beings अटक जाएंगे. So we'll first send 2 robotic missions. तो अभी इसरो chairperson recently announced that the first robotic mission will go before 15th August 2022. Sir, break. क्या break करना है भाई? Sir, is there any international treaty for protection of space and from missiles? भाई, we will do all these things. अभी हम international efforts पे आएंगे ना. The first thing that I'm starting with is global space governance, present mechanisms, the problems in the present mechanisms. Okay, so we would do those things. Now come back to this. Where were we? Human spaceflight program. Did you understand what are the things that we want to achieve? Now, to achieve these things, हमें क्या क्या करना पड़ेगा? देखो, we have to build a habitable module. We cannot just send a satellite. In satellite के अंदर human beings should be able to survive. Oxygen should be available, temperature should be maintained, pressure should be maintained, food should be available, washroom should be available. We have to have that kind of habitable module. Space suits, etc. Humans should be able to go out of the spaceship also. Astronaut training. Now, there they will be working in zero gravity. They'll be floating. Like if you have watched some videos of spaceships, or if you have watched TV series like आपने Big Bang Theory देखा है? उसमें नहीं, you haven't watched Big Bang Theory. तो उसमें one of the guys gets a chance to go abroad. तो there वो कई scenes में दिखाते हैं कि कैसे वो float कर रहे हैं. They work in zero gravity. Their body has to be trained for that. So training has to be provided. Then capabilities for recovering astronauts safely. See, right now, when our rockets go up, when their engines fall back, they're destroyed. When we send humans up, we have to recover them back. Right? That has to be developed. And then crew escape system has to be developed. What is crew escape system? While launching, what if some accident occurs? Then the crew, 2-3 लोग जो जा रहे होंगे, they should be able to escape from it very quickly. Like SpaceX का recently एक launch हो रहा था, उसमें some accident took place. These people had to be, they were thrown out at a very high speed. They were because they were part of this crew escape system, else they would have died in that accident. So we have to develop all those things. Like हम क्या क्या कर रहे हैं? GSLV Mark 3. GSLV Mark 3 low Earth orbit में how much weight can it carry? 10,000 kg, up to 10,000 kg of weight it can carry. So GSLV Mark 3 is being tested for this purpose. In fact, one of the news is related to cryogenic stage का proper testing चल रहा है. GSLV Mark 3. अभी will go to the testing part. Then reusable launch vehicle, crew escape system, इन सब चीजों का भी टेस्ट चल रहा है. Reusable launch vehicle, we should be able to recover it, right? वो reusable launch vehicle का एक component हो जाता है astronauts को recover कर पाना. Then what are the technological challenges that we are facing? GSLV Mark 3 needs to be human rated. Right now, GSLV Mark 3 has been able to take satellites up, but it has not been able to take a satellite which have humans in it. Then successful prototype testing of reusable launch vehicle crew escape system still has to happen. Life support system has to be developed, which is missing right now. Astronaut training was a major challenge. So in fact, ISRO was also surprised when Prime Minister Modi announced that do it by 2022. ISRO was also surprised as ISRO knew that it is going to take a lot of time. It won't be possible by 2022. So what it has done to achieve this by 2022, training facility develop करना बहुत challenging होता है. Like on Earth, you will have to develop that kind of environment, that kind of facility, which will give you feeling of zero gravity. So ISRO realized that it won't be able to develop its own facility. So responsibility of training has been given to Russia. Russia is helping India for astronaut training purposes. Okay, so these are the things which are going on. Let's look at the news ek baar. ISRO successfully conducted the qualification test of cryogenic engine for Gaganyaan program. गगनयान प्रोग्राम के लिए GSLV Mark 3 होगा, उसका क्रायोजेनिक स्टेज का भी जनवरी 2020 में टेस्ट चल रहा था for a duration of 720 seconds as at ISRO's Propulsion Complex in Mahendragiri, तमिलनाडु. तो अभी भी गगनयान न्यूज में चल रहा है. This engine will undergo 4 more tests for a cumulative duration of 1810 seconds. Then ISRO plans to launch first unmanned mission before 15th of August 2022, and all the stakeholders are putting their best efforts to meet the schedule. Like हम पूरे इंसानों को नहीं भेज पाएंगे, but unmanned robotic mission we are trying to send before 15th of August 2022. Then training of astronauts and progress of Gaganyaan, ये 2021 का news है. Okay, तो Gaganyaan, I do not have to get into its details. You more or less understand how human beings would go there. Okay, so again, for those of you who are watching this as their first class, please don't do that. Pehle go and watch yesterday's class, then watch this class, because a lot of these things you will understand from yesterday's class. The yesterday's class is also available on YouTube. Please go through that. Now come to Indian Data Relay Satellite System. इसे भी हम पहले briefly समझा देते हैं. What is Indian Data Relay Satellite System? See, when we will launch Gaganyaan, Gaganyaan would be launched in low Earth orbit from one side to other side. Low Earth orbit में कितना 2 घंटे से कम में वो चक्कर लगा लेगा. From India, will we be able to track Gaganyaan always? No. When it will go on the other side, how will we be able to track it? Right? Because Gaganyaan will be in low Earth orbit, it will be completing one orbit of the Earth in less than 2 hours. Low Earth orbit mein, even at a height of 2000 km, your orbit takes 2 hours. Then Gaganyaan will be able to complete one orbit of Earth in less than 2 hours. So half of the time it will be on the other side of the Earth, and thus from India it would not be visible. But हम अपने लड़कों को भेज रहे हैं भाई, हम देखना चाहेंगे ना. We would want to track it the whole time. So initially we were planning that throughout Earth हम अपने ground stations बनाएंगे from which we should be able to track it and send that information. But that's not a feasible, that's not a very financially optimal thing to do. So now what we are planning is Indian Data Relay Satellite System, IDRSS. We are planning कि हम for tracking purposes we will launch some satellites in geostationary orbits. देखो geostationary orbit पे अगर आप 2-3 सैटेलाइट लॉन्च कर देते हो, what happens? You can cover the entire Earth. You can cover the entire Earth, and those satellites can communicate with each other, and thus India can get information even if Gaganyaan is on the other side. This kind of data relay system has been developed by other countries like USA and Russia have this kind of data relay system consisting of around 10 satellites, 10 geostationary satellites which are used for this tracking purposes only. India is also in the process of developing this. Gaganyaan would be the first beneficiary of this Indian Data Relay Satellite System. Did you all understand what Indian Data Relay Satellite System is? 2 साल पुराना है but relevant है. You should understand when you hear the term Indian Data Relay Satellite System, you should be like, okay, what are we talking about? When you hear the term Netra, you should have clarity. Ground-based system for disaster prevention, early warning. Indian Data Relay Satellite System, you should clearly understand it. Okay, देखा 2 मिनट में हो रहा है ना, ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लग रहा, because you already understand space, you already understand its various aspects. XPOSat, X-ray polarimetry satellite. India is planning to launch XPOSat in next some days, like second quarter of this year. तो करंट अफेयर्स आप वो पुराना नहीं, आगे वाला भी पढ़ा रहा हूँ. इस क्वार्टर में ये जा रहा है. I went to ISRO's website. बताओ क्या क्या होने वाला है प्रीलिम्स तक. सेकेंड क्वार्टर तो प्रीलिम्स में हो जाएगा, प्रीलिम्स से पहले हो जाएगा एक्सपोसैट. तो इंडिया इज प्लानिंग टू लॉन्च एक्सपोसैट ऑन बोर्ड अ PSLV in the second quarter of 2022. What is XpoSat? XpoSat is a satellite which will be used for studying polarization of X-rays. X-ray polarization satellite. XpoSat. Now, what is polarization? Do you know what is polarization? Who will tell me what is polarization? Tell me, someone. कोई Google करके नहीं, ऐसे ही बताओ यार. What is polarization? In very simple language, what is polarization? बताओ. What is meant by polarization? कोई नहीं बता रहा. कितने नालायक लोग हैं, बता दो भाई. दो चलो. If no one is telling me, let me tell. See, light is an electromagnetic wave. You know that? ये इलेक्ट्रिक फील्ड और इसके परपेंडिकुलर मैग्नेटिक फील्ड. तो दिस इज गोइंग अप, दिस इज कमिंग आउट. क्या हो रहा है भाई? This is going in. Let me use a different color. That would be better. So please differentiate it. जो white वाला है, that's up down, and this coming out, going in, coming out, going in. So electromagnetic waves are like this. Electric field, magnetic field दोनों होता है. तो light is an electromagnetic wave. अब इस wave में ना क्या है कि it's not a polarized wave. If it's not when you switch on a torch, not all the light waves will have this field. Some of it will have this field. उसके perpendicular में उसका magnetic field. Light wave, all the different light wave forms would be there, no? When you just switch on a light. Polarization का मतलब क्या होता है? Pass it through a polarizer and जो wave है वो एक ही form का रह जाए. Rather than multiple different waves, एक ही type का wave हो जाए पूरा. That is polarization. Okay. To limit one aspect of electromagnetic wave. To limit one aspect, rather than अलग अलग डायरेक्शन पे वेव्स है शुरू में, वो सबको एक ही डायरेक्शन का बना देना. पोलराइजेशन. फाइन. तो हेयर ऑल्सो हम जो स्पेस से एक्सरेज आ रहे हैं उसका पोलराइजेशन होने के बाद वो कैसा है वो पढ़ना है. तो बेसिकली when we get electromagnetic signals, polarized electromagnetic signals, their polarization can tell us a lot about its source. The polarization of X-rays can tell us a lot about its source. We want to study that. For that, we have to study the polarization of X-rays. For that, we have XpoSat. Yes, in one plane, bringing all waves in one plane. So far, Crab nebula is the only X-ray source. Crab is a nebula. यहाँ से जो lights आ रही थी ना, उसका it is the only X-ray source which scientists have measured the polarization. Polarization for others have not been done. XpoSat is expected to provide the same information for about 50 brightest known source in the universe, including pulsars, X-ray binary stars, and galactic cores. So from around 50 different sources, XpoSat will study its polarization, and by studying its polarization, through this study, it will tell us about the source. Because how polarization, studying polarization can tell us how polarization may have taken place, and thus can give us information about its source. Fine. So this is XPOSat. XPOSat will have a polarimeter instrument which will work in medium X-ray region, 8 to 30 kilo electron volt. It is being built and tested by scientists at Raman Research Institute. The telescope is being developed by ISRO and Raman Research Institute. Like AstroSat, XPOSat will also be launched into a low Earth orbit. XPOSat will be going in low Earth orbit. Fine. This is XPOSat, which will be launched in the second quarter of 2022. Now let's go to INSAR. NISAR, NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar. I hope आपके current affairs की सारी तमन्नाएं पूरी हो रही हैं. Yesterday it was more about concepts, so some people may have got worried कि where is the current affairs in the current affairs program. All current affairs is coming here. NISAR, NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar. ये भी देखो launch होगा. NASA and ISRO are jointly working to co-develop and launch a dual frequency synthetic aperture radar by 2022. अभी तक launch नहीं हुआ है. It's going to be launched this year. And you remember GSLV F10 का failure. One issue that we raised was कि GSLV Mark II, if it's not very good, NISAR was expected to be launched using GSLV Mark II. And if GSLV Mark II fails, is not successful, NISAR, which is going to be world's most expensive Earth imaging satellite, जहां पे $1.5 billion का cost लगा है, may get affected. तो GSLV Mark II का cryogenic upper stage failure is not going to impact GSLV Mark III, because GSLV Mark III का cryogenic upper stage has been developed from scratch in India only. But GSLV Mark II का cryogenic upper stage का failure is going to impact future missions of GSLV Mark II, which includes the NISAR mission. Fine. So what is NISAR? NISAR is considered the first big collaboration between ISRO and NASA. This project will have two radars. What is it? It's basically Earth imaging satellite. This Earth imaging satellite will have two radars, one in S-band, other in L-band. S-band synthetic aperture radar is being built by ISRO and L-band is being built by NASA. The satellite will be launched from India using GSLV Mark II. What will it be used for? Earth observation satellite है, तो Earth observation की जो चीजें होती है, mapping, estimating agricultural biomass, assessing soil moisture, monitoring floods and all these things would be done by NISAR. Fine. NISAR is understood. सबको NISAR समझ में आया अच्छे से. दो synthetic aperture radars हैं, एक L band एक S band. L band is being developed by India, S band is being developed by NASA. वो जाएगा. GSLV Mark II की वजह से it was also in news. It is also something that's going to happen in 2022. You know it. It would be good. Now let's go to questions. Let's solve some questions. मैं बोलते बोलते थक गया हूं, तब मैं आराम करूंगा, आप लोग मुझे आंसर्स बताएंगे. Okay. And after these questions, we'll take a small break. फिर पढ़ेंगे. We have done questions till 23. Okay, 24 शुरू हो जाएंगे. Give me the answer. Question number 24. The Indian National Satellite System provides which of the following services? All A, D, B. Okay, lots of different answers. देखो इनसैट सीरीज के ना आपने देखा है, देयर आर सम सैटेलाइट्स व्हिच आर कम्युनिकेशन सैटेलाइट्स, बट इनसैट सीरीज में अर्थ ऑब्जर्वेशन सैटेलाइट्स भी है. तो द क्वेश्चन इज द इनसैट provides which of the following services? It provides both services. Earth observation वाले भी, communication वाले भी, तो it provide all these services. CMS 01, factual current affairs based question 25. ट्वेंटी फाइव का आंसर बताइए मुझे. बी हमने तो शुरू हो गया. इट इज द लार्जेस्ट एंड मोस्ट एडवांस कम्युनिकेशन सैटेलाइट. नहीं, वो कौन सा है? जीसैट 11. जीसैट 11 11 शगुन वाला भी होता है, याद रखना इंडिया के लिए. ओके, वन इज रॉन्ग. इट वाज लॉन्च्ड बाय पीएसएलवी रॉकेट. यस. एंड इट हैज बीन प्लेस्ड इन जियोस्टेशनरी ऑर्बिट. यस. थोड़ा फैक्चुअल है, बट आप देखोगे अभी रिसेंटली लॉन्च हुआ है, तो हमें पता होना चाहिए. वी हैव कवर्ड इट. आंसर इज बी. आंसर इज बी, not D. Okay, most of you are answering B only. That's good. Let's go to question number 25. Which of the following is not a communication satellite? देखिए, स्कैटसैट आपके अर्थ ऑब्जर्वेशन सैटेलाइट की लिस्ट में है. It is used to study the ocean surface, and it's a Earth observation satellite. 26. Actually, GSAT 11 मैंने अलग से नहीं पढ़ाया है, but through this question I want to explain you about GSAT 11 also, because it is the most advanced communication satellite that India has launched. It is the most advanced communication satellite that India has launched. That's why I want to cover it here. Tell me. Chaliye, let's look at each of the options, and through this you learn things about GSAT 11. I haven't covered it क्योंकि already बहुत notes हो गए थे, but GSAT 11 is the most advanced satellite we have launched, so we should know certain things about it. One is correct. No. Two, it is a high throughput communication satellite. That's also true. See, earlier communication satellites used to have very low bandwidth, but GSAT 19, GSAT 29, GSAT 11, the newer heavier satellites that we have launched, no, they are high throughput satellite. High throughput, that they have very high bandwidth, but high bandwidth does not mean that bandwidth in terabytes. High bandwidth means 10 GB, 20 GB, 30 GB. That is high bandwidth for a satellite. इंटरनेट पे जो आपको बहुत हाई स्पीड पे डेटा मिलता है ना इतने सारे लोगों को, that is through fiber optics, not through satellite communication. Okay, the third, it will contribute immensely in increasing the internet speed in India's metro cities. No. बिकॉज हाई थ्रूपुट ऑल्सो मीन्स अ फ्यू जीबीपीएस. वो सैटेलाइट अगर मेट्रो सिटीज के घरों में देने लगेगा तो वो डिवाइड होके बहुत कम रहेगा. इट विल बी यूज्ड, हाई थ्रूपुट सैटेलाइट और जीसैट 11 विल बी यूज्ड इन रिमोट एरियाज टू प्रोवाइड इंटरनेट केबीपीएस में, सो दैट जहां पे वायर्स नहीं पहुंच पाई है, the places where wires have not reached, there through satellites it could be provided, information could be provided. Fine. So 3 is also wrong. 3 is wrong. It consists of C band, S band, Ka band, Ku band transponders. ये मैं आपको स्पेशली एक फैक्ट बताना चाहता था. It's an advanced satellite. It only has Ka band and Ku band transponders. It has not gone with C band and S band. जो higher level के bands हैं, it has only gone with those transponders. So 4 is also wrong. So 1 and 2 are correct. 3 and 4 are wrong. What is bandwidth? How much data can you transmit? Here bandwidth means that. So answer is A. 26 ka answer is A. Most of you are writing it A only. That's good. Let's go to 27. Which of the following is a high throughput satellite? So the following is a high throughput satellite. All अभी बताया ना, नए वाले 19, 29, 11, all these are high throughput. GSAT 30, these are high throughput satellites. So all 27 answer is D. 28. Please put the question number also when you are answering something. No, just A, B, D लिख देते हो, किस क्वेश्चन का आंसर कर रहे हो पता नहीं चलता. Please also put the question number in front of your answer. 28 का आंसर आने लगा B. Both A and R are correct, but R is not the correct explanation of A. Yes, right, guys. देखो, resource sat is an Earth observation satellite of ISRO. You'll be like, resource ढूंढने के लिए तो Earth observation होगा. नाम, you do not have to like know the name of every satellite, but you can apply your logic. Yes, resource sat is placed in low Earth orbit. Resource sat है low Earth orbit में होने के chances है. Yes. वैसे तो in your notes it's there where we have listed the Earth observation satellite by ISRO. There we have listed this also. Okay, now. So both are correct, but is this the correct explanation of this? Like resource sat is an Earth observation satellite because it is placed in low Earth orbit. No, it's an Earth observation satellite because it is observing Earth. It is placed in low Earth orbit because it's an Earth observation satellite and not vice versa. It's an Earth observation satellite. Why is it an Earth observation satellite? Because it is observing Earth. Okay, so this is not the correct reason for it being an Earth observation satellite. अगर ऐसा होता ना कि A होता it is placed in low Earth orbit and B होता और R होता it is an Earth observation satellite, तो answer would have been A. But अभी answer is B. So I hope all of you are able to understand this. Let's go to question number 29. Question number 29. B. Most of you are answering it B. Let me see. Hyperspectral imaging satellite. Consider the following statements related to hyperspectral. अच्छा ये स्क्रीन पे पूरा नहीं आ रहा क्या? आ तो रहा. Consider the following statements about hyperspectral imaging satellite. The primary goal of HISIS is to ensure high-speed internet. No, it is imaging satellite. That is not communication satellite. One is wrong. Optical imaging detector chip is the heart of the HISIS. ये हमने बताया था. Factual है. ठीक है. Answer is B. Answer is B. Let's go to question number 30. GPS. Question number 30 about GPS. Consider the following statements about global positioning system. The satellites of GPS are located on geostationary orbit. Is it true? ये थोड़ा ना ambiguous statement हो गया. Like yes, 3 satellites are located in geostationary orbit, 4 are in geosynchronous orbit. Right? So what should we say? The satellites of GPS are located on geostationary orbit. I think I would have marked it wrong. Satellite मतलब यहाँ पे मेरा assumption होता है कि सारे satellites की बात कर रहे हैं. तो A I would have marked wrong, but still it will depend on the interpretation of the statement. You may have a different interpretation based on your interpretation of English. I may differ here. Second, India's Gagan system aggregates on GPS signal to enhance the location service in aeronautics sector. ये हमने पढ़ाया नहीं है, but it's an important project of ISRO. That's why briefly through this question we'll understand it. What is Gagan? Full form of Gagan is GPS aided geo augmented. GPS aided geo augmented. Okay, what is this? नाम पता है? This is a navigation system that was developed for India's aeronautics sector. Airplane का जो sector है ना इंडिया का, उसके लिए. It was taking signal from GPS. तो GPS aided था. But the GPS signal was further helped by some geosynchronous satellites. कुछ हमारी communication satellites थी. That's why geo augmented navigation. GPS aided geo augmented navigation. Gagan. So through the देखो we use GPS to move from one place to another, to go walk from one, to drive from one place to another. Planes also use GPS to land. But हमारे GPS में कई बार होता है ना, when you search level up IAS आपको कहीं और दिखा देते हैं. In case of aircraft, they have to land at a particular point. उनको 25-30 मीटर कहीं और दिखा दिया, तो rather than landing on the, what do you call it, runway, they land on airport or somewhere else, right? So there we need to provide them more accurate service, and Gagan was developed by ISRO in collaboration with Airport Authority of India for this purpose. GPS aided geo augmented navigation. Sir, GPS is located in MEO, right? हाँ भाई, yes, GPS is located in MEO. Okay. So question is, the satellite of GPS are located in geostationary. Oh, I'm sorry. The question is, satellite of GPS are located in geostationary orbit. हाँ तो geo ये तो wrong ही है. Satellite of GPS is located in MEO, right? मैं IRNSS दिमाग में IRNSS चल रहा था. That's why. So one is wrong. 2, India's Gagan system aggregates on GPS signal to enhance the location service for aeronautics sector. This is true. This is true. So 2 is correct. Answer would be B. Question number 30 का answer is B. Yes, GPS is located in MEO. I confused it with Navic. मैं Navic के बारे में बताने लग गया था. जहां पे जियो सिंक्रोनस और जियो स्टेशनरी में सैटेलाइट्स है। तो यस, 1 is wrong and 2 is correct. Answer would be D. Fine. Let's go to question number 31. Question number 31. In which of the following areas GPS technology could be used? It was asked in Prelims 2018. Mobile phone operation में do we use GPS? Mobile phone operation हम सब use करते हैं. Banking operations, they help you GPS help you in telling where are ATMs located, where is a bank branch located. Controlling the power grid, yes, even here GPS could be used. Where power grid is located, कहाँ पे सर्ज हुआ है, उन सब चीजों को आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए आंसर इज डी. 31 आंसर इज डी. लेट्स गो टू 32. 32. Give me answer for 32. 32 के आंसर आने लगे बी और डी. अलग अलग लोग अलग अलग बोल रहे हैं. ओके. Baidu satellite system is capable of providing only regional services around China. This is wrong. Now Baidu system has become global. 1 is wrong. All the satellites of system are located in medium Earth orbit. We have seen some geosynchronous orbits were also there. Communication के लिए use हो पा रहा है. तो 2 is also wrong. Correct पूछा है तो neither 1 nor 2. Answer is D. Okay. Here answer is D. Come to question number 33. 33 was also asked in Prelims 2018. $33. Give me an answer. IRNSS. कर पाओ. 33. I've started getting answers. A, C ऐसे चल रहे हैं. Okay. With reference to Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, consider the following statement. IRNSS has 3 satellites in geostationary and 4 satellites in geosynchronous orbit. See कितने डिटेल ये सब पूछा हुआ है एग्जाम में. मेरे को I still remember 2018 जनवरी मैंने मेरे पुराने इंस्टीट्यूशन में पढ़ाना शुरू किया था. And I was like अभी ना I have gained a lot of weight. तो उस टाइम I was like pretty thin और मैं ना एक स्टूडेंट जैसा दिखता था. तो when I taught this thing कि इतने जियोसिंक्रोनस में है, इतने जियो स्टेशनरी में है, everyone was having this expression, यार ये सब क्यों पढ़ा रहा है, किस सिस्टम में कितने सैटेलाइट है. Everyone had this expression. Some of them also complained कि your science and tech teacher is not good, वो unnecessary चीजें पढ़ा रहे हैं and all. And 4 months down the line, जब जून में एग्जाम हुए, all of them were like, sir, science and technology के 11 questions थे, all 11 questions we were able to answer, and we were able to do only because we attended your classes. Even these details were asked in the exam. So INSS has 3 satellites in geostationary and 4 satellites in geosynchronous orbit. Correct? You've seen that. IRNSS covers entire India and about 5,500 square kilometer beyond its border. Wrong. 1,500. India will have its own satellite navigation system with full global coverage by middle of 2020. Global coverage का तो अभी हम सोच भी नहीं रहे. तो 2 and 3 are wrong. What is the answer? A. 33 का आंसर A. 34. B? Yes. So A है from L1, Aditya will have clear view of Earth. Which Aditya does not need clear view of Earth. It needs clear view of Sun. From L1, the satellite will have continuous view of Sun without any eclipse. Okay. So answer. So L1 is nearer to Sun. That's true, but this is not the reason. Reason is B. From L1, the satellite will have continuous view of Sun without any eclipse. B is the answer. Fine. You understand this Aditya L1 wala thing? See, Aditya L1 is supposed to happen very soon. They may ask questions related to this. Well, in 2019 mains examination, they asked a question on India's plan of its own space station. वो भी planning process में था, फिर भी पूछ लिया. Okay, so you should be ready for these kind of things also. Let's go to question number 35. Human space flight program के बारे में, let's consider these things. Human space flight program, Gaganyaan program के बारे में, consider these things. 1. Gaganyaan mission aims to carry humans to geostationary orbit. Statement 1. Is it true? No. Gaganyaan is carrying them to low Earth orbit. Right. 1 is wrong. The mission plans to use GSLV Mark III for the purpose. Yes. ISRO has recently inaugurated a human space flight center at Sriharikota, Andhra Pradesh. No. Bangalore के पास एक जगह है, वहां पे inaugurate हुआ है. Factual चीज है. Please इसे ध्यान रखेंगे. 3 is wrong. 2 is correct. 1 is wrong. So answer would be B. 35, answer is B. Question number 35, answer is B. Okay, let's go to question number 36. It's again a past year question, 2016 में आया है, about Mangalyaan. Consider the 3 statements about Mangalyaan and give me an answer. Mangalyaan is also called Mars orbiter mission, correct? Right? Made India the second country to have spacecraft orbit the Mars after USA. इतना भी अच्छा नहीं किया. Yes, we were 4th country to orbit Mars. Right? So 2 is wrong. Made India the only country to be successful in making its spacecraft orbit the Mars in its very first attempt. This is true. So 1 and 3 are correct. Answer would be C. Answer would be C here. Okay, 36 ka answer is C. Let's go to question number 37. With reference to AstroSat, the astronomical observatory launched by India, which of the following statements are correct? देखो एस्ट्रोसैट है थोड़ा पुराना 2016 वाली चीज है and actually India is the only country who has launched this kind of observatory. ये multi wavelength observatory, India is the only country to launch it. तो 1 is wrong, 2 is correct. वो factual है, उसका कुछ कर नहीं सकते हैं, ठीक है? तो forget that question. This question is not relevant anymore. Come to question number 38. अच्छा, 38 is about Shukrayaan. Shukrayaan is that mission. We'll start doing Shukrayaan after the break. So let's take a 15 minutes break. It's what is the time right now? 5:50. So we will restart it 5 past 6. 6:05 पे शुरू करेंगे. Okay, so let me put it here. We'll take a break. (5:52) 6:05. Then we'll come back and we'll finish this booklet. It's not going to take more than 1 hour after this. Okay, so we will restart at 6:05. Hello friends, welcome back. We are going to take another 40-45 minutes ka classes. It would be done. Most of the things that are remaining are factual. Okay, so let me see the doubts first. Achha. Sir, please take a short class after 6:15. Akshay Kumar Gupta. अरे अक्षय कुमार जी ठीक है ना यार, मतलब लंबी होती है तो आप बीच में छोड़ सकते हैं ना. टेक एडवांटेज ऑफ लाइव क्लासेस, वीडियो क्लासेस. अब बाद में देख लीजिए. देखो, फॉर if I had not finished this booklet today, no, then on Saturday, rather than starting something new, I would have first spent some time on this. तो जो फ्रेश तरीके से जो नई टॉपिक शुरू करके मैं पढ़ा सकता था वो नहीं हो पाता. And that's why it's important कि हम ये टाइमली फिनिश करें. Then Girish Arora ji, what will be the schedule for the course? Is there any PDF? All the classes will be 4-5 hours. Updation of module which are covered in month of Feb will be done in which month? Girish ji, please watch yesterday's video. Yesterday का जो class था उसमें in first 10-15 minutes I have explained everything about all the questions that you have asked. कि schedule क्या रहेगा? Schedule will be Friday, Saturday, Sunday 11:30 to 2. On some days we may teach it further, but Friday, Saturday, Sunday we are going to have 3 classes a week. We will in February we will do science and technology and economy. In March thoda sa economy, environment and international bodies. In April polity, governance, schemes and those related things. Some IR may also go there. And finally in May, first 15 days may miscellaneous things. And in between I'll also keep updating whatever is happening. वैसे ओके, तो मिसलेनियस थिंग्स में विल हैव थिंग्स लाइक प्लेसेस इन न्यूज़, आर्ट एंड कल्चर में जो चीजें न्यूज़ में रही हैं, डिजास्टर में जो चीजें न्यूज़ में रही हैं, दोस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स, मिसलेनियस थिंग्स वुड बी डन देयर. ओके, okay, thank you. चलिए, let's start the class. Okay, so far we have completed orbits. Yesterday we did orbits. We have studied rockets and all the new developments in rockets, newer kind of rockets that we are building. We have done that. Today we dealt with satellites. So in satellites we talked about the communication satellites, we talked about earth observation satellites, we also spoke about satellite navigation system, जिसमें we discussed Baidu, we discussed GPS, we discussed IRNSS. Then we talked about satellites to study sun, जिसमें Aditya L1 is something that we studied. And then some miscellaneous missions, जिसमें हम satellite ही launch कर रहे हैं. Netra was one thing, Indian regional, there are some other missions that we studied. Now the topic that we want to cover is interplanetary missions. So interplanetary missions में basically from Earth we are going to some other celestial body. तो अर्थ से मार्स पे जाना है या अर्थ से वीनस पे जाना है और अर्थ से मून पे जाना है. Now you'll say sir, moon is not a planet, so why are you calling it interplanetary? Basically इसरो की वेबसाइट पे जाओगे ना, तो they have under interplanetary program they have mentioned Chandrayaan. So basically they perhaps refer to किसी दूसरे celestial body पे जाने को they are referring to as planetary. Okay, so those are some things that we want to cover here. So first is Mars orbiter mission. Did we cover Mars orbiter mission? अभी cover किया क्या हमने? नहीं ना? Okay. So in September the last year 2021, Mars orbiter mission completed 7th years of orbiting. On 24th September 2014, MOM started orbiting Mars. Mars, Mangalyaan started orbiting Mangal. अच्छा, ये हमने पढ़ा नहीं था पर इस पे क्वेश्चन कर लिया हमने. Oh, I'm sorry. So in 2021 it completed 7 years. इस वजह से there were some news related to this. Now let's talk about MOM, Mars orbiter mission. अच्छा, सबसे पहले ना what is Mars orbiter mission? इसको समझो, it's an orbiter mission. Orbiter मतलब ऑर्बिट करेगा, मार्स को ऑर्बिट करेगा. इट्स नॉट अ लैंडर मिशन. इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू लैंड ऑन मार्स. This initiative was launched on November 2013 and it took it almost 10 months to reach Mars. Now, why did it take it 10 months? इसको मार्स में पहुंचने में 10 महीने क्यों लगे? इसको समझने के लिए हम अभी चंद्रयान पढ़ेंगे ना. There I'll explain you how did we reach moon. Similar mechanism was used to reach this also. This was India's first interplanetary mission. किसी दूसरे प्लैनेट पे जा रहे हैं, ये पहली बार हुआ था. एंड इंडिया हैज बिकम द फर्स्ट एशियन नेशन टू रीच मार्स. इवन चाइना हैड नॉट रीच्ड मार्स देन. एंड इंडिया इज द only country in the world which has done this in the first attempt. Other countries, when they were trying to reach Mars, they took some time, which wasn't the case with India. They failed sometimes. India was able to do it in the very first attempt. Now, what is Mars Orbiter mission doing? It is orbiting Mars, and in the atmosphere of Mars, it is looking for methane. Now, methane, methane is a greenhouse gas. Where is methane produced? By decomposition of living organisms, or in animal husbandry sector, in cows body, cow's stomach, methane is produced when food is digested. So it's an indicator of life. Living organisms जब decompose हो रहे हैं, their methane is getting produced. So it's a biomarker. So if methane would be there in Mars atmosphere, Mars may presently there may be no life, but in the past, millions of years back, if there was life on Mars, so methane could be present. So that's why it is Mars Orbiter mission is looking for this. Okay, now Mars Orbiter mission, because it's orbiting Mars, it's also taking pictures of Mars surface. And while it is taking pictures of Mars surface, it's able to explore, observe Mars surface features, morphology, mineralogy, Martian atmosphere, and so on. MOM2, Mars Orbiter mission 2, is expected to go in 2024. It will not only have an orbiter, but it will also have a lander and rover. So let me explain you this briefly. देखो, अभी on Mars we have only sent this. If this is the Mars planet, we have only sent an orbiter which is orbiting Mars. But in Mars Orbiter mission 2, other than this orbiting satellite that we would send, we would also send something that will be able to land on Mars, and a rover. Rover would be able to move on Mars. While moving, it will explore Mars surface. This is Chandrayaan 1 was an orbiter mission. In 2008, we launched Chandrayaan 1. It was orbiting Mars. But in 2019, we launched Chandrayaan 2. It was a orbiter come lander rover mission. Landing could not take place, and thus roving was also not happening, but it was lander come rover mission. Did you understand this? Okay. So you should know these things about Mars Orbiter mission. Okay. Now let's talk about Shukrayaan. देखो, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. Mars is Mangal. Venus is Shukra. So Venus mission that we are planning is called Shukrayaan 1. Abhi it was in news. India to launch Shukrayaan Venus in 2024 after pandemic delays. So basically, earlier our plan was by 2023, mid 2023, we will launch Shukrayaan. But now Shukrayaan mission has been delayed to 2024 because of the COVID-19 delays. Now, ISRO has also shortlisted 20 space-based experiment proposals. Basically, there are some experiment proposals which are coming from Russia and other countries. Russia has, France has, Sweden has, which it will take with its Mars Orbiter mission. Those devices would also be able to study Mars. Oh, Mars, sorry, Venus. It's Venus. So Shukrayaan or Venus is a proposed orbiter to Venus by ISRO. तो पहला देखो, when we sent it to moon, it was an only orbiter. When we sent it to Mars, first one was only orbiter. When we are sending it to Venus, it's only orbiter. Okay, so Shukrayaan is a proposed orbiter to Venus by ISRO. It will be first mission of ISRO to Venus. We have never went to Shukra. We have never went to Venus. It will be first time we'll be going there. Now, ISRO has also been soliciting ideas for instruments for a Venus mission since 2018. And earlier we were planning that we will reach there by 2023, but now this has been delayed. And it will be launched either by GSLV Mark II, GSLV Mark III. Please note, it will be launched in 2024. It will reach Mars by, no, not 26, late. It will take time. 8-10-12 महीने का time लगेगा, जिसे मार्स में पहुंचने में time लगा. Now, if we miss this deadline, if we are not able to launch it in December 2024, then the next option that we'll have would be mid 2026. Basically, अर्थ और मार्स पास में ना उन 19 मंथ में एक बार आते हैं. इन 19 months they are very close to each other. So when we are launching a Mars mission, it's important that we launch it when it's closer, so that by when our orbiter reaches there, we do not have to travel extra distance to go on the other side of the sun. It should be very close to us. So it happens only once in 19 months. So if we miss this deadline, we will have to go for 2026 target. Okay, now there are certain instruments which are being carried, not very important, but for completion purpose, just go through them, read them. Okay. पास्ट में भी वीनस मिशंस हुए हैं, उनके बारे में थोड़ा सा आप अपने आप से रीड करिए. I have provided it here. Now let's talk about Chandrayaan. So Chandrayaan 1 was simple. Chandrayaan 1 was an orbiter mission that reached moon in 2018, and it orbited moon in a orbit 100 kilometers above moon surface. So moon at a height of 100 kilometer. The spacecraft carried 11 scientific instruments. जैसे वीनस के लिए हम scientific instruments solicit कर रहे हैं from other countries, in the same way Chandrayaan 1 carried 11 scientific instruments built in India, USA, UK, Germany, Sweden, etc., and gave very good results. In fact, Chandrayaan 1 was among the first mission to give a concrete evidence of water's existence on moon. Water moon पे exist करता है, इसका one of the first concrete evidence was given by Chandrayaan 1 only. Okay, now we have to talk about Chandrayaan 2. Chandrayaan 2, you see that देखो, it has been in news in last 1 year only 3 times. Chandrayaan 2 की study, like orbiter, the lander has failed, but orbiter is still orbiting. It is providing us a lot of information. So what are the findings of the studies of Chandrayaan 2? It was released in September 2021 by ISRO. Then in November 2021, Chandrayaan जो moon को orbit कर रहा है ना, there are other missions also which are orbiting moon, other satellites also which are orbiting moon. ऐसा ही एक satellite है lunar reconnaissance orbiter of USA. They were going to come very close to each other. They may have even collided. So one maneuvering was done, where Chandrayaan was lifted up. Its orbit was increased a bit, so that they do not collide. For this reason, it was in news in November 2021. Then you would also see that Chandrayaan 2 was launched on. अच्छा ये तो news है, ये 2019 वाली news है. So let's talk about Chandrayaan 2. Chandrayaan 2, India's second mission to moon, is an advanced version of Chandrayaan 1. Chandrayaan 1 only carried an orbiter. It is carrying a orbiter, a lander, a rover. In fact, these 3 things it was carrying: an orbiter, a lander was called Vikram lander, and a rover was called Pragyan. Lander ने rover को moon के surface पे land कराया होता safely, and rover was supposed to rove around and study the surface of the moon. It took that. Now, this was the first attempt which India made to make a soft landing on any celestial body. अर्थ के बाहर किसी बॉडी पे सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग. देखो, one landing is you go and collide, you get destroyed. That is not landing. Like, that is crashing. that you can do on any body which has gravity. This was the first attempt of soft landing by ISRO on any celestial body. सबसे past, which is the celestial body that we have, Moon. So on Moon. Now it was a completely indigenous mission, unlike Chandrayaan 1, which was developed with the help of Russia, which was launched with the help of Russia. It was a completely indigenous mission. Chandrayaan 1 में it contained an impactor module which provided for crash landing. So what ये landing नहीं, soft landing नहीं. After orbiter, Chandrayaan 1 का orbiter का time period is over. It had a crashing mechanism in which that orbiter will crash on the surface of Moon. But it carried, Chandrayaan 2 carried a lander and a rover. Lander will make it safely land on the surface of Moon. That was the plan. It could not land, it failed, but that was the plan. Now, Chandrayaan 1 को launch करने के लिए PSLV was used and Chandrayaan 2 को launch करने के लिए GSLV Mark 3 was used. Now we would understand the technique by which we reached Moon. See, how far is Moon from Earth? How far is Moon from Earth? Around 3.5 lakh kilometers away. Moon is around 3.5 lakh kilometers away. Look at this. Orbiter, lander, rover, 2300 kg, 1400 kg. 2300, 1400 कितना हो गया? 2300 and 1400, 3700. Then 27 kg of this, 3800 kg. Is GSLV Mark 3 capable of carrying 3800 kg to Moon? No. So GSLV Mark 3 just took it to an orbit around Earth. First note this. GSLV Mark 3 rocket only took this around 4000 kg of weight to an orbit around Earth. But in what orbit? What process was used by Chandrayaan to reach Moon? This is Earth. This, let's say, is Moon. Now all the concepts that you studied yesterday would come into play. Let's bring those concepts. Chandrayaan was brought by GSLV Mark 3. 4000 kg कितने हाइट तक ले जा सकता है? GTO का एक ऑर्बिट तो बहुत पास में होता है. It took it to, let's say, this orbit, this elliptical orbit. It took Chandrayaan 2 here and launched it. GSLV's work is done. GSLV ने ये किया, इसे एक elliptical orbit में launch कर दिया. Then, when Chandrayaan completed this one round, and when it reached here, Chandrayaan में एक छोटा सा engine था. It started that engine so that it can further increase the speed. पहले जितना speed था उससे ज्यादा हो जाए. If your speed increases, what happens? You go to a larger orbit. If you are launched with speed of √gm/r, you remain in a circular orbit. If your speed is higher, you go to an elliptical orbit. If your speed is further higher, you go to a bigger orbit. So when Chandrayaan came here, it started its engine a bit, increased speed, and went to a bigger ellipse. It came back, increased its speed, went to a bigger ellipse. It came back, increased its speed, went to a bigger ellipse. Till the time it was not very far away from Earth. फिर यहाँ पे जाके it started, when it was very far away from Earth's gravity, it started its engine here and moved towards Moon. अब ये Moon पे भी सीधा directly jump नहीं किया. It came to near Moon and took a orbit around Moon. Then reduced its speed a bit, took a smaller orbit around Moon. Reduced its speed a bit and took a smaller orbit around. So it took many orbits to reach Moon. All your yesterday's concepts, everything that we studied yesterday would be useful here to clearly understand what happened. It took it almost 40 days to reach Moon. When NASA was sending astronauts to space, to Moon, Apollo सीधा ऐसे जाता था. but then it used to be a very large rocket. It consumed a lot of fuel. It was very expensive, so expensive that NASA, world की richest country का space agency, closed down the program. It closed the program. Apollo mission was closed. It was that expensive. By this mechanism, we kept it cheap. Similar mechanism was used in case of launch of satellite to Mangalyaan. Launch of Mangalyaan to Mars. Similar mechanism was used. Have you watched this movie Mangalyaan? Mangalyaan, they explain it wrong. Actually, science वाले लोग पता नहीं क्या hire करते हैं नहीं. You remember first of all, when they try to show that they have developed this mechanism by looking at Puri and making, that is stupid. This mechanism was already known. First thing. Second, they are explaining the concept wrong. They are saying that oil जो गरम है उसी गरम से पूरी बनाते रहो, जब वो ठंडा हो जाए तो फिर गरम करो. But here they are not using any fuel as such. Only for increasing the speed they are using this. In rest of the situation कोई oil और वो use नहीं, gravity का force ही use हो रहा है. Getting what they are trying to show कि your engine is गरम, उससे आप घूम लोगे, जब वो ठंडा हो जाएगा तो फिर गरम कर लोगे. So that analogy was altogether wrong. Students who understand how this works would understand that they are using engine just to increase the speed so that they'll go in a bigger orbit. They're using engine to increase the speed. Look at this. This is what happened. Pehle GSLV launched it in a smaller orbit, increase the speed, go to a bigger orbit, 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 go to a bigger orbit. Come here, move towards moon. Launch yourself in a orbit, smaller orbit. यहाँ पे आपको अपनी speed कम करनी पड़ेगी. If you are going in this direction, you will fire your engine in the other direction, so that you go in a smaller orbit. And finally, you are in a 100-kilometer height के orbit पे on moon. So it took almost a month for this to reach here and almost 10 days more to start orbiting the moon. So this GSLV, Chandrayaan reached moon on 2nd September. On 7th September, it tried to land on the moon. Chandrayaan तो घूम रहा है, उसका orbiter तो घूम रहा है. Lander and rover. Lander will take rover and go to the ground. Now, landing on moon is the biggest challenge of this mission. Why? Moon does not have an atmosphere. Earth has an atmosphere, no. So what happens when you are falling? You will open your parachute and you will fall slowly. Right? This is what we do on Earth because Earth has an atmosphere. So that atmosphere, the air, because of the opening of the parachute, creates a force in the opposite direction and slows us down. But moon does not have atmosphere. The moon pe, when something is falling, it cannot open some umbrella to slow down the fall. It has to fire engine in the opposite direction. If it's falling like this, engine fire hoga idhar taki opposite direction mein jaye to slow it down. It is the most complicated thing to do. And this was something in which we did not succeed. Our lander could not land, soft land on, it landed on moon, it crashed on moon. It did not soft land on moon. Fine. How was the soft landing achieved? How was it supposed to be achieved? वो thrusters चलाने थे, उसने engine दूसरे direction में चलाना था. Okay. What was Chandrayaan supposed to do? Chandrayaan was supposed to demonstrate new capabilities of ISRO. What capability? The capability that will be able to land on other terrestrial object. So far, only 3 countries had done this. We wanted to demonstrate that after US, Russia, and China, we are the ones who would be able to do it, but we failed in it. The lander craft was supposed to safely land on and land the rover on the surface. The rover was supposed to explore the lunar crust and all, and the mission was supposed to analyze the crust sample for presence of water and helium-3. But all these things did not happen because it crash landed. But orbiter orbiter thing is working properly, and it is creating a detailed 3-dimensional map of the moon. Orbiter thing is working properly. Fine. Now, orbiter कितने अच्छे से काम कर रहा है? That is something that we have to understand here. Or rather than orbiter कितने अच्छे से काम कर रहा है, what are the things that orbiter has given us so far? What are the information that orbiter has given us so far? Orbiter is orbiting moon. It is studying taking pictures of the moon and giving us information. So these are the things which orbiter has told us. One, the orbiter has an imaging infrared spectrometer. Through this, it has said that both water and OH molecule are present on moon. Earlier, हमें ये प्रूफ था कि हाँ हाइड्रोक्सिल मॉलिक्यूल है, and mostly it must be from water. But now we have realized that both water and OH molecule are present, and moreover, water is present on all the latitudes. Earlier, it was believed that polar region में तो है, बाकियों का confirm नहीं था. But now water, and please note here when we say water, we do not mean liquid water. इस बात का ध्यान रखना है. You cannot go to moon एक मग में पानी भर के पीने लग जाओगे. That's not the case. Water in various forms are available. This is what Chandrayaan study is saying. Second, discovery of minor elements. The large area soft X-ray spectrometer class, it is used to measure X-ray spectrum of moon to ascertain the presence of minerals and elements. The ISRO orbiter has detected for the first time minor elements on the surface of moon, namely chromium and manganese. Chromium, manganese and sodium are three things which have been detected for the first time. So what do these findings help us? Like this was released by ISRO only in September, so you must know about these things. What do these findings tell us or help us in future? When we plan missions to moon, especially colonies on moon, what are the things which are available there would be very crucial for us to plan things in future on moon. Okay, now एक Chandrayaan 2 का ना solar X-ray monitor भी है. It has also given certain results which was published in 2021. What is solar X-ray monitor? It is monitoring X-rays which are coming from sun. मून से सन का ऑब्जर्वेशन कि एक पर्टिकुलर टाइम पे इजी हो जाएगा. एंड इट हैज आल्सो डन वेरियस स्टडीज रिलेटेड टू सन वेयर इट हैज फाउंड दैट this XSM supports the quantitative measurements of elemental abundance of lunar surface using the companion payload class Chandrayaan 2 large area soft X-ray spectrometer, and it has provided at present XSM is the only instrument that provides soft X-ray spectrum measurements of sun. That is, it measures intensity of X-ray in different energies over 1 to 15 kilowatt. Basically X-ray का जो soft X-ray version है, sun का soft X-ray measurement करने का, there is only one device right now. Earlier there used to be other devices, but right now there's only one device, which is this device, which is there on the moon's orbiter. They're not moon's orbiter, the Chandrayaan ka orbiter, which has left there. Okay. Then this is the evasive maneuver which we are talking about. See, this was the scenario. This is moon's surface. This is Chandrayaan 2 ka orbit. This is lunar reconnaissance orbit of USA. So they were going to, on 20th October, they were going to pass from very close to each other. Chandrayaan 2 orbit and lunar reconnaissance orbit, they were going to pass from very close to each other. So both NASA and ISRO came together and both mutually decided कि चंद्रयान 2 के ऑर्बिट को थोड़ा ऊपर करा जाएगा, मैन्यूवर किया जाएगा so that they do not collide. It happened in November. So Chandrayaan 2 was in news also for this reason. Okay, I've provided you the details in the notes. If you read it, you'll understand. But for this reason also, Chandrayaan 2 was in news. So Chandrayaan 2 was regularly in news. You should be prepared for that. Now Chandrayaan 3.0 भी news में था. ISRO plans to launch Chandrayaan 3 by the middle of 2023. जब आप लोगों के सिलेक्शन का रिजल्ट आ रहा होगा, तब Chandrayaan 3 जा रहा होगा. But an interesting thing is there, it will not have orbiter. Orbiter तो already Chandrayaan 2 में चला गया ना. It will only have lander and rover. We will make another attempt to land on moon. Fine. Chandrayaan 3 बस इतना ही जानना है. Same mechanism would be used, same things would be used, landing would happen. Now let's go to LUPEX, Lunar Probe Exploration Mission. It's a collaboration between ISRO and Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency. It would send a lunar rover and a lander to explore the south pole region of the moon in 2024. LUPEX also बार-बार news में रहा है. We should be aware of this also. Again, here we are all talking about all current affairs things. Okay, the LUPEX has also been in news. Now, India's own space station plans. Oh, India so far has not been able to send humans to space. Gaganyaan mein, we are planning that we will send humans to space. Fine. Here is the plan about space station. Space station is like labs where humans can work in space. So satellites, large satellites where humans can live would be a space station. Right now, there's only one functioning space station, International Space Station. India क्या अपना space station बनाएगा? So yes, India has a plan of making its own space station. When would it do that? It says that 5 to 7 years after Gaganyaan. So Gaganyaan, earlier we were planning that Gaganyaan would be done by 2022, but Gaganyaan has not been done by 2022, right? After Gaganyaan is done, 5 to 7 years after that, we'll have our own space station. Now, we do not have the capability to take satellites more than 10,000 kg to low Earth orbit. Space station would be much larger. How would we achieve that? So we would develop bigger rockets. We would need a better version of GSLV Mark III, much more powerful version. जहाँ पे हम बोल रहे हैं कि in second stage we'll have semi-cryogenic engine. We'll have those things. Further, we are also experimenting with what is called SpadeX. What is SpadeX? This experiment. Space docking experiment. So what is space docking experiment? See, we may not have a capability of sending a very large international space station there. Uske liye we'll need a very powerful rocket. But what if we create an international space station there by sending them in components and they can dock together. This is SpadeX experiment. Earlier we were planning that we'll do it in 2020, but हुआ नहीं 21, अभी हुआ नहीं 22 is something जहां हो जाए. So this SpadeX experiment is also something that we're doing as our effort towards developing our own space station. Okay. Now, I'll take all these questions, guys. One by one, I'll take these questions, the questions about the program that you have. Let's quickly finish this, and then I'll start taking questions. There are some other recent achievements of ISRO. Quantum key distribution, quantum cryptography, and quantum key distribution, say, sending signals. ISRO is also testing this. Like China has developed a mechanism by which they are able to send information through quantum key distribution. ISRO is also testing it. We will study this technology in more detail when we are dealing with computer and IT, जहाँ पे data security की बात करेंगे. But ISRO has also tested this for a distance of 300 meters, where video was sent from one side to another using quantum key distribution mechanism. तो factually ये याद रख लो अभी के लिए In computer and IT, we'll study this in more details. Okay. Regional Academic Center for Space inaugurated in Patna. Regional Academic Center. ISRO is establishing these academic centers throughout the country where research and development in the field of space, studies in the field of space could be promoted. So, abhi in November 2021, this regional academic center has been set up in NIT Patna. So far, we have this center in NIT Patna, MNIT Jaipur, NIT Kurukshetra, IIT BHU, Guwahati University, and NIT K Suratkal. This NIT Patna will cater to regions covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Sikkim, and UT of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. It's not covering Northeast India because we already have, for Northeast India, we have Guwahati University wala this thing. Fine? Understood? देखो factual चीज है, current affairs में यही सब होता है. Questions इससे आ सकते हैं, but there are good chances that questions would be asked from conceptual things. That's why we spend a lot of time on it. But through all these, you would realize that we have covered each and every current affairs related to space by India. Okay, next class में हम international वाले भी each and everything we'll study. That will also be mostly factual because we have already done conceptual things. You'll understand each and everything. There I'll not have to explain you what Lagrangian point 2 is. Okay, now ATL Space Challenge 2021. So Atal Innovation Mission is under Niti Aayog, you know that? 2019 में prelims में आया था ये अटल इनोवेशन मिशन वाला क्वेश्चन. किसके अंदर आता है? तो नीति आयोग के अंदर आता है. तो अटल इनोवेशन मिशन इज अंडर नीति आयोग. ISRO in collaboration with Atal Innovation Mission has launched a challenge called ATL Space Challenge for school students. कौन से स्कूल? कोई भी स्कूल, जो स्कूल अटल इनोवेशन मिशन के अंदर आता है, जो स्कूल अटल इनोवेशन मिशन के अंदर नहीं आता है, ATL और नॉन ATL स्कूल्स, कोई भी वहां पे बच्चे 3 लोगों के, अप टू 3 पीपल की टीम बना सकते हैं on these issues. Explore space, reach space, inhabit space, leverage space, and they can participate in this competition. The idea is increase awareness about space related things and promote students to study in this area. Okay, so this is ATL Space Challenge 2021. अटल इनोवेशन मिशन के कोलैबोरेशन में इसरो ने स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स के लिए नॉट ओनली दो स्कूल्स व्हिच आर लिंक्ड विद अटल इनोवेशन मिशन बट इवन अदर स्कूल्स ये इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च किया था. ओके, नाउ सम इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सनालिटीज. डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई, ही वाज बोर्न इन 1919. तो इन 1919 में इनको 100 साल हो गए थे. इट वाज हिज बर्थ सेंचुरी. तो अभी तक क्वेश्चन आया नहीं है, तो वी आर वेटिंग कि विक्रम साराभाई पे एक क्वेश्चन आए. विक्रम साराभाई इज कंसिडर्ड द फादर ऑफ इंडिया स्पेस प्रोग्राम. इनफैक्ट आपने कई बार फिजिकल रिसर्च लेबोरेटरी के बारे में पढ़ा होगा. दिस फिजिकल रिसर्च लेबोरेटरी वाज समथिंग दैट वाज स्टार्टेड इन 1947 बाय हिम, एंड इट वाज PRL व्हिच बिकेम द क्रेडल ऑफ स्पेस साइंस इन इंडिया. Then you would see that he was a institutional builder. IIM Ahmedabad को establish करने में भी Vikram Sarabhai had played a crucial role. Later, when National Committee for Space Research was established, National Committee for Space Research was predecessor of ISRO. ISRO would be established in 1969. ISRO would be established in 1969. So earlier, when this was established, National Committee for Space Research, he was the first chair of this body, first chairperson of this body. He also contributed in the setting up of Thumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station, from where our first sounding rocket was launched. And he was also the chairman of Atomic Energy Commission in India. And that's why a new movie is coming, which is based on the life of Bhabha and Sarabhai. आपने एड्स में देखा होगा, आई थिंक जी टीवी या समवन इज स्पॉन्सरिंग दैट, तो एड्स में वो मूवी का देखा होगा, इन दोनों की फाइट देखी होगी, क्योंकि देखो ही इज आल्सो हेडिंग एटॉमिक एनर्जी कमीशन. तो भाभा से भी डिफरेंसेस थोड़े से रहे वैसे. दे कोलैबोरेटेड अ लॉट. दी होमी जहांगीर भाभा एंड विक्रम साराभाई आर अमंग द ग्रेटेस्ट कंट्रीब्यूटर्स इन द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. हम रियलाइज नहीं करते हैं कि Sometimes these scientists contribute way more than a political leader may have contributed. Political leaders को बहुत शौक होता है फोटो खिंचवाने का, अपने नाम से ये बनवाने का, वो बनवाने का. In reality, contribution of these people is just uncomparable. It's because they were brilliant, they did something brilliant. गुंडे होते तो politician बन जाते. So you can understand their contribution would anyways be more in the development of the country. We do not know a lot about them. Cut. There are some other key positions that he has held. So these 4-5 points you should read about Vikram Sarabhai. Whenever you get time, read about Vikram Sarabhai's life story. In current affairs program, we cannot tell a lot of those things. हम 4-5 points ही बता सकते हैं जो कि 1 minute में खत्म हो जाए. Okay, then this new guy, S. Somnath, the current chairperson of ISRO. ये नए chairperson बने तो इनके बारे में भी मैंने 1-2 points लेके आ गए. अच्छा, it's a web series? Okay. Someone is saying कि it's a web series. जो साराभाई और वो वाला. Okay, anyways, commercialization and privatization of space sector. देखो, throughout world, over the last 2 decades, private sector has started playing a very important role. अब देखिए SpaceX is doing things which NASA was not able to do. Like for almost 10 years, NASA was dependent on Russia to send its astronauts to International Space Station. They did not have a rocket to send a spacecraft to send their own scientists to their own space station, International Space Station. SpaceX has developed that. SpaceX is working on developing reusable rockets. But in India, private sector hasn't been able to play that important a role. So to promote privatization, to promote commercialization of space sector, certain initiatives, certain new institutions have come up and certain steps have been taken. We will briefly look at those new institutions. Steps को भी ऊपर से देखेंगे. ये थोड़ा मेंस के लिए ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, प्रीलिम्स के लिए इतना नहीं, but still. New Space India Limited. New Space India Limited is a public sector entity that has been created, and it has been created under Department of Space. What will it do? It will commercially utilize the R&D work of ISRO centers and others constituent unit of Department of Space. So basically, जो capabilities ISRO की और Department of Space के अलग agencies की हैं, it will look into commercial utilization of that. So for example, Amazonia mission का business लेके आना, it was launched using PSLV, so it was using ISRO's capability to earn money. This body has been formed for that commercialization. This body has been formed for that purpose. New Space India Limited, a public sector company for commercialization of R&D capabilities of ISRO and other bodies under Department of Science. So what will it do? It will roles and functions, small satellite technology transfer to industry. R&D से small satellite technology ISRO ने बनाई है, transfer that to industry, give license to them, earn money from them, let them develop satellites. Manufacture of SSLVs in collaboration with private sector. Small satellite launch vehicle कैसे बनाना है, क्या बनाना है, private ISRO ने develop कर लिया, let's go for this. Productionization of PSLV through Indian industry. PSLV also Indian industries बनाए. Productionization and marketing of space-based products and services, transfer of technology developed by ISRO, marketing spin-off technologies, any other subject which Government of India deems fit. These are the things which it would be doing. Okay, then launch of Brazil's Amazonia satellite in March 2021 was the first dedicated communication mission of New Space India Limited. New Space India Limited got the business from Brazil, and using ISRO's resources was able to get it done. Then in space, a new body has been created, Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. It's a nodal authority for regulating activities of non-government private entities. Look at this. Private sector. Private sector को हम promote करना चाहते हैं space में, उनके काम को regulate करना, उनके काम को promote करने के लिए this nodal authority has been created. In space, what was NSIL doing? NSIL was promoting commercialization. Commercialization, ISRO के resources का commercialization. And what is in space doing? It is promoting private sector. तो it will permit and oversee following activities of private sector. What activities of private sector? Building of launch vehicles and satellites and providing space-based services. If private sectors want to build vehicle and satellites, want to build rocket and satellites, it will permit and oversee them. InSpace will permit and oversee that. Sharing of ISRO infrastructure. If private sector wants to share ISRO infrastructure, it would do it. It would permit it, regulate it. Establishment of temporary facility within the premise of ISRO, within the premise of any department of space agency for some research and development for anything. If private sector wants to do it, it is this InSpace body which will permit it. Establishment of new space infrastructure and facilities, building of spacecraft by private sector, using of spacecraft data and rolling out of space-based services. All these things would be regulated by them. It will also draw up integrated launch manifest. Now you want to launch satellites, ISRO also wants to do it, private sector also wants to do it. So a manifest has to be created. So that integrated launch manifest would be created by them. So where needs of ISRO, needs of NSIL जो कि commercialization promote कर रहा है, and needs of private sector in India will be taken care of. It will draw up suitable mechanism for promotion, hand-holding, infrastructure sharing to encourage participation of NGPs. The decision of InSpace shall be final and binding on all stakeholders, ISRO, NSIL, private sector. इनमें अगर कोई भी प्रॉब्लम होती है, डिस्प्यूट होता है, the decision of InSpace would be final. If you look at the structure of InSpace, it will consist of a chairperson, technical experts from space for space activities, safety experts, experts from academia, industries, legal and strategic experts, etc. Monitoring and promotion directorate of InSpace will have the oversight over the activities as per InSpace decision. So this body InSpace के अंदर ये body रहेगी, directorate of this overall काम ये कर रहा होगा. Then another body is there. NSIL we have seen, InSpace we have seen. I'm थोड़ा जल्दी जा रहे हैं क्योंकि factual है, आप अपने आप से भी पढ़ेंगे, आपको आ जाएगा. Indian Space Association. What is Indian Space Association? It is an association of space related bodies in India. या जो space में काम करना चाहिए, भारती एयरटेल, ISRO. A number of these ISRO, भारती एयरटेल, OneWeb, Map My India, जो space related bodies है, जिन्होंने सैटेलाइट का यूज करते हैं, वो they have come together under Indian Space Association. It was recently announced by Prime Minister Modi in October 2021. This body will engage with all stakeholders and it would help in formulation of enabling policy framework that fulfills the government's vision. Basically, जैसे industries होते हैं, FICCI है, वो industries वाले उनका collaboration है. It helps in policy making. Government consult them. What do you need in this budget? What policy change do you need? ऐसे ही this Indian Space Association would be playing a role. This Indian Space Association would be encouraging and promoting private sector companies interested in space sector, supplement the government's effort in space sector, build global linkages for Indian space industry to bring critical technology and investment into the country and create high skill jobs. If space sector grows in the country, high skill jobs automatically would be created. And in fact, ISRO की ना एक policy भी है, reforming the space sector. उसमें first they are saying that we need to reform space sector because right now global space economy में India का share is very less, 2%. Global space economy is of $360 billion. Our share is very less. And while globally private sector is doing very well, we are not. In India, private sector's role is negligible. Most of the work is done by ISRO and Department of Space and other entities under Department of Space. So for this, to reform, certain things have been done, like enable and promote private players. This is some principles are being followed. उसमें एक principle है private players को promote करना. दूसरा, ISRO का infrastructure and technology private sector के लिए available करना, which we saw in case of InSpace also. InSpace was also doing this. InSpace was saying that we will help private sector share resources of ISRO. So it is doing that. Public sector to focus on R&D. Idea is ISRO and other public sector entities should focus on research and development. Once they develop the technology, commercialize that technology and let private sector make rockets, make satellites. You try to develop newer and newer satellites. Demand-driven approach for development of space assets. If you are manufacturing something, if you are developing something, it should be based on demand from user agencies, entities. And finally, inspire youngsters and dreamers. developed courses, programs in the space sector. Reforming space sector. These are the key principles which are being followed to reform space sector. What are the implementation strategy? Opening up space sector, मतलब bring private players more. उसके लिए आप देखेंगे building of launch vehicle and satellite should go to private sector, sharing of ISRO facilities, establishment of facilities in DOS premises, launch campaign and launch space based services. ये सब private sector को करने को दिया जाएगा. Then setting up of in space we have already studied. In the same way, providing a stable regulatory and policy environment. These are certain things which have been planned to promote space sector in the country. इसी में आप देखेंगे enhancing the role of New Space India Limited, which is focused on commercialization of the space sector, transfer of technologies from public to private sector, announcement of future opportunities for private sector. All these things have had certain positive impacts. बहुत सारे resources share हो रहे हैं. A number of startups, MSME sector in the space sectors have come up. तो but ये थोड़ा ना मेंस के लिए important होगा. फिर भी आप एक बार अभी से रेडी रहिए. मेंस में स्पेस सेक्टर के रिफॉर्म के बारे में कुछ आता है तो you should be ready to solve it. With this, we are done with Indian efforts in space sector. कुछ questions बाकी हैं 10-15. Let's solve them. सब लोग थक गए हो क्या बहुत ज्यादा? थक तो गए, एकदम जान निकल चुकी है. पर ठीक है, क्या करेंगे? आप लोग जब सेलेक्ट हो जाना सब, तो सोचना कि कितना कितना झेला था आपने. 5-5 घंटे की क्लासेस झेली थी, है ना? देखो मुझे ना एक्चुअली मुझे कभी कभी लगता है ना कि जब मैं ये नहीं कर पाऊंगा वो नहीं कर पाऊंगा ऐसा, तो मैं अपने ना IIT JEE वाले दिन याद करता हूँ. मेरे को लगता है कि जैसे मैं वहां पढ़ा था वैसे मैं आज कर लूं तो मैं कोई भी काम कर सकता हूँ, क्योंकि दैट वाज द मोस्ट हार्डवर्किंग फेज ऑफ माय लाइफ. तो वैसे आई वांट कि फॉर यू पीपल दिस सिविल सर्विसेज प्रिपरेशन फेज शुड बिकम सो गुड, सो हार्डवर्किंग कि फ्यूचर में कोई भी बड़ा चैलेंज आए ना, यू शुड फील लाइक थोड़ा मुश्किल है, बट क्लियरिंग सिविल सर्विसेज वाज मोर डिफिकल्ट. आई वर्क सो हार्ड देयर. अगर मैं उस तरह से आज काम कर लूं तो ये भी हो जाएगा. योर प्रिपरेशन शुड गिव यू कॉन्फिडेंस फॉर रेस्ट ऑफ योर लाइफ. अगर आप प्रिपरेशन में मस्ती करते हुए निकाल दोगे, रिलैक्स होते हुए निकाल दोगे, तो पूरी लाइफ ऐसा रहेगा कि यार कर पाएंगे क्या. पर अगर यहां पे मेहनत कर लोगे ना, यू विल बी लाइक, पता है आपको खुद कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा अंदर से कि यार क्यों मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता. वो बहुत जरूरी है. मेरे को मैं कभी भी ऐसा सोचता हूं ना कि यार ये बहुत मुश्किल है, ये बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, आई थिंक लाइक यार वहां तो मैं पढ़ लेता था. मैंने जैसे आई केम फ्रॉम अ वेरी स्मॉल टाउन एंड आई वेंट टू कोटा, और मुझे ना जिस इंस्टीट्यूट में मैं पढ़ता था वहां पे ऐसे 300-400-500 बच्चों का सिलेक्शन होता था. मेरा रैंक 1800 था, तो मुझे लगता था मेरा कभी सिलेक्शन होगा नहीं. बट देन एक दिन मैंने सितंबर के आसपास डिसाइड किया, 4-5 महीने हो गए थे मुझे वहां गए हुए, अब जब तक ना मैं होमवर्क कंप्लीट नहीं कर लेता जो मिल रहा है, मैं सोऊंगा ही नहीं. कैसे नहीं होगा? देयर वर टाइम्स जब मैं 2-2 घंटे सो के गया क्लास में या बिना सोए भी चला गया, पर मैंने उस दिन से ये डिसीजन ले लिया था. और मैं जब सोचता हूं ना कि मैं उस तरह की चीज क्या आज कर रहा हूं, नहीं कर रहा, मतलब आई एम नॉट गिविंग माय बेस्ट, एंड दैट मोटिवेट्स मी. कोई भी काम होता है ना कि अगर वैसे कर रहा हूँ तो हो ही जाएगा. तो योर प्रिपरेशन फेज शुड ऑल्सो, यू शुड स्लीप ऑन टाइम एंड यू शुड एक्सरसाइज एंड ऑल, बट योर फेज ऑफ प्रिपरेशन शुड बी लाइक, it should motivate, it should not only get you selected, it should motivate you in rest of your throughout your rest of the life. इसी को यूज कर करके अपने बच्चों को भी गालियां देना. पता है हमने कितनी मेहनत करी थी, जैसे आपके पेरेंट्स आपको देते हैं आजकल. ठीक है, चलिए. Let's do the questions. 38, 10-12 क्वेश्चन है, 10-12 मिनट और. Let's do it. 38. Consider the following statements about Shukrayaan 1. Shukrayaan is proposed orbiter and lander mission to Venus. Venus is Shukrayaan, but it's only orbiter, gadho. It's not orbiter and lander. Shukrayaan is an orbiter mission. One is wrong. It is planned to be launched by end of year 2022, 2024. It will be launched using PSLV rocket, no. GSLV 2 or 3. So which of the above is correct? None of the above is correct. Answer is D. Fine. Question number 39. Which of the following activities are Indian remote sensing satellite used? In which of the following activities are remote sensing satellites are used? Remote sensing, Earth observation satellites कहाँ use होता है? This was asked in examination. Crop productivity, yes. खराब है, अच्छा है. It could do that. Groundwater resources, yes. Mineral exploration, yes. 1, 2, 3 is for sure. Right. Now, telecommunication and traffic studies. Traffic studies, yes. Traffic studies में भी यूज होना चाहिए. अर्थ ऑब्जर्वेशन, कहां पे कितना ट्रैफिक है उस स्टडी को यूज कर सकते हैं. देखो 1, 2, 3, 5 डेफिनेटली. 1, 2, 3, 5 साथ में कहां है? सिर्फ डी में है. नाउ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, यू विल बी लाइक सर हाउ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, इंडियन रिमोट सेंसिंग सैटेलाइट टेलीकम्युनिकेशन में कैसे? मुझे नहीं पता कैसे यूज होता. आई वुड हैव मार्क्ड इट दिस बिकॉज 1, 2, 3 एंड 5 डेफिनेटली इंडियन रिमोट सेंसिंग सैटेलाइट यूज हो सकता है. तो 39 आंसर डी. लेट्स गो टू 40. डिफरेंस बिटवीन एस्टेरॉइड एंड कॉमेट, ये हमने पढ़ा नहीं है, अभी हम एस्ट्रोनॉमी में पढ़ेंगे तो करेंगे. फॉरगेट इट फॉर नाउ. Cape Canaveral, the site from which space shuttles are launched, is located in the coast of. हमने कल पढ़ा था. Where are satellites launched from? So in USA it is launched from Texas. हमने बताया टेक्सास वो एक्स्ट्रा पार्ट निकल रहा है उसका. तो फ्लोरिडा is located in Texas. There we have Cape Canaveral, जहां से USA के सैटेलाइट्स लॉन्च होते हैं. ईस्ट कोस्ट नियर द इक्वेटर. Right? Question number 42. Consider the following statements about Mission Shakti. It's an initiative by ISRO to launch space-based weapons. DRDO का initiative था. Missiles बना रहे हैं, ISRO का नहीं था. Mission Shakti was in violation of international treaties. No, it was not. So D. Answer is D. Come to question number 43. ISRO has recently announced Indian Data Relay Satellite System. Which of the following statement is true about Indian Data Relay Satellite System? Indian Data Relay Satellite System पढ़ा था अभी हमने. Data Relay Satellite System. हम कुछ satellites बनाएंगे जो कि क्या करेंगे? It will observe other satellites. So we will launch some satellites in geostationary orbit. हम प्लान कर रहे हैं 2-3 सैटेलाइट लॉन्च करने का. IDRSS will consist of a series of satellites launched in low Earth orbit. Wrong. It's going to geostationary orbit. India will be the first country to use satellite to track other satellites. No, this is also wrong. Already world is doing it. Both are wrong. Consider the following statements about X-ray polarimetry satellite, XPOSat. XPOSat. It's a satellite being planned by NASA to study polarization of X-rays in space. Correct or wrong? Wrong. ISRO plan कर रहा भाई, NASA का नहीं, अपना है. Right. Its polarimetry instrument is being built and tested by scientists at Raman Research Institute. Yes, this is true. 2 is the answer here. Come to question number 45. NISAR के बारे में. Consider the following statements about NISAR. It's a joint collaboration between ISRO and JAXA. No, ISRO and NASA. NISAR में NASA ISRO है ना? Once launched, it will be the world's most expensive satellite around Earth. No, it will be world's most expensive Earth observation satellite. But satellite तो इससे बड़े-बड़े भी है ना? सैटेलाइट तो उससे ज्यादा महंगे भी है ना? ध्यान से पढ़ो, एक एक स्टेटमेंट ध्यान से पढ़ो. थर्ड, द सैटेलाइट इज प्लान टू बी लॉन्च्ड इन फ्रॉम इंडिया यूजिंग GSLV Mark 3. नो, GSLV Mark 2. GSLV Mark 2 का फेलियर, उससे हमने देखा कि निसार के लॉन्च में प्रॉब्लम होगी. यू मे थिंक इट्स वेरी फैक्चुअल बट इट्स नॉट. द होल एवरीथिंग इज कनेक्टेड. दिस इज रॉन्ग, दिस इज रॉन्ग, दिस इज रॉन्ग. करेक्ट पूछा है डी, none of the above. Come to question number 46. Question number 46. अच्छा, जो लोग सब देख रहे हैं, जाने से पहले सब लोग लाइक कर लेना और सब्सक्राइब भी कर लेना है. ऐसे मत जाना. मेरे चैनल्स के व्यू बढ़ाओ यार, इतना अच्छा पढ़ाता हूँ, किसी को पता ही नहीं चलता. अच्छा, I'll tell you an interesting story. इन जब मैं कोविड की वजह से आइसोलेशन में था ना, देयर आर 3 इंस्टीट्यूशंस इन चेन्नई विच वर यूजिंग आवर नोट्स, उसको यूट्यूब चैनल बना रखा है, उसको डिस्प्ले करके तमिल में पढ़ा रहे हैं। एक का तो हमने चैनल बंद करवाया, एक की वेबसाइट पे अपॉलॉजी लिखवाई। देयर आर 2 मोर इंस्टीट्यूशंस जो जहां के टीचर्स हमारा मटेरियल कॉपी करके व्हाट दे आर डूइंग, दे आर रिमूविंग लेवल अप आईएएस एंड दे आर पुटिंग देयर नेम। क्या था एक का तो नाम था, मैं बताता हूं, आईएएस बाय हार्ट। मुझे एक बच्चे ने मटेरियल भेजा कि सर ये आपके नोट्स बस ये हटा दिया है और पढ़ा रहे हैं। कुछ लोग हैं जो चेन्नई के फेमस बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशन में सोसाइटी पढ़ा रहे हैं, सोशियोलॉजी पढ़ा रहे हैं, वो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं। एक लड़का है जिसने ये इस आईएएस बाय हार्ट में पढ़ा रहा है, नीचे अपना नाम लिख दिया कि प्रभाकरन करंट अफेयर्स, मेरा पूरा मटेरियल लेके। वो 3 साल से मेरा स्टूडेंट है, उसको हमने बैन किया। तो इट्स हैपनिंग अ लॉट ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशंस, दे आर यूजिंग कॉपिंग। और मैंने बोल रहा हूँ लॉकडाउन के टाइम देयर आर 3, लॉकडाउन नहीं सॉरी, मेरे कोविड-19 के रेस्ट्रिक्शन के टाइम, तब मैं ये सब ना चीजें देख पाता था। आई हैड टाइम टू कॉल देम, अब्यूज देम एंड हटाओ इसे। पुलिस से भी बात करी, लॉयर से भी बात करा, सब कुछ किया। तो दे वर डूइंग इट, एंड दिस इज नॉट ओनली इन चेन्नई। लाइक 4 months back there was an institution from Chandigarh, a famous institution from Chandigarh. उन्होंने अपने टेलीग्राम चैनल पे एयर पोल्यूशन के नोट्स डाले। व्हाट दे डिड, आर एयर पोल्यूशन जो यूट्यूब पे हमने फ्री में डाला हुआ है, वहां से नोट्स निकाले, हमारा नाम हटाया, लेवल अप आईएएस, नीचे हमारा एड्रेस हटाया, अपना नाम अपना एड्रेस डाल के वो नोट्स भेज रहे हैं अपने बच्चों को। एटलीस्ट हमारा नाम रहने देते यार, तुम्हारे बच्चे पढ़ना चाहते। बट दैट्स each and every word that has been written in this notes have been prepared by me. I do not have a team for making all these things. Each and everything has been typed by me, researched by me, prepared by me, and people just copy it shamelessly. So why I'm so much interested in increasing the user base on our YouTube channel, so that more people will get to know. People do not copy notes of let's say Mrunal sir, क्योंकि वो उनका रीच इतना है that if anyone would do it, everyone would say कि अरे ये तो इनके notes हैं. But our reach is a bit less. So what happens? These institutions are taking advantage of our hard work. I'll show you. मतलब इतना shamelessly copy किया है, मतलब at least font size तो बदल देते। जहां पे मैंने ये लिख दिया ना, discuss in class, वहां पे वो like they just removed our logo, they just removed our address, they have added their logo, their address, their thumbnail, चला रहे। This shamelessly, and even big institutions have done it. जब हमने इंस्टीट्यूशन के डायरेक्टर को कॉल किया, like we are really sorry sir, we were not aware of this, one teacher may have done it. कहा भाई one teacher ने नहीं किया, तुम्हारी पूरी टीम ने किया है, तभी एडिट करके तुमने ये सब डाला है। Teacher would not be able to put all this information कि it is of your institution, ये। I threatened them. I told this चंडीगढ़ वाला इंस्टीट्यूशन, नेक्स्ट टाइम ये होता है मैं फेसबुक पे पेस्ट कर दूंगा तुम्हें टैग करके, तुम लोग चोरी करते हो। बिकॉज आई एम वेरी इमोशनल अबाउट दिस, इट्स माई हार्ड वर्क। मैं दिन भर रात भर काम करता हूं उसके लिए, और लोग दैट गाय वाज सो शेमलेस, अपना नाम प्रभाकरन करंट अफेयर्स, व्हाट द हेल। एक भाई ने तो पूरा यूट्यूब चैनल बना रखा है, हमारे नोट्स डिस्प्ले कर रहा है, साइंस के, एनवायरमेंट के, सोशियोलॉजी के, और तमिल में पढ़ा रहा है। इंग्लिश में डिस्प्ले, हमारे नोट्स डिस्प्ले करके एक परमिशन ले लेता है यार मुझसे कि सर आई एम गोइंग टू हेल्प तमिल स्टूडेंट्स, कैन आई डू दिस? नहीं, अपने नोट्स उससे तो हमने उसके वेबसाइट पे अपॉलॉजी पोस्ट करवाया। उसके वेबसाइट पे लिखा हुआ है, आई एम रियली सॉरी, द कंटेंट दैट आई हैव यूज्ड इज फ्रॉम लेवल अप आईएएस, संतोष कुमार सर एंड निशात सर। निशात सर का सोशियोलॉजी वाला कंटेंट है। अरे वो पुराने इंस्टीट्यूशन, वो क्रैश कोर्स वगैरह वाला है, जीएस फाउंडेशन का। अब हम नए पोर्टल पे आ गए, इन दिस पोर्टल इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल। जो हम करंट पोर्टल यूज कर रहे हैं वहां पे इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल। Okay, so a lot of fraud people are there. So what I want is, if you people would help us, we'll be able to reach more students, so that students would know, arey, this is environment class of Santosh sir who's teaching it free of cost on YouTube. Why are they charging us money? And the worst part was when the Tamil wale jo group tha, they had taken money from students. हमने पैसे रिइंबर्स करवाए हैं बच्चों के। वो लड़का प्रभाकरन जो था, ही किसी से 50,000 किसी से 40,000 पैसे ले रखे थे। अब जो लास्ट ईयर इन 2021 आवर पोर्टल वाज ऑन विमियो, वहां से डाउनलोड होना आसान था, तो पीपल ही डाउनलोडेड आवर वीडियोस, उसने टेलीग्राम पे पोस्ट किए कि ये लो मैं तुम्हें कोर्स दे रहा हूं, एंड ही टोल्ड स्टूडेंट्स दैट ही वाज माय फ्रेंड, और मेरे साथ मिलके उसने काम किया है, एंड आई डिडंट नो दैट पर्सन। तो लाइक इतना शेमलेसली पीपल आर स्टीलिंग कंटेंट, एंड आई डू नॉट नो, लाइक उन्हें ना अंदर से गिल्ट भी नहीं हो रहा किसी और के कंटेंट पे अपना नाम बस लिख देना, और बच्चों को पैसे लेके, तो हमने पैसे भी रिइंबर्स करवाए बच्चों के। एक लड़की थी जो सोशियोलॉजी पढ़ा रही थी, निषाद सर का कंटेंट यूज कर करके, वहां बच्चों के पैसे रिइंबर्स करवाए, उनमें से कुछ बच्चों ने सोशियोलॉजी में एडमिशन लिया है। मतलब कोविड होने के बहुत फायदे थे। इन 7-8 days आई वॉच्ड सम टीवी सीरीज, फिर इन सारे बेवकूफ लोगों को डील किया, दोस एडवांटेजेस वर देयर। लेट्स कम बैक टू दिस। तो डू सब्सक्राइब टू आवर चैनल, डू लाइक आवर वीडियोस, हेल्प अस गेट पॉपुलर, सो दैट एटलीस्ट ये स्टीलिंग वाला चीज नहीं हो पाएगा। जो चीज मैं फ्री में यूट्यूब पे दे रहा हूं, उसके लिए कोई पैसे चार्ज कर रहा है, दैट डजंट मेक सेंस। 50,000 भाई, मेरा पूरा करंट अफेयर्स प्रोग्राम 15,000 रुपए का होता है, तुम 50,000 में पता नहीं क्या पूरा जीएस का प्रोग्राम बेच रहे हो। अक्षय कुमार गुप्ता सर, आई एम प्रैक्टिसिंग एडवोकेट, नोटिस भेजना हो तो बता देना। ठीक है भाई, आपका नाम अभी सेव करता हूँ। वाटरमार्क कैन बी इजीली रिमूव्ड, हाँ हाँ हाँ, दैट्स राइट। नहीं नहीं, दैट वाज नॉट मलुक्का, दैट वाज आई थिंक राज मल्होत्रा आईएएस, जिन्होंने, उन्होंने तो सॉरी भी बोला, राज मल्होत्रा ने, डायरेक्टर अपोलोजाइज टू मी कि वो गलती से किसी टीचर ने किया, बट आई डू नॉट बिलीव इट। टीचर ने कंटेंट लिया होता, उस कंटेंट में अपना थंबनेल डालना, हमारा एड्रेस हटाना, वो सब करना आपकी पूरी टीम मिलकर करती है। इट्स अ फेमस इंस्टीट्यूशन, वी आर वेरी स्मॉल पीपल। हमने अभी इंस्टीट्यूशन शुरू किया है, 1 साल हुआ है, हमारे पास ज्यादा बच्चे नहीं है, पर हमारा कंटेंट हमारा है। हमारे कंटेंट पे हमने बहुत मेहनत करी है। जितने भी बच्चे हमारे पास आके पढ़े हैं, नो वन हैज गॉन बैक एंड सेड कि इस इंस्टीट्यूशन में कोई भी चीज बेकार पढ़ाई जा रही है, और उसको कॉपी मत करो। यू आर बिग इंस्टीट्यूशन, बिग पीपल, डू व्हाटएवर यू वांट। ओके, let's do this. 46. Consider the following assertion and reason. Assertion: landing of the lander rover configuration on the surface of moon was one of the most challenging component of Chandrayaan-2. Right? ISRO was trying to achieve this for the first time. Is this the reason? It is correct, but this is not the reason. Reason was it does not have atmosphere, so landing is difficult. Right? So here again answer would be B. Both A and R are correct, but R is not the correct explanation of A. R is not the correct explanation of A. Okay, come to question number 47. Consider the following statements. Consider the following statements about helium-3. Helium-3 is a radioactive isotope of helium which can be used to produce energy. देखो helium-3 ना हम थोड़ा इसलिए पढ़ते हैं कि चंद्रयान मून पे बहुत सारा helium-3 प्रेजेंट है, स्पेशली दैट साइड ऑफ द मून विच इज जहां पे सनरेज उसे इंपैक्ट करती है ना, a lot of helium is present. So helium-3 is a radioactive isotope, and one of the reasons Chandrayaan was going there, Chandrayaan wanted to go land there, was that it wanted to explore helium, because so much helium is present there that all the electricity energy problem of Earth could be solved. So helium-3 is a radioactive isotope of helium which can be used to produce energy. This is true, only the fact it is not radioactive. Helium-3 is not radioactive. Okay, so otherwise everything is correct. Second, solar winds have bombarded moon with immense quantities of helium-3. That is true. The presence of helium-3 on moon was first confirmed by Chandrayaan-1 mission. This is wrong. Okay. So answer is B. अच्छा, incorrect पूछा है. Answer is 1 and 3. Question number 48. 48. Which of the following are the Findings of Chandrayaan-2 orbiter mission. Chandrayaan-2's orbiter mission. Water is present on all latitudes of moon. Yes, this has been confirmed here. Minor elements like chromium and manganese are present on the moon. Yes, this has also been confirmed. Both are correct, both 1 and 2. 49. ISRO recently performed evasive maneuver of Chandrayaan-2 orbiter to mitigate critically close approach with lunar reconnaissance orbiter. है ना? Right? तो आंसर इज बी. फैक्चुअल है, थोड़ा सा अभी अभी हुआ है, तो यू शुड बी रेडी फॉर दिस काइंड ऑफ स्मॉल फैक्ट कि Chandrayaan-2 was going to orbiter was going to collide with lunar reconnaissance orbiter or was going to pass very close to lunar reconnaissance orbiter. वहां पे ये हुआ है. Okay, then 49 का आंसर इज बी. 50. Which of the following is not one of the objectives of New Space India Limited? New Space India Limited का इनमें से क्या ऑब्जेक्टिव नहीं है? Transferring all the satellite technology to industry to promote private sector in space. All the satellite technology नहीं है. All एक एक्सट्रीम वर्ड हो जाता है, गलत हो गया. Manufacture small, बाकी सब सही है. हाँ, बस ये all की वजह से एक्सट्रीम हो गया, ये गलत हो गया. Okay, now I'll take all the doubts. हाँ, तो I'll complete this Chennai based institutions, not all of them, some of them may be very good, but a few of our students, this Prabhakaran guy, मैं तो उसके अगेंस्ट सच में पुलिस केस फाइल कर ही दिया था, other than the fact that निशात सर ने बोला सर बच्चे का करियर खराब हो जाएगा, वो 4 साल से आपका स्टूडेंट है, हमने मना किया. वो बच्चों से पैसे ले रहा है यार, मेरे वीडियोस देने के बच्चों से पैसे ले रहा था. तो दिस प्रभाकरन गाय, इसने क्या नाम था इसके इंस्टीट्यूशन का, IS by heart I think ये था. There were a few more students who were doing it, जो अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूशन में पढ़ा रहे थे, हमारे नोट्स को जस्ट डिस्प्ले पे लगा के कर रहे थे. अच्छा, ओके 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 ओके. तो दिस हैपेंस. तो थोड़ा सा ना आप लोग प्लीज हमें हेल्प करिए, और स्पेशली जब ऐसा कुछ होता है ना, आपको देखो देयर आर सम टीचर्स जो हमारे नोट्स को लेते हैं, उसे पीपीटी में बदलते हैं, और फिर उसे जो ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स है ना बड़े बड़े, वहां पे जाके एनवायरनमेंट के टीचर्स बन जाते हैं. दैट्स स्टिल ओके. तुमने एटलीस्ट कुछ तो चेंज किया. जस्ट हमारे नोट से हमारा लोगो हटा के तुमने पीपीटी में, तो वो भी ओके नहीं है. एनवायरनमेंट बायोडाइवर्सिटी में जो रिसर्च करता हूं मैं करता हूं, वो बस आप पीपीटी में डाल डाल के एक लाइन ऊपर नीचे कर करके, उसमें हम लड़ नहीं सकते. अब क्या बोले, बट कुछ लोगों ने ऐसे कर रखा था. दिस चंडीगढ़ बेस्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन वाज स्टिल ओके. उनके डायरेक्टर को हमने कॉल किया, ही वाज लाइक आई एम रियली सॉरी, ये वो. मैंने कहा मुझे उस टीचर का नंबर दे दो, उन्होंने नहीं दिया. किसने किया है ये दे दो, उन्होंने ये सब नहीं किया. तो मुझे उन पे भी डाउट हो रहा था कि क्या तुम्हारे इंस्टीट्यूशन ने किया है, उस टीचर ने किया. अपने चैनल पे जब आप शेयर करते हो हमारा मटेरियल, जो कि फ्रीली, वी हैव मेड दैट अवेलेबल फ्रीली टू ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स. पूरा एनवायरनमेंट का सीरीज हमने यूट्यूब पे फ्री में डाला था, डिस्क्रिप्शन में सारे नोट्स फ्री में डाले थे. वो आप अपने चैनल्स पे अपने लोगों के साथ डाल रहे हो. Isn't it like very wrong? और फिर I was asking कि मुझे नंबर दे दो. अरे गल छोड़ो ना सर, नंबर लेके क्या करोगे. मैं किसने किया, मुझे उसका नंबर दे दो. मैं ये जानना चाहता था कि वो मेरा स्टूडेंट है क्या. तो उससे मुझे लगा कि हाँ वो भी फ्रॉड, उन्होंने भी कुछ किया होगा, वो जानते होंगे कि ये सब चल रहा है. एल्स उन्होंने मुझे नंबर दिया होता, मैंने उससे बात करी होती. तो आप लोगों को भी जैसे ही पता चलता है ना, कुछ भी पता चलता है, कैसे भी पता चलता है, प्लीज लेट अस नो अबाउट दीज थिंग्स. ओके, नाउ देयर आर सम डाउट्स अबाउट प्रोग्राम. क्या क्वेश्चंस थे वो पूछ लीजिए. सर एक डाउट है, करंट से कितने क्वेश्चन आते हैं. देखो करंट से क्वेश्चन ना, ये मान लो नहीं आते, करंट अफेयर्स से क्वेश्चन नहीं आते, बट द वे वी कवर करंट अफेयर्स, उससे आपको 40-50 क्वेश्चन मिलेंगे. बिकॉज आवर कवरेज ऑफ करंट अफेयर्स इज नॉट ओनली ये फैक्चुअल एस्पेक्ट. फैक्चुअल एस्पेक्ट तो मैंने इसलिए कवर किया कि आप दूसरा करंट अफेयर्स मटेरियल देखोगे, बोले सर इसमें ये है, इसमें ये है. क्वेश्चंस आएंगे फंडामेंटल कॉन्सेप्ट से, जो हम पढ़ा रहे हैं उससे 40 क्वेश्चंस के आसपास आएंगे. बिकॉज वी कवर नॉट ओनली करंट अफेयर्स बट स्टैटिक मिला के पूरा इंटीग्रेटेड तरीके से. सर व्हेन विल इकोनॉमिक सर्वे क्लास हैपन. भाई आज इकोनॉमिक सर्वे आया है 400 पेजेस का, पढ़ने दो ना पहले, फिर बताता हूं. 1-2 दिन दे दो, मैं अब आज से इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में ही लग जाऊंगा. हाउ इज NSIL डिफरेंट फ्रॉम अंतरिक्ष? यार एग्जैक्ट मैं अभी नहीं बता पाऊंगा शायद, बट NSIL ना मैं एग्जैक्ट डिफरेंस अभी नहीं बता पा रहा हूँ. आई विल गेट बैक टू यू ऑन दिस. ओके. हाँ, टाइम टेबल एक बार बता दीजिए आपका. टाइम टेबल इज सिंपली आई टुक क्लासेस ऑन संडे मंडे भी बिकॉज लास्ट वीक क्लास नहीं ले पाया था, बट टाइम टेबल इज सिंपल दिस: फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे 11:30. फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे यू विल हैव 3 क्लासेस इन अ वीक 11:30. तो जो लोग भी प्रोग्राम ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, टारगेट प्रीलिम्स प्रोग्राम ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, आफ्टर 2 डेमो वीडियोस यू वुड अंडरस्टैंड आवर वे ऑफ टीचिंग, आवर स्टाइल ऑफ टीचिंग. यू विल हैव 3 क्लासेस इन अ वीक. इनिशियली तो यही चलाते हैं, बाद में जरूरत पड़ेगी तो बढ़ाएंगे. यू विल हैव क्लासेस ऑफ रफली 3 आवर्स. ज्यादा जरूरत हुई तो थोड़ा बढ़ा लेंगे ब्रेक लेके, बट क्लासेस ऑफ 3 आवर्स every day, Friday Saturday Sunday. This is for regular classes, but initiatives that I launch free of cost, जैसे बजट या इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का इनिशिएटिव आएगा या फिर RTFQ सीरीज आएगा, वो कभी भी होगा. बट करंट अफेयर्स प्रोग्राम, टारगेट प्रीलिम्स करंट अफेयर्स प्रोग्राम would be held on Friday Saturday Sunday 11:30 AM. ओके. टाइम टेबल देखो, फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे 11:30 AM. February में our focus is on science and economy. मार्च में our focus is on environment and international things. और थोड़ा सा इकोनॉमी भी रह जाएगा तो वो. अप्रैल में our focus would be on polity, governance, schemes related things. And फिर 15 days of May some miscellaneous things, maps, places in news or culture and those aspects. सर स्टैटिक कंपोनेंट का टारगेट सब तक पूरा करना होंगे बिफोर नेक्स्ट मंडे और बिफोर नेक्स्ट फ्राइडे? बिफोर दिस आपका टेस्ट वुड बी ऑन संडे, तो यू विल हैव टू फिनिश इट बाय सैटरडे. सर कैन आई कम टू कोचिंग एंड जॉइन ऑफलाइन? ऑफलाइन क्लासेस आर नॉट गोइंग ऑन. गवर्नमेंट हैज नॉट अलाउड ऑफलाइन क्लासेस येट, तो वी कैन नॉट कंडक्ट ऑफलाइन क्लासेस. सर व्हाट इज द असाइनमेंट फॉर दिस वीक? अभी बताता हूं मैं, अभी जाके घर आपको असाइनमेंट भेजते हैं. Yes, please provide last year's ancient history classes. मुझे निखिल सर से परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी इसकी. ठीक है, I'll do that. कोई और डाउट है तो पूछ लीजिए. ऑफलाइन भी नहीं, अभी ऑफलाइन नहीं आ सकते. ऑफलाइन क्लासेस हैव नॉट बीन अलाउड येट गाइस. ऑफलाइन क्लासेस आर नॉट गोइंग ऑन. यू कैन नॉट कम ऑफलाइन. Within a week we are expecting notification by Delhi government, because there's a lot of hue and cry about opening educational institutions. So if Delhi government will open schools, there are good chances that it will allow even coaching institutes to run, and their offline classes would be allowed. तब हम आ जाएंगे. सर वीडियो में बना लूंगा, ऑफलाइन अलाउ कर दो वीडियो टीम में. अजय जी वीडियो टीम में है हमारे, ये किसी और को आने नहीं देते हैं. आई एम रियली सॉरी. वीडियो अजय, वीडियोग्राफी के लिए ऑप्शन है हमारे पास, देख लो. चलिए. सर इज योर प्री टेस्ट सीरीज इन सिंक विद दिस कोर्स? यस. आप देखेंगे प्रीलिम्स टेस्ट सीरीज में पहला टेस्ट साइंस का है, फिर एनवायरमेंट का है, तो इट इज इन सिंक विद दिस कोर्स. ओके, वी हैव डिजाइन्ड आवर प्रीलिम्स टेस्ट सीरीज एज पर दिस कोर्स ओनली. फाइन गाइस, दैट्स इट देन. थैंक यू वेरी मच. आपने कल 4 घंटे, आज 4 घंटे, 5 घंटे मुझे झेल लिया. ठीक है. आई होप यू एंजॉयड इट. यू हैव लर्नड अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, एंड जो चीजें आपने सीखी हैं आप पूरे जीवन अपने साथ लेके जाओगे. अब कभी ये नहीं सोचोगे कि यार ये रॉकेट लॉन्च हो रहा है, ये एयरक्राफ्ट, ये कुछ बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड चीजें आपको समझ में आनी चाहिए. ठीक है. आपको कभी अब रटना नहीं पड़ेगा कि अच्छा ये कम टाइम लेता है, ज्यादा टाइम लेता है, उससे ज्यादा टाइम लेता है. यू अंडरस्टैंड द रीजन बिहाइंड इट, यू अंडरस्टैंड द लॉजिक बिहाइंड इट. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट क्लास 2-3 घंटे में हम रिमेनिंग स्पेस खत्म कर देंगे. ऑल फैक्चुअल, इंटरनेशनल में क्या हो रहा है, वो सब क्या हो रहा है, कॉन्सेप्चुअल थिंग्स आर ऑल डन. Okay, and then we'll move on to other aspects of science and technology. बीच में I'll take some live sessions, free live sessions for everyone on budget and economic survey of India. Okay, thank you very much. I'm ending this session.